Gamer.
See, this voice actor decided to promote a
Oh well,
voice
we're still gonna
scam
finish
for a quick
this.
cash grab, and unfortunately for him,
Let's
he was
fucking
dunked
go.
on by thousands for engaging in this nonsense. 12K quote
Wait.
retweets and counting for our man Troy Baker.
I guess I
who
could
decided
go
to
for
throw away his credibility as a voice actor for this NFT promotion. And when you go to the account he's trying to promote, they are already mired in
Chato, a minute.
controversy after taking their literal baby steps on the internet. Mainly because they're actively and knowingly taking the voices
Chato,
of
a minute.
content creators without their consent to profit off
Forgot to
of,
turn on
and
chat.
of course only caring when they got called out on the subject.
Chat,
It was
chat,
so bad
chat,
that apparently
chat,
Funimation
chat,
unfollowed the voice actor after he made his
chat.
post. Moral of the story, don't invest in NFTs. Their whole structure is bad enough, but imagine being as greedy and shameless to sell rights to voices you don't even own. I'm glad everyone involved in this is getting the heat they deserve, but that's gonna do it for this video. Subscribe for more daily videos, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Before we attack each other and tear ourselves to shreds like a pack of maniacs, let's just open the sack first and see what's actually in it. It might not even be worth the trouble.
Hi.
Para pap, para pap. The fuck is playing?
西方
Param pam param pam. Let me look for a trash taste episode. Episode.
Oh
Oh god, this is my first coffee of the day. Need some time to rev up the engines, man.
Tell
you
me
know?
what you're gonna do now.
Don't talk to me until I've had my coffee.
You single-handedly like exhausted our supply.
All I want is one, Connor. All I want is one. I'm not the one drinking like 5 fucking capsules a day.
I don't drink.
I wonder why we're through a coffee shortage,
It's
Connor.
not
I
me,
wonder
okay?
why.
It's not me. We live in a society. All right, welcome back to this episode of Trash Taste. I'm with the boys. Gone, Joey.
What did you say?
Welcome to this episode of Trash- You know what, guys? I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit. Man, I got a new phone, right? And I saw all the comments like, "Oh my god, Connor got the Pixel 6 already." I got it day one, right? You're fake, fam. So my last phone, as some of you guys know, and I've some sort of complained about it. I had the Pixel 4 before; it was dying.
Yeah.
And I got this phone. Everyone's like, "How is it, Connor?" It's good, but it's also really shit.
Why?
Why?
There's so many annoying things that like I don't know why. Like,
Okay.
so okay, you guys know me. Big fan of my Chromecast. I think we're all aware I love my Chromecast. Right?
Yeah.
So-
I think it's your most used appliance after an espresso, right?
So yeah, exactly. So I go to my bed, right, and I'm like, oh, the volume's too loud. Let me turn it down. Okay. Normally, I would just like press the volume button on my phone when it's being cast to the TV, and it would go down.
Yeah.
It isn't doing it, and I'm like, that's weird. So, okay, maybe it's just like this. Maybe it's a one-off, and then it doesn't happen again. It doesn't happen again. Turns out, yeah, it's like an intended feature. They just removed it. And then I was like, why? And then apparently there was like, it's a legal issue. I'm like, it's a legal issue for me to turn my volume up and down? What's going on? What's going on, Google?
Is it to stop people at parties from like turning the volume too high, maybe?
I don't think. Why would that be a legal issue? That's a dick-ish friend issue, you know. I was like, what is
Has
this?
Google been taking?
Let me check.
Apple or something. Just like, guys, this is an intended issue. You know what? I think I'm still like the only person left in fucking 2021 that misses the fucking auxiliary.
No,
auxiliary
I don't want that
hole.
shit.
Let me just lower the volume.
It's sometimes you need it.
Very
Sometimes you
rarely it's
fucking need
useful.
it. Sometimes.
Kids today will never
Trash
know the
taste
story of
too-
the orcs.
Scan is the reason why we don't
Too
have
strong.
progress in humanity. He holds on to the artifacts of old.
I'm sorry that.
Let me-
sometimes, like you go in an old car or something that doesn't have Bluetooth.
They should just go for a
I'm sorry that
jacket.
Not everyone owns a fucking Tesla or something, you know.
Jacket.
some-
That makes its own
Jacket,
music.
jacket.
Yeah, some people our age are still fucking broke, and their radios or their fucking music player needs an auxiliary cable.
I miss the day when I could say, "Yo, pass me the aux."
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't-
honestly.
I
I
can't
think
say
he's
that
wearing a
anymore.
jacket or
I can't be
something.
like, "Yo, pass me the Bluetooth." Like,
My
A
brother
long
had
sleeve
trouble,
shirt.
You know, when his first car, he had the cassettes only that would go into
oh
it.
hell yeah.
So he had to get a cassette to aux cable. And that was really cool though, just seeing how like how it worked. I don't know.
So what I'm gonna do
That's
is
gonna come back a
edit
couple more
this.
times.
It's gonna be cassette to Bluetooth.
Yeah,
It's like
hell
a-
yeah.
it's like a
Try to
Bluetooth
get the
cassette pop in.
ting,
And they work.
tingy,
I
tingy,
know.
tingy.
I thought that was really cool.
Soon we're gonna have vinyl to Bluetooth.
The point is, Garnt is halting progress.
No. I'm not the one halting progress. This is the
Oh, God.
corporations selling
My
us.
PC.
Like they're making an issue.
My
and then they're
PC is
selling
dying.
us the solution.
but
And like, have you seen the Apple?
What
are
is
now,
this
like, adding
lag?
more ports
Yeah,
to
yeah,
their
I saw that,
fucking-
yeah.
Even though the people who removed the ports are Apple themselves, so they're just like, Apple, let me
Okay.
sell you on this, okay?
Can increase
let's
up to there.
create an issue ourselves, and then,
Backtrack of the same one.
and then
Oh
let's
no.
sell the solution
Viroid,
to our
don't
customers
die.
and frame it as a solution that we didn't make in the first place. Like, what?
Genius.
Yeah, true. That's true. But
No, I
think
can't
the
see my
thing
mouse.
just
What
goes
the
USB
hell is
is,
happening?
I want everything to be the fucking same.
Yeah.
And thank God that, thank God.
What
Europe
is
just
this
like,
lag?
fuck you. Do USB-C.
We don't care if you're Apple. We're Europe.
I like it. As much as.
Oh, welcome,
Daisy
Day. Daisy Day.
Nice if it's like, can I borrow your charger?
Am I
Yes, what
pronouncing your name properly?
What a society we would live in, bro. What's that mean with like the flying spaceships and this like?
Yeah.
advanced
That's how you
technology?
pronounce your name?
This is civilization.
This
is what we would've
Day.
agreed on USB-C like years ago. That's literally
This
like,
Day.
Well, it's just basically
I
everyone
don't know.
other than Apple,
Yeah,
which is
yeah, yeah.
just
Don't know how to
Apple
pronounce your
themselves.
name.
Also, USB definitely suffered from all that shit a while back as well with micro B and micro.
Oh,
and
yeah,
and
yeah.
normal
Yeah,
USB.
yeah.
And then USB-C came along.
I'll
and everyone's
export
like,
this.
is shit. And then everyone's like, well, hold up. It's actually
Export.
not that bad. It's good. We like
Yeah, you can plug it in.
Change
either
the
way,
shirt.
It just,
Revolutionary.
it just works, and people were just like,
Yeah.
"What? You can do that?"
It's
Yeah,
solved
yeah.
an issue.
But yeah,
Oh, wait, I need to-
buying this phone was good. I like the
Before I
cameras,
export
that's
it,
all
I need
that's good about
to
You know what?
everything
see how far we can go.
Yeah, going back on the like auxiliary thing and just proprietary things that I miss, it's just a lot of the
Probably
times I don't really see
here.
a point in buying a new phone. I normally just buy a new phone most of the time because the battery,
Something
battery
like
life
that.
just gets shit,
Yeah.
right? But I was completely fine with my old phone. If the battery,
Why is
life
Biroid
had
lagging at
reduced
this
over time,
time?
I would have still kept my old phone because
What is
what
this
new
lag?
features are you using your new phone
Okay.
for that you're not using your old phone
I
for?
will say one thing. This is just a YouTuber thing. Being able to have a
So, this
somewhat
side?
good camera in your pocket, if I need some B-roll or something, or I need like a little
Yeah.
vlog bit, is super useful.
That's
Very,
the only
very
reason
useful.
why I updated to the new
And
iPhone
gen-
because the
yeah.
camera on that I don't have to lug around a huge
Yeah.
DSLR all the time.
And also, I'm a big tech nerd, right? So
Yeah.
I want to get the new stuff.
What is
So the
this?
fact that it lines
Oh, this
up
is
as a
the.
justifiable
okay.
reason in my mind for work, it's like a.
Guess
it's
I'll
like a
just
no-brainer.
remove
Like, I'm really good.
this.
Now, this is the first year in like 5 years where I didn't upgrade my phone after 1 year.
Yeah.
I waited.
Really?
Yeah,
So it's
normally
around
I
this
every
part.
year. I don't know why. I just found that I must have been buying shit phones that kept getting.
Okay.
To be fair, I use my phone a lot.
This one is
like,
over the
more than
shoulder.
Christmas, I'd say. I'm playing videos. on
Okay,
my phone.
okay.
And yeah, this time I waited 2 years, and I really felt it in the last.
Now
year,
just export
because it's
this.
like, my God, was my phone being shit.
Export.
What was being shit about it?
Battery was
Daisy
the main
Day.
issue, obviously.
Daisy
I mean,
Day.
that's always the main issue, but I was definitely getting like the CPU.
Don't know how to pronounce your
slow
name,
issue
my
where,
dude.
like, stuff was getting slow.
Are you still here?
Sometimes I would
Daisy
press the lock
Day.
screen
Daisy.
button
Daisy.
more often than not, it just
Daisy.
wouldn't open.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah,
sometimes it
yeah,
wouldn't.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I've been pressing it so much that now it was buffering all of the opening, and then I was trying to do it, it would like just start.
Daisy Day.
So a lot of issues.
Daisy Day.
Yeah, it does happen to an iPhone. Are you
It
kidding me?
definitely
Da-
does
da-
happen
da-
to
da-
an
Daisy
iPhone.
Day.
I've had iPhones. The reason,
I literally had
Oh,
an
did it
iPhone and
open?
then I switched to Samsung because I was
Yeah.
like encountering too many different issues.
the
with
reason
it.
why I
Why am I
changed to
lagging?
Android is because my iPhone was just being so
What is this
fucking
lag?
like it was
Yeah.
breaking so much. after
Really,
one
that was
year.
the opposite for me. My
Yeah.
Samsung phone was being so shit that I changed back.
Is
to
my
an
mic
iPhone.
I guess it depends like on which phone you get.
That's
right?
not
This is,
muted.
like I think
Tick.
the last one I got was like the 6, iPhone 6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
And that was
quite a
terrible.
while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then that's because I'd done iPhone 4, 5, and 6,
Mm.
and I was getting more and more annoyed with each generation. Like fuck this.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
And I just like the customizability that you have with this.
It's
with
really easy to
Android
like
phones as well.
download apps that you aren't supposed to on Android that aren't on the App Store. On Apple, it's
Android
like
built for the bad boys.
on
Yeah.
Apple, it's like, hey, do you want to just like do a criminal offense in some countries and void your warranty,
Criminal
warranty in every
offense.
other country by jailbreaking it? It's like, it kind of sucks. And sometimes you don't. I don't want to I didn't want to jailbreak it. I just wanted one thing that I had to jailbreak it for, and I was like, okay, well, shit. But I just didn't jailbreak it in the end because I was like, I'm a good boy. Fine,
Yeah.
I'll be a good boy. Fine,
I'll be a good
fine.
Christian boy.
Whereas Android, it's just like just download the APK and then install it.
Yeah. Is that phone bigger than your last phone? Because I
Yes.
noticed it was a chunky boy when I held it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
The
chunky.
chonk chart.
Dude, I like the visor though. I like this. It's like Daft Punk.
Parup, parup,
Is it
parup.
not? It's got like mad Daft Punk vibes. I like that.
See, I was
It
going
looks kind of like Among Us.
No, it doesn't look like fucking Among Us. Get the fuck out of here. This does not look like
I can't
Among
be the
Us.
only one. that
Yeah, let me
thinks
go
that,
to-
right? I can't be the only one.
Change,
that thought-
This does
change.
not look like
You'll
Among Us.
never not see it now.
now I can't
Say.
You know what? You should get a red case for that.
Yeah, get a
Connor.
red case.
Get a red
But
case.
keep the visor. Keep the
What is
visor
that?
open.
Who makes skins? Deep Brand? Is that who it is? Is that
Yeah.
Deep Brand? Give me an Among Us skin.
Yeah, a red skin.
Give me an Among Us skin. Overall, right? I'd been waiting for the Pixel 6 for I'd watch every
Why? Why?
because
What?
I got sucked up into that I'd watch the Marcus Brownlees, I'd watch the whoever else there was, everyone who isn't Marcus Brownlee because no one else is
Marcus Brownlee and
That's,
Co.
that's how it is with tech YouTubers. It's like Marcus Brownlee, Linus Tech Tips, everybody else.
Yeah.
To the
But this is
normies.
like
Yeah.
the
I
end.
know there's other people.
I'll just
I'm
delete
joking.
that.
But like,
Austin
delete,
is crying right
delete,
yeah. But,
delete, delete, delete.
But this is the thing, right? My mum can watch
Delete,
Marcus Brownlee. My
delete.
mum likes Marcus Brownlee's videos,
Yeah.
right? And I don't know what
Why?
it is because somehow
Oh,
he
it's
makes
lagging
it
again.
very approachable to
Yeah.
like absolutely anybody.
Yeah.
Like when I watch Linus Tech Tips, it's good, but it's definitely for someone who likes that tech.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you have to have knowledge. And like there are some other ones as well who are decent, but I think Marcus Brownlee somehow just gets the perfect balance of like appealing to like enthusiasts, but
Let's
also
see.
Yeah.
Should it be here?
like, yeah, I don't know. So that's probably why he's so successful there as well.
Yeah, I mean, like when I was like gonna upgrade.
Now,
to
let me
Samsung,
just
should I
open
just
the
move away from Samsung and I like
my
started watching
reference.
a lot of tech videos, like comparison videos.
Reference.
What's the best phone to get in 2021? And then I watched like several like fucking 20-minute long videos comparing like the Samsung to the iPhone or the Pixel when
Yeah, so the
you know,
CPU
the
specs, it's actually got a
the
1%
One
lower
Plus,
clock
and then I
speed.
realized
Refer,
I have no idea what any of
range.
these guys are talking about.
Yeah.
And like the difference that I'm gonna find is gonna be minuscule with every.
I've just found out that
Yeah.
with most of those videos, at the end of it all, they'll give you all these like tech
Reference.
Yeah, it's better in the iPhone, but better in the Samsung. But then at the end, you'll just be like, yeah, so which one's better? It really depends on what you want to use the phone for. Really, it's up to you, I guess.
The thing is,
What do you
well,
prefer?
Well, the Samsung is like 0.5% better.
It's a bit
at taking
open.
Pictures at night time. So if you're gonna take pictures at night, and I'm just like,
If you're a night photographer only,
and here in my mind, I'm just
It's
like,
a bit
well, I'm never
open.
taking pictures at night, but maybe I'm gonna start in the next year. You know, this might be something I need to like pay attention to. And I'm just like, and then after like overloading myself with information, I just realized none of this actually fucking matters. All that matters is the fucking price points and the
and your
functionality
personal choice.
and your
really.
personal
It
choice.
clearly, the camera clearly
Chara
doesn't
cha
fucking
chara
matter because
cha.
every single video of any public event with a camera ever seems to be in
Put a
360.
line. We need to put
So,
a
like,
line.
The people who are at these like fucking
Line.
don't have the newest iPhone filming in 4K HDR because I don't see these fights in 4K.
That is true.
You know,
But people aren't uploading TikToks in like fucking 8K resolution. Although our phones can shoot 8K resolution, I don't know when we'd ever use it.
You know what's weird is that I've had
Make the one at the bottom smaller. Small, small.
Whichever one had the camera that like manually came out, like it was a motor, but the camera came out.
Oh
the
yeah,
top.
yeah, yeah.
And to this day, that's still like the best camera I used for filming on my phone. Like
Really?
it was better than my Pixel 4, and I think it's still better than this because it can do 4K,
Right.
and it can like you can change all the settings like in the camera.
Yeah.
Problem was is that I had a microphone, so when I moved to Japan, OnePlus doesn't work here
Do-do-do-do.
because Japan has its own type of frequency
Do-do-do-do-do.
or something that it uses, but no other country uses.
We're not like the others.
Yeah, so
Actually-
if you wanna buy a phone, you know, make sure. I'm pretty sure like none of the Chinese phones work in Japan.
Just follow this line on the jacket.
Really?
I used a Huawei phone.
Oh, Huawei works?
Yeah, Huawei.
Oh,
works,
okay. Well, OnePlus doesn't work,
So
and a few
just
other ones.
fuck OnePlus
Just fuck
in
OnePlus.
particular.
I think Oppo phones. I don't see them ever here.
They do sell them.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen Oppo phones being
I
sold.
wonder, was it just fuck OnePlus then?
It's literally just fuck one.
Okay,
To be fair, I hadn't heard of OnePlus until you bought one.
Just
I
like
was
that.
Raving about it. I'd never heard of
To
fucking
be fair, when I
OnePlus.
had it way back, it was really good.
Yeah.
And then recently, their phones have been kind of.
You are the only.
I guess we're going for gray.
Okay.
Bit of a gray.
If somebody owns a OnePlus, they're normally like they follow like tech stuff because it's definitely like a
Yeah.
tech person phone, or at least it
Right.
was. Like
Yeah.
it it was like really good.
Gray.
For good
For
prices.
good
Gray,
And
gray,
then now
gray.
they just do what everyone else is doing. Just like good specs for high prices. So that doesn't fucking
Oh, fair
matter.
enough.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's just
I don't
like that's. I'm not. I don't pay too much.
Still don't know how long the
attention, but I
his
like,
jacket
I pay
is or
attention when I need
something.
to buy something new.
Yeah, here's the problem with phones,
There's
right?
no
As
reference.
much as I think like the Galaxy Fold looks sick, it's like I didn't want to buy a phone at that time.
So I'll just
Like,
uga
by the
booga
time
this.
I want to get a phone. I probably want to get one that's newer.
Uga booga.
Getting one
Is
that's
the
Uga,
Galaxy
uga,
Fold
uga.
even worth it? Well,
I don't know. It just looks sick. Doesn't
what's-
it?
what's-
Imagine
what's
holding your
really cool.
phone.
Yeah.
What's the unique selling point apart from just
It folds.
Bro,
That's
imagine,
it.
Bro,
That's all you
imagine
need,
the,
bro.
imagine the power move where you text someone and you fucking slam your phone right afterwards. You're like, fuck this person. Like, fucking.
That's the same thing with the Motorola. They came out with a new smartphone as well.
Wait, what is this?
It's basically a flip phone.
So,
That's-
Oh,
so,
yeah,
so it's a
yeah.
fashion piece. It's
Yes.
a fashion
Well, yeah,
piece.
but like.
Okay,
so
let's
is
check this
everything in
first.
fucking life. Like,
So-
Let's
so
check.
That's why Apple makes so much money, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I like, there's some things that Apple make that I don't like. Like I,
Have you seen the conference video of when Apple announced the price of their monitor
stand?
arm? Of
Yeah.
the monitor.
Oh,
stand?
that was so good.
That was pretty ridiculous.
That felt like that should have been like the website. Kinda like, just let it pop up on the website.
Yeah,
kinda
like
deal.
you know when you're making a presentation and you know the audience isn't going to be happy and it's just like so the monitor arm is going to be priced at $999 and moving on and it's like you could just tell how nervous he was and how much he had to like mentally rehearse that in his mind before he said it out loud.
It's like me listing my Christmas list to my mum like when I was a child. It's $200. Anyway, the other one is $10. It is a pack of Uno cards after all. One thing that I've never understood, right? I use smartwatch, right? I got a smartwatch, right?
Yeah.
I think that Apple watches look like toys. I don't understand why people wear them. Like
To be
me,
fair, I think they look kind of ugly as well.
they look like a toy. They look like something that like Ben 10 would wear,
yeah.
except less cool.
Is
It
it
looks
like
like
that?
something I'd raise
Okay,
like
it's like
Pokemon
that.
on, you know, like
And everyone wears them.
yeah.
But like
Yeah.
I like the
I just don't,
smartwatches.
I don't like square watches.
I like the smartwatches that look like watches because then you don't look like you're about to go to Silicon Valley and sell stock. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
I don't know. Do you like to look at the?
Ba-da-dum
I'm
dum.
very
Ba-da-dup-dup-dum.
I don't wear smartwatches.
Da-da-dun-dun.
Just because I like the
Du-du-du-du-dun.
buzzes. I don't look at it. I just want to know. Because I put my phone on silent.
See, I don't like that because I get bombarded with enough notifications on my phone that sometimes I just need to like put my phone aside and be like, okay.
Ba-da-bum
To
bum.
me, if I wear a smartwatch, then I'm
Ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
constantly like getting bombarded with
Yeah.
new notifications, and you know
That's why I stopped wearing a smartwatch. I just wear the JoJo watch.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
like
Is it
again,
like this?
I want to wear my JoJo watch, but I
It-
also don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can we just
Instead,
put
like,
some more?
Yeah, same here.
I guess, but it's like I don't know. I hated. I liked the smartwatch at first because I was like, oh cool, I can
Yeah.
fucking see everything without opening my phone.
Wait.
That's great. Maybe it'll
Is
stop
it
me from
here?
getting on my phone.
Yeah.
It didn't.
So it's somewhere
It
here.
just prolonged the process of me actually pulling out my phone to check.
yeah,
everything.
but I don't know. For me personally, it's helped where I don't always want to. 99% of
There's
the
like a
time,
line here somewhere.
and I want to find out. Do I
Line,
hear it?
line.
When I feel a buzz.
Is
I just
it
check.
this one then?
Important. All right.
Yeah.
I don't, and I'm not getting my phone out.
This
I'm
one?
just carry on.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I do.
I don't know. For me, because we do get bombarded with a lot of notifications, emails,
Yeah.
like Twitter, whatever. But I just want to like, when I'm trying to be
I guess I'll just
productive,
go for
I wanna
this
just, like,
line.
get all this done in one point. Like I want to
Line
all
there.
the messages in one point,
Whoa.
look at all my notifications in one
Yeah.
point, and then just leave it aside. But like, I feel for me, if I had that constant buzz on my fucking wrist, I just wouldn't be able to concentrate because I'd be like, is this?
You think so? At first, yes, you do. But
Yeah.
then after time, it's like anything. You just
We
gotta-
getting a line.
Sometimes I've been buzzed a bunch. I don't even.
Line, 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 line.
Completely defeat the purpose.
Yeah,
though.
I think I need to like build in a taser or something. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
You need to replace it with like a shock dog collar.
Yeah.
on
I
your
think
wrist.
so. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And also, honestly, I kind of like how it looks. I don't know. I like the
That
style.
is a nice watch. to
Yeah,
be fair.
right. Like, it's one of the ones that looks decent. So, something about it being square makes it because the watch in your mind is like ingrained as a circular shape. Watch is circular, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like
Speculation.
It's not my brain that just thinks, oh,
But
that's
just
a toy.
a construct
That's a
of
toy.
your mind.
Right,
bro.
that is. Well, that's what
It's just
Apple's
a
trying to sell me.
construct,
Just
man.
how like a stand should cost less than $100 is a construct of my mind. I think we.
Bro, just expand your mind, bro.
It's not just a PC case that costs $1,000. It's a cheese grater.
Bro, just wait. Circular monitors.
The future is now.
Think about it. Bro.
Yeah.
we make our watches square and our monitors circular.
I don't know.
Welcome to the future.
Is it weird that I care about the watch being square? Like, am I being pedantic there? Like,
No,
is
no,
it...
no. I mean, that's the exact
I
reason
think
why
you're
I
being
don't.
pedantic.
Fuck you, God. Fuck you.
That's the exact reason. That's the exact reason why I don't have a fucking iWatch
Yeah.
either. Is it called an iWatch?
Well, now, but you wear a square watch. What do you like about the square watch?
Just square. It's nice.
He likes squares. Man.
Like, it's like a SpongeBob on your hand.
Yeah. It's like perfect.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
You really like your square watch?
I don't know why I feel so strongly about it. I understand I'm completely.
I mean,
have
I
no
feel what you're saying, just
Yeah.
not as strongly as you.
I don't know
Yeah.
why I feel so strongly about
I mean,
it.
for me, like tech has always just been application and functionality. Like I've never really cared too much about having the newest tech as long as I get something that gets me my work done or gets me gets me the functionality that I need. And I guess that's just like that's just like my engineering mind. Like I don't care how it works. I just care that it gets the fucking job done.
Yeah.
He's just
You know?
min-maxing his life, you know.
I think that's why this new phone's annoyed me so much. Is that in like a from specification level, it's amazing and it's got some really cool features.
Yeah.
But the one thing that it pisses me off is that just sometimes little things are being annoying. on
Save,
this
save,
phone.
save.
And that's what pisses me.
Do you know
off.
the biggest thing that pisses me off about this?
Let me
It's such a minor thing.
check
It's a Samsung.
if this will look good or not.
21, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, S21. So what do you think the power button is?
On the side.
Oh, is it below the volume?
No, so the power button.
Is that similar to the
you have to
avatar
press
now?
these two buttons at the same time.
Oh.
It used to be this.
Just need to
button,
add more
this button,
black
it's
here.
the Bixby button. And
Black,
if you-
black.
it's
Not
Bixby
enough
is, like,
black.
meant to be like the Samsung equivalent to like Siri, but I don't know a single fucking person who's ever used Bixby
no one likes
in my
Bixby.
life.
I've
Yeah.
just heard about Bigsby about 5 seconds ago.
You know what
so
Bixby was?
No.
What?
Who the fuck uses Bigsby?
No one, but Samsung puts it in every
Sounds
device.
like a Rugrats character.
It is.
It
Yeah.
is. It is.
They-
It's like meeting someone
It's
who
like
uses
that.
Bing, you know, like who are these people? Who are these people?
I'm still using Ash Jeeves actually. Man. I mean that's a good brand.
All right.
I'm still using Clippy.
Okay, this is what I love Android, right? But this is what they've been pissing me off with lately. Every time they add something, they take away something or change it a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? So I remember on my old phone, you used to be able to screenshot the whole page.
Yeah.
So it would scroll down. And then for some reason one day they just removed it. They didn't say why. Why would you remove that and then not add anything to like replace it? And now they've added it back in with the new one. But for like 2 years, I lost the ability to screenshot the whole page.
Bro, that's the selling point.
Right, right.
You're being sold
They're
a
like,
new
"This is an
functionality,
apple.
which
It's a classic apple, a classic apple." And then
Delete,
I remember
delete,
when you wanted a screenshot,
delete.
it was used to be simple. I think you just press the power button down, and then it would like, oh no, you could press like a combo, and you could screenshot, and then they changed it to like hold the power button down, and then you press it to screenshot, something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But like they just change shit for no fucking apparent reason, and then they call it new, and I'm like, fuck off. It's not new if you just made shit more complicated for me. Fuck off.
And yet he somehow still is part of the system.
Well,
you're part of the cycle. You're
you are
part of the
trapped.
cycle.
You are trapped.
You're trapped in the tech
They've
cycle.
like-
sucked
right?
you in. They've
I
made
just-
you angry, and you can't get out.
I just like Android too much, you know, and I don't really have anything to go because I think a lot of the time with Apple, the reason why people are quite loyal, and you know I understand this is that they buy a lot of Apple products.
Yeah.
They have the.
Well, that's why you.
How about I
that's
just
why
make
you're
it
part of the Google.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
very
yeah,
dark?
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
But that's because
Very, very
Team
dark.
Google.
Android works well with Windows and you know stuff like that. It all
Mm,
kind of
looks
works
too
well
bad.
with each other, you know, and emulation is easier on Android and all that
Except,
stuff.
isn't it weird that the Pixel doesn't work with the Chromecast?
Now it doesn't, but Chromecast is Google's thing.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
understand.
you'd think the one phone that would
Whatever
work with
this fu-
something
yeah.
Google related would be the Google phone, right?
Whatever this.
Yeah, why
fucking-
did they remove the functionality?
Yeah.
Because
I don't
I
know.
can control.
I can control it with the
I
iPhone.
control mine.
Yeah, so now what I have to do when I want to control it, instead of going to the volume, I have to go to Google Home app, scroll down
Oh
to
my god.
scroll down. Yeah, I know. Scroll down to the device. I have 3 devices in my home as well. So then I have to click it, and then I have to go on the volume slider and do. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why Google does this shit. Like, it's like they fucking hate me. You know, they already paying my bills with YouTube. Like, why are you making me suffer, people? I'm already trapped in your.
So what does the
web.
volume button do?
Just not what
Nothing.
Oh, shit.
volume.
So it's your phone volume.
Yeah, but normally when you'd Chromecast things, you'd be able to choose all of the volumes. And change
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Like sometimes
I can still do that on my Samsung.
Yeah.
because sometimes I'll, for whatever reason, if I'm feeling like a psychopath, I'll play a video through my phone, cast a video, and then maybe I'll be on call, and I can control all the 3 volumes separately.
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
But-
Welcome to an influencer's life. We've become that meme of just like the guy who has like 4 screens looking at like the stock market or something.
Instead of
like
stocks,
4 different videos.
instead of stocks, it's just memes.
You need to like consume all the memes at the same time.
I did something one time, and I was like, "What the fuck's wrong?" with me?" I
Blur.
was watching 2 videos, and both volumes were playing. And then I realized 30 seconds into doing it, I was like, "Yeah, I guess I can't hear it. I can't hear it." But I was just listening to both at the same time and trying to take them both in, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah, let me change the view.
Challenging yourself?
No, I
or-
wasn't doing it consciously. I
Oh.
was just
View,
playing
view,
it,
view.
And I just didn't stop it. I was just letting them both play, and I was like, "This is good."
Need some more sleep.
I have an issue of opening too many tabs, and sometimes
Yeah, I've seen.
sometimes one of the tabs is playing volume, and it's like fucking trying to find where's Wally in the fucking tab section. It's just like which one of these is playing fucking music right
How
now?
many tabs on average do you have open? at all
Okay,
times?
okay. I'm not a psychopath. I've seen some people who have like 100 or like
How can the browser even run at that point?
Okay, I've seen tabs when it's
Yeah.
just like it gets to like 20 tabs, and then you have to like click an expansion to get like the next 20 tabs. That's just like a fucking
Yeah, I think when it gets
psychopath.
to like 50 tabs, it condenses it down into one drop down.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
It's like 30.
Is it?
20,
Yeah, it's
not
like
that
30.
much.
And too many.
Yeah, so what I do is if it's like 10 tabs, and I in case I don't want to close one of the tabs, I just open another window.
So I can't
and,
do
start-
that.
start- and I stack them on top of each other.
I can't
Now-
do
How
that.
much RAM is that using?
I don't know.
How much RAM do you have in your PC?
I feel like
Not enough.
it's funny because when I'm editing like even like heavy like intensive videos, right? I look at the RAM usage, and Google Chrome is like still more than my editing software a lot of the time.
Close your fucking browser's gone.
What if I
Wait,
need
let me
it?
check.
What if I need it just in case?
You
Just in
don't
case.
need
There's a thing called history that saves it all. You know?
Obviously, you do not know how many memes I have to go through.
Maybe you should just view your memes in like incognito or something there where it's like not important.
Because like, what if I have to have like if I have like one important research topic
Yeah.
that I'm looking
I
that I
like how
need
he
to
calls it a
use
research topic.
for like a video or
watching
something.
fucking me.
I have the one tab that is the important research topic that I'm
Multiply.
working on for a video. And then I have like 30 meme tabs, and finding that one research tab is fucking impossible.
What if you just separate the research into a different window?
Because with the length that memes last, I'm always constantly looking up.
I
new
feel like you
memes.
have some kind of issues here, Gone.
Yeah.
Just,
Where's the brush?
putting them into categories and actually, I don't know, organizing your
Blur.
tabs, Gone.
Probably.
Blur, 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 blur.
That would help.
I literally try to have as
Blur,
little
blur,
tabs
blur,
open,
blur.
'cause I just don't want tabs open.
If I have more than 5, I start closing ones that I don't need.
Yeah, yeah. 5 is like the limit.
5 is the limit.
No,
for me.
five is basic. Five.
Level 1.
I'll have like
Five-
Twitter.
five-
I'll have Twitter open, emails, YouTube, and that's it, really.
If I have to have more than 5 tabs open, I'm opening another window.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
the other monitor.
and just
or
put on
something,
another
yeah.
monitor.
So you
yeah.
got you tab for YouTube, Twitter, emails, something for music maybe, or like a video to play in the background.
No, I'm just saying. I am the music.
I am the
jukebox.
music.
That's they call me in high school.
Whatever you're
But
searching at the
I
time.
don't constantly have like Twitter open. All my emails.
Oh, I do.
I don't.
How are you gonna get the fresh memes? How are you gonna see what
You know,
hentai? How are you gonna see what hentai you
I
like?
have my phone for that. I have my phone open constantly, just scrolling with the other
I
hand.
do the fucking awful thing where I have Twitter open. Like I scroll up on my Twitter. I see the completed timeline. Close that. Open my phone and open up Twitter. I'm like, God fucking damn it, guys.
Oh my god, yeah. I do
Social media has hacked your fucking mind.
Yeah,
that.
honestly.
I'll open the BBC to read the news articles. I'll close it, and then 10 minutes later, I'll open it again to see if anything else. And like, yeah.
All right. So here's the thing. You wake up. You open your phone. What's the first thing you check? What's the first app you open
It's
up?
whatever the notifications are, really.
Yeah,
Kinda
I
go-
look at the
Blur,
notifications.
blur, blur.
Is there any of these which are like super important? Any of these?
Are they ever any super important though?
Sometimes you wake up and like shit's gone wrong or something, and you're
My
like,
line messages really are the first 1 ones where I'm like, oh yes, this requires
Yeah.
immediate
Yeah.
attention. Everything else, like whatever.
If it's email, then it's not going to be important.
No.
Because if someone
I don't know if you see if I see a video, if I wake up and I see an email from YouTube, I'm like,
Okay,
the,
no,
the
that-
fucking SpongeBob
yeah,
monkey.
yeah,
man.
yeah.
that's when my heart
Yeah.
sinks. No,
Because-
no
because,
YouTuber
yeah.
ever wants to see an email from YouTube.
No.
It's literally like you never want to hear from your boss. If you're, like, if you get a YouTube, it sucks, right? Because sometimes YouTube will email you and be like, "Here's the community roundup of stuff." It's like,
Yeah.
fuck off, YouTube! You scared me. Because normally it means a copyright claim or something. So
Yeah.
YouTubers are scared to death of seeing anything related to YouTube
Yeah.
in their
Yeah.
fucking inbox.
It's like a copyright claim or worse, like your channel has been terminated.
Yeah.
or
Time to
your-
put
your video has been-
your
RevSaysDesu.
video has been age restricted. Nothing good ever comes out of a YouTube email. I can't like get a YouTube email being like,
Desione.
$1 million for being such a good YouTuber.
Desione.
I'd still get a fucking heart attack or something. Right?
True. Probably. I think I'd go through my notifications first, obviously.
Yeah.
So I'll check it, line. I mean, do you have multiple messaging apps like that people can contact you on? And do you have a
Yes.
personal like number one priority app? That one that like this is the one where if you message me on here, I will actually see it and reply.
Yeah, to me it's like Line and Facebook
Yeah.
Messenger. Yeah.
Facebook Messenger is like
That's a
50-50.
fucking lie. You don't respond to your line.
Well, that's
Jara-
like
God
jara-
doesn't respond to messages.
God does not respond to messages. It's
Do it.
actually impossible.
I respond
Do
to
it,
messages
do
when
it,
I
do
check
it.
my messages, and I do not check my messages when I get notifications. That's just what I have to do.
Yeah.
You were like my
Yeah.
friend from. I had a friend from school, right? And he was always kind of a little odd, but he was a good friend. We used to play Xbox a lot.
Yeah.
But he was just always so stoic and very strange with like communication. Like
Doi,
we'd always play
doi,
Xbox, right? But then
Yeah.
when summer holidays would come, right?
Doi, doi,
he'd be
doi.
like, "Right, guys, I'm just not going to talk to you all summer." And we were
Doi.
like, "All right." But he wouldn't.
Doi,
He would
doi,
just disappear all
doi.
summer. And I was like, "Okay, strange."
Doi, doi,
And whenever
doi.
you message him, you'd see him at school. You're like,
Doi,
"Oh,
doi,
hello,
doi.
And I was like, we'd be like, what?
What an asshole.
Yeah, yeah. And then at prom, right?
Doi,
We were at prom, and
doi, doi,
we were
doi.
just having a good time, and then we were like, yeah, dude, we should
Doi,
go
doi,
to drinks at prom,
doi.
but I'm never going to see any of you guys ever again.
Doi, doi, doi,
We
doi.
were like,
Wow.
we were like, what?
Wow.
And then, but to this day, we never saw him again. I like, gotta say, he's a man of his word.
Wow.
At least you can't say he was wrong.
But
Yeah.
you know what was weird? Like 2-3 years later, he messaged us on Facebook, and we played during the. It might have been when was Fortnite popular? When was Ninja like? the
Doi,
big
doi,
thing?
doi.
3 years ago?
Yeah, whenever that happened,
Yeah.
we played like
Doi,
a
doi,
weekend
doi,
Fortnite one
doi.
day, and then haven't heard from him again. So that was interesting.
Last online 9 years ago.
Well, actually, I know what he's up to because my friend's dad is best friends with his dad. So yeah, he's
So
alive.
he's alive.
He's doing well. He's doing well.
He just doesn't
Right.
want to see you.
It's just, I get it. Some people want to move on after school. I get it. But like, I don't know. To me, it was like, damn, this man was sure.
It's not like he was getting like bullied or anything.
No,
right?
no, no.
Like,
We were his friends. We were literally his friends.
Well, clearly not.
We hung out with him more than anyone. And this guy was decided that he was just done.
He's like, friendship over. You know?
This man like just did the IRL friendship remove in front of us, and like we thought he was like joking.
Friendship with Connor ended. Fortnite is my friend now.
Yeah, we met up with I met up with some of my friends when I was back in the UK. There was the two friends. So we had a friend group of 4 of us, and it was the 3 of us, and not him.
Doi,
We met up, and
doi,
we were just like,
doi.
yeah, that was weird, huh? How he
Doi,
just,
doi, doi, doi,
but he was a
doi.
man of his word to the end. Huh? He really just disappeared.
He literally just went through his Facebook friend list and we IRL and we're just like, guys, I'm gonna start clearing off my friend list. You know,
Yeah, so
if I unfriend you, don't worry about it. It just
Well, that's weird, right? Because he didn't delete any of us on Facebook, and
Yeah.
I think if I messaged him, he would reply. But he just was like, "I'm never gonna ever make an effort to talk to you ever again." It was true.
The man knows what he wants, right?
In some ways, I respect the conviction. I wish I had that amount of conviction at age 18 to decide to make a life choice like that to just cut people.
Para bam bam
This episode is
bam.
sponsored by Apari, an artist-owned apparel brand featuring original content. Except this time, they've collaborated with Krypton Future Media to bring an officially licensed drop with Hatsune Miku.
Ooh, Joey, what is that I see? Is that drip? No, Joe, I don't think you're dripping. You're leaking right now.
Well, I'm glad that you think it's drip gone because this is a 2-part collection, and this is only part 1. Part 2 is coming soon, so if you don't want to miss out, follow Apari's Instagram, which is @ApariArt, and mailing list @apari.com. Joey also modeled for the part 1 pieces, which is this collection, and I'm wearing it. This is the Hatsune Miku hoodie.
Shirt,
Yeah.
shirt,
Oh,
You
shirt,
can
shirt.
see the back rights here.
You
and
got
oh,
the shirt.
fabric feels good, man.
Did
We got the shirt.
Cotton, and they're pigment dyed or tie dyed.
I can actually feel it.
And the Miku Haori is 100% linen, and the button downs, breathable and lightweight, they're made of eucalyptus and bamboo blend. Ooh la
Eucalyptus,
la.
that's
Yeah.
from Australia.
And the hoodies, heavyweight and 100% cotton.
So, if you want to get any of these items, please check the link in the description.
Thank you again, Apari, for sponsoring this episode. Now back to the show. Bye.
Yeah, I mean,
Jeez.
I mean, how many of the people you still
Move up.
met at 18 or friends
Delete.
in high school do you still keep in contact with?
High school? Like, actually, a fair amount occasionally, just because it was very small.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
still
it
have
was-
like a Facebook group of like all my friends.
It was a
from
really
high
small
It's too
town.
small. Make it
It's a lot
bigger.
easier to, you knew everyone,
Yeah.
and
Bigger.
know everyone. So it's really hard not to like have some form of like, oh, this so and so is up to this and stuff.
Yeah, that's weird for me because I remember whenever I go
Bigger,
to
bigger.
Sydney's hometown and Sydney's family, we
Did
would
this
just be
one.
like going shopping to a supermarket or like going in town, and she'd be like, "Oh yeah, she taught me history in high school. Oh yeah, she's friends with the fucking yeah,
Small town.
yeah, just small town things." And
Am I right, fellow Wisconsins?
and I'm just like, I can't imagine ever like running into my teacher in normal life, because if that happens like in my city, it's like DEFCON 5, you know, like something bad's gone wrong. It's just
Oh, see, my teachers emailed me. They're like,
Really?
Yeah, because they told me to. Did I say I went and gave a presentation at school?
Yeah.
I did, right?
Delete.
Because my old teacher guy reached out to me and he was like, "Hey,
your
Connor."
teacher guy.
He was like, "No, actually, no. The students reached out,
Okay.
but then he liked me, so he was like, "Hey, Connor, yeah, come on over, come on in." And so I can just like walk in. So here's the thing, right?
Guess I'll just remove the booba.
And this is so
Remove the booba.
It's gonna sound like another Connor's American story.
Yeah.
We were sitting there, and so they were from Florida, and we were talking about this, and they were like, "Wait, so there's like no security?"
We remove the booba.
There's no security at my school. They were like, "What if like something bad happens?" I'm like, "Bad things don't happen at school.
Yeah.
This is school. Like, what do you mean? Like the teachers can handle it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's kids. It's
Yeah.
like it's fine. Like what if someone comes in with a gun? No one has guns. No 12-year-olds have guns.
Buddy.
There's no metal detectors. No, that's crazy.
That's so alien
You think
to
we can
me.
afford
Yeah.
metal detectors?
Yeah.
We can barely afford chairs. We've been using the same chairs for like the past 80 years in my school. We don't have chairs.
Like if you're in a school and you had to open up the textbook and you
Yeah.
didn't have to share your fucking textbook,
Yeah.
you knew you were in a good
Yeah, well,
fucking school.
yeah.
So like I could like I could if I was going in, if I just said one of the teachers is like is asked me to come in, even if they don't know anything, I can just walk in and be like, hey, the school told me I was coming, and they're like, oh, okay, cool,
Yeah.
because they like know who I am.
Yeah.
Because I was an ex-student.
Yeah,
so
and
they're
even
like,
if
"Oh,
it's like a good school, it's like the most you have to do is maybe like, go to the reception and say like, hey, I'm here for and then you can just go in, right? You don't have to go through this whole like prison
Go
system.
in.
I was like,
check.
I was like, what do you mean?
You don't have to go through the TSA every time you go
Yeah.
to school.
Yeah. And then when I was done, I just went around to speak to the teachers that I liked. And I was like, hi, how you doing? You doing well? Nice, yeah, nice. Cool. How's life? Yeah, still teaching. Cool. God, great, nice.
Imagine
No,
going
I
to a
know,
school that's actually
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah, right. Oh my God. Worst thing that happened was fucking me climbing a tree and then nearly just jumping out of it. And that's the worst thing that happened.
I thought it was like you getting into fights or something.
That's
right?
Hairstyle.
Did you have to go to detention for that?
Time to edit
Funny
the
how
hairstyle
it's
now.
in your school.
Hairstyle.
Physical, I assume, in this day and age. Yeah.
No.
Maybe, I think some of the teachers would have loved to though.
Yeah.
Some of the older ones, I could tell they
Yeah.
were more than happy to try it.
Like undoing the belt. It's like, now? Aw.
Yeah. Did you guys have detention in your school?
Yeah, of course.
We had a thing. I forgot what it's called in Welsh.
What is it?
You sit in a room facing a wall. It's like a tiny room.
Yeah.
You just face a wall.
Yeah.
And
We had
do
the same
homework.
thing where our teachers would just tell students to just look at the fucking corner.
Yeah.
Like go stand on the wall, right? and that's how it was until I entered high school, right? Because to
Yeah.
me, the word detention, that was an American thing, right?
Yeah,
that was an
yeah.
American punishment.
Yeah.
Us schools in Britain, we just looked at a wall. We looked at the
We
corner.
called it Blair Witching.
But, whenever I got into fight, I think I only went there once, and that was from one of the fights.
Yeah.
Ring.
Most of the time, I went like full lawyer mode when I was a kid. I was like, hell no, Your Honor, he hit me first. There is no way I'm doing this.
Self-defense.
Yeah. And then I think one time they were like, you need to go to detention.
I think I'll just make a
They're like, what do you mean why? Like, because he hit me first.
delete,
I'm not gonna do
delete,
that shit.
delete,
And then they were
delete,
like,
delete, delete, delete.
I think I would have gone in detention if they actually made me do it.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
but I was like trying to fight back. And what did they didn't make me go.
See, like I didn't have the balls to like retaliate.
I think after
I
I'd
was at
gotten a
school.
fight, like adrenaline was like high.
Yeah.
I think I was willing to fight back. But most of the time, I'd be like, okay. So
I think the reason why I could never retaliate to my teachers is because, like, in my head, I was like, if I did that to my dad,
So-
for instance, he'd beat my ass. So, like,
One,
what's
two,
to say that the
three,
teacher's not gonna
so-
beat my ass
No,
as
no,
well, alright?
that's why. Like,
Or
Some
three
dudes at a young
strands.
Same though. Like,
So
I know
reach
if my
range.
teachers called out my parents, which
Yeah.
they did multiple times,
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
get
It's
fucking
like, oh, I'm dead.
annihilated.
I'm dead.
They would kill me.
Yeah.
They would actually kill me. They
How
would
long is
kick
it
my ass
until
for
the
2
next?
weeks, and I'd rather, frankly,
Sure death.
they honestly could leave me out to dry with no food.
Yeah.
Easy, right? I'll do that.
Yeah.
Take my Xbox away for 2 weeks. All right, real shit. All right, now, okay, now I'm gonna do anything possible to avoid.
They never told me that there was a fate worse than death.
I legitimately, they could take away, they could like starve me for 3 days. I'd be like, as long as I have my Halo 3 copy and Halo Reach, I'll be fine. Like, legitimately, I'm pretty sure I would have preferred that.
Yeah.
So I avoided it. But I know the one thing that my parents would like have my back on is if someone started a fight with me and I fought back. So I was always very confident. in that.
Right.
I was like, yeah, what you gonna do? Tell my parents? Yeah, they'll tell me good on you. They'll be like, my son good. They'll be like, did he win?
Car with the tile wipe you out.
Yeah.
You ready for round two?
They'll be like,
You guys ready?
they'll pour some water on me. They'll be like, get back in there, son. Go back in.
Hit it with the jab. Hit it with the jab.
Control.
It's genuinely the only.
Wait, what
thing
the
that,
fuck?
like, I could get away with doing it because my
Yeah.
parents legitimately would have my back.
Yeah.
But that's why I didn't mind fighting back. Because I knew that if I genuinely felt like I was in a position to fight back, I would. It worked, but I wouldn't recommend it for everyone.
Yeah.
If you fight back and you lose, it's
that's a
worse.
different thing,
It's
right?
very bad.
Yeah.
It's almost terrible. You're going to be bullied by everyone. So, any kids watching this?
It's high
Know your
risk,
limits.
high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah. Not even high reward. It's just high risk.
Yeah, it's just high risk. It's just high risk. Yeah, we've spoken about that a bunch. So.
Yeah. All right, I need a piss.
Connor the psychopath.
I gotta make piss.
You know how we were talking about like a few weeks ago how like in like 10 years we're gonna be laughing at fucking base boosted braille or like Morse code memes or something. So like I think I've already reached that point because I was watching a meme the other day and the meme is just like called Gamers in 2030 and it was just
It's already funny.
and I was just pissing myself. It was just that scene from Wall-E, right, with like the kids on like the tricycles or whatever, and it was just them looking at sorting algorithms, and I don't know why it was so funny. It was just them with sorting algorithm and fart noise.
I feel like I have to see this.
My sense of humor is so
This is
fucking
most certainly
broken.
one of those memes that is fucking awful explained.
Yeah.
I can't explain why I think it's funny.
It's probably the farting noises.
I think I was just like I was more laughing at the fact that I found this funny. It was just like a fucking laugh loop.
Yeah.
That just kept building.
You're laughing at yourself.
I literally can't explain the science of why I found this funny because it's fucking it makes absolute zero sense.
Yeah.
At all.
Speaking of memes, you know what I recently invested in?
What?
Let me show you, boys.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that.
I got the Goku drip jacket.
How much was that?
You don't want to know.
Yeah.
You don't want to know.
Really?
So I
Is
looked.
it official?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's better.
So I think it's
Hello, little man
estimated value.
from YouTube.
Same way that, like, NFTs are worth.
Hello, Alexei.
I think 2.5 grand.
Alexei.
I just found
I'm
it
postponing
on
Connor's
auction or some shit.
avatar for now because I think it's too hard for me.
It was like
I'll just do an easy one instead.
and they showed a picture of it, and it's Japanese standard of ripped.
It's too hard.
It's like a tiny bit ripped and stained.
Yeah.
And so obviously they'd like gutted the price because
Yeah,
of that.
yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like, bro, I'll take that. It's for a meme. I don't need it.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, the jacket's kind of sick. I bought it specifically for a meme in a video that'll come out.
I'm
at
a
some point.
postpone.
I was like,
Kanurs.
maybe. I'm probably not gonna wear it much. Probably just get it for the meme. Then I'm
You
like,
need to wear it out,
but,
son.
but now I'm like, okay.
You need to wear it out.
I'm kind of like this. I wore it and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is.
Yeah. It's too detailed.
I understand
He
why.
finally has the drip.
Yeah, too powerful.
Oh shit! This
The Sigma male
Finally, something to write about
energy is too strong for me.
Now when
the first
somebody
time.
says I don't have drip, I just threw threw money at the problem. Money made it go. Don't even think about fashion. I literally bought the definition of drip. I bought the Goku jacket.
No,
And
but
I was gonna get the Supreme shirt as well, but I was like, fuck.
Oh, you're speaking in Russian now.
That's like $1,000. I'm not buying that for a fucking shirt. The coat.
Little man, why are you speaking in Russian?
Coat,
Yeah.
but I mean, still.
Me no understand the Reno.
North Face though.
It felt very high quality though, but not $1,000 high quality.
you gonna wear that like when you go to like snowboarding or
Well,
something
yeah.
like
well,
that?
oh, dude, imagine snowboarding. in
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking,
Dude,
man.
That would be so. I'd
He's
be
that
so.
snowboard one.
Dude, I'd be so scared to like rip it or fall on it though, because like, dude, what if I rip that jacket though? That's the most expensive fucking piece of clothing I've ever bought in my life.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, like, what was I gonna say? Like, going back to your Yahoo auction thing,
Yeah.
I've just noticed that whenever like a Japanese person goes to like they say on their secondhand store that it is like bad quality.
Just
It's,
like
a
that.
little ripped, a little something. It's not at all.
Yeah.
It's basically new because I had a similar experience because I just recently bought a Gilgamesh watch. So you know how we have like the
Yeah,
JoJo
yeah,
watches.
yeah.
So they recently they before
Freehand,
that,
freehand.
with
Now we make a smaller one.
you know Fates and Fate characters.
Each
you know,
smaller
the
one.
Gilgamesh one, and it was like really discounted because on the website it said scratches and dents.
Insulting you in Russian.
And I'm just like, okay, whatever. I just want.
It's about the yet to bend the end of pigtail. Yeah, I'm still gonna fix it.
One little dent on the
I'm gonna
Gilgamesh
fix it.
box and one scratch on the fucking box itself.
Yeah.
Right? That's
I don't know why it
that's what put its price down.
went
It's-
like
it's
this.
not even
So
on
I
the
think it's
box.
the
Yeah, in Japan
It
it's
was
a
on
big
like
deal,
it
yeah.
was on like the packaging.
it's from
Not
the
even
hair
show off anyway,
parameters.
right?
Wait.
Jack,
Wait.
Secondhand is not secondhand. It's like 1.5 hand.
I'll find that
yeah.
bit I was also repeat.
There's other websites like Motokari.
Yeah.
That have ratings,
Yeah.
and like it'll be like AAA, which literally means that it is probably better than the fucking factory quality.
There you go. It
Like,
should be not
like,
twisting
it's
anymore.
literally like insane. Like A is like very good, like a store quality.
It's not twisting.
You know, and then A just normal A is like good. Like I've bought.
I'll just
say,
move
I
it
think the
now.
jacket was listed like AB or something,
Right.
and I was or like BA, I don't
Yeah.
know, something B.
Yeah.
And it was fine. It's literally fine.
Yeah.
But it was like stained. But I looked at it, I couldn't even fucking find the stain that was in the photo. So I don't understand.
Yeah, how long?
What's happened?
Yeah, I used to
That's
make
until
content
here.
like that CRT TV
Yeah.
that I have.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And like fuck it, like okay, so I bought that for $300.
Yeah.
Right? Which I was
Right.
like, okay, you know, decent. All
Yeah.
right. Turns out later I found out like normally for good condition, that thing is usually like $5,000.
Oh my god.
And the only reason it was $300 is because it was owned by a dude who took
Do-do-do,
perfect care of it.
do-do-do.
And I was like, what? Why?
Yeah,
You could have easily
Yeah.
extorted me for a couple of grand at least for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dude was like $300.
Japan's one of the only countries where I think a lot of stuff you can just get it secondhand. Like you don't
Yeah.
really need to
No.
worry about it. Like don't.
Yeah.
Like clothes I've noticed online are like insane condition somehow. I don't understand how. I wear an item of clothing once and I look shit. It looks
Yeah,
like it's been like
Like
destroyed.
I wash it once and I'm just like, this is a wash clothes. I can feel it.
It reaches until the shoulder.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I'm just like a
Shoulder,
neophyte
shoulder.
actually, I suppose.
But even when you go to like book off, right, and you know you go to like the secondhand clothing
Yeah.
sections, and it's like this is clearly like old clothing and it's been
Yeah.
slashed down. But you look
Yeah.
at it, it's like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with it?
Also, video game consoles.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Dude, it is insane how easy it is to get like Nintendo 64 games in box for less than $10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you see Super Mario 64 in box everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's like 500 yen. It's like $5 for an in-box copy of Super Mario
Yeah,
64.
I've got one and
This
I
is
paid like
insane.
700 yen for
Yeah,
it.
it's insane.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Like, and you can get Nintendo 64s in box for like $20.
Yeah, I got mine for like 30.
It's absurd. Like, and
It's actually stupid.
the only consoles that are expensive are stuff like the Neo Geo,
Yeah.
and some Sega.
Okay,
stuff.
let's
Saturn,
redraw this again.
Yeah.
But like NESs, SNESs, there's so many.
Redraw.
So many of them outside of the box. So you can just get like a plastic bag
Yeah.
with a perfect condition N64 or NES or SNES for like $10. It's insane. And you can get like
So is it like that?
limited edition GameCubes for cheap. I know like the orange one is like
I got the
everywhere.
orange
yeah.
one,
I only speak
Basically, like,
CSGO Russian.
dream because
Yeah.
there are so many like rare items that you can find here.
Suka blie, idinahoy, Rushby.
How good they take care of their stuff. Like,
Those are the only Russian words I know.
somehow I get a scratch.
Even though Rushby is English.
like my hands touch it and it just like I leave some kind of mark on it. I don't know how it's possible. So I don't know how these guys are taking care of these mint condition everything. Every item
People
is
are
mint
just so
condition.
careful with stuff here.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not saying I'm reckless with mine. I'm not fucking throwing them everywhere.
No.
But I think they go to an extreme.
I guess I need to lower the wait.
Make sure everything is perfect and it's kept
I'll
properly.
save this,
Right? Even
and
the
then
books,
I need
you
to
don't
lower
read
her
the book,
shoulders.
you get like the natural bends with it, right? Right? Somehow the books are like just perfectly straight, like mint condition a lot of the times. And I'm so,
The
how
shoulders
are
of
you,
this
like,
avatar
doing
is
it with
too
a
big.
tweezer? Are you like, is this like
Shoulder,
a
shoulder,
CSI crime scene or
shoulder.
something where they're just
Puts
like
on the gloves.
They open it for a second, take a picture
Chest.
of the phone, and they read it on the phone.
Yeah.
I can't crease it. I can't crease it. I can't
Apparently
like,
it's
expose
that
the paper to oxygen.
small.
yeah, it's actually insane. So
Yeah.
I don't
He's
know.
a lolly.
I don't know.
Rev
how
is a lolly.
they got this kind of culture around.
And
it.
then the
That's
ears.
good for us because we can
That's
find so
amazing.
many
Ears,
things here.
ears,
We can find so many rare
ears.
items here.
Get a cheaper drip jacket.
Where the ears at?
I think it's because in Japan especially, it's that whole idea of like not so much recycling, but I guess like the whole idea of if I move
Where the ears at?
something happens, or if I run out of money, then like I'm gonna have to like
Chest,
resell it.
arm, finger,
I think a lot
torso,
of people
leg.
just buy it naturally.
Is it
just
there?
with the intent to resell it,
Yeah, but
Eye
it's-
alignment.
whether
feel
they
like-
use it or not.
Yeah, I feel like resale culture,
Shading.
at least outside, it's just to me it was like
Where
a
the ears at?
time investment to try and resell something.
Ears.
Unless I knew I owned something that was like
Ears.
super valuable. Like
Ears.
most everyday stuff, I'm just like I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
most of
need
the time.
Ears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's
Where
really
are
like
the
if you wanted
ears?
To sell, for example, maybe your used clothes.
I think
then
it's because it's such a fucking pain in the ass to throw anything out here in Japan,
yeah,
Yeah.
like into like trash.
yeah,
And also you have to like pay for anything even remotely big.
Yeah,
exactly.
Anything bigger than like 40 centimeters.
I need to grind in a hot
Why would I pay
anime
this
boy
thing
game.
when I could just
Okay.
pay money to get rid of it?
It's fine.
Throw something away in Japan.
There's not much you can see here.
Yeah.
yeah.
It takes like
I just want to stream.
When I was in my old place, I bought.
I stream,
but in the new place,
stream just to record my
the date.
experience.
And I had to wait 2 months to throw it away.
Yeah.
So it was just in my
Hope you
mind.
get all the hot anime boys,
It's insane.
Alexi.
I had that with my like desk as well and
Yeah.
everything, like tables and everything. It's like, oh cool, 40 days from now I
Yeah.
can throw out this piece of shit I don't need anymore.
Oh, in UK, you should just stick it on Gumtree for free, and someone would come around and take it.
I mean, there's sites like that in Japan as well. They're just not like really readily available, like or like
Also-
known about.
Yeah, and also probably not the best for like foreigners if you can't read Japanese. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
You could probably make it work with like
Yeah.
Google Translate.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but you know,
You can probably do it on like Medukari and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah,
That's
true.
probably why it's so popular.
yeah, true.
Yeah, I've realized now that a lot of websites can be figured out once you just, you have Google Translate or whatever, and like most of them work exactly the same way as most websites work. So, it's a big deterrent because once the rest of the world figure it out, I'm sure people can be buying like way cooler shit. But but now it's like we have all the access to it. So
Yeah, might as well
Yeah.
use it.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the sites are popping up with proxy shipping. So
Mm.
we
Yeah,
promoted
yeah.
some on the podcast. So
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the time you are getting a fucking steal.
yeah, I think the hardest one actually is just
Oh, negative.
Yahoo auction. If like
Dude, I know the language and I still don't know how
I've,
it
I've got
works.
it set up so I can
Yeah.
use it now. But
Yeah.
like I have to memorize like some kind of weird like Simon Says which panel to click on for which thing.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not like Amazon where you can just like, buy.
yeah,
Right?
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
you have to like bid. It's not bidding, is
Yeah,
it? It's not.
you bid, but there is also buy now. So it's like
Yeah.
eBay. It's just literally eBay.
Wait,
Right.
no.
You have to
What?
click it, and this is where I fucked up because now my account is poorly reviewed.
The what
because
now?
I didn't reply saying I got the item to
Yeah.
the seller.
Oh
I just
yeah, yeah.
You
yeah.
good,
I
Alexi?
got the confirmation that the package had been sent.
yeah.
And so he
So
wrote like a
negative.
really angry, passive-aggressive review in Google Translate asking why I didn't fucking say I got it.
Negative
Right.
3.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, is it? I mean, sure it is.
Negative
Okay.
4 only.
Yeah.
You did your job. I paid you the money. It's fine. Because he gets the money immediately. So
Yeah. So you think that if you got the money, then that means it arrives safely, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
How do I even?
And also, it was weird because you can't use a normal email for Yahoo auction.
No,
you have to make a
Yahoo
Yahoo
account.
account,
Yahoo
yeah.
account.
I don't have anything notifications set up, so I didn't
Yeah.
see it. So,
Yeah.
but I got my JoJo figure, so I got my JoJo figure.
Is that the only thing you bought of Yahoo auction?
Here
Drip
prominent.
You bought the drip shit thing, right?
Oh no, sorry, that's Mercari. Sorry, I said
Oh, that's
Yahoo auction.
Mercari. Oh,
Or-
okay.
or- yeah. 'Cause there was tons of it, but the prices were like totally wild, and also getting the size was difficult. 'Cause I want to get an L
Round their
size.
ears.
'Cause it's a jacket, so I don't mind if it's a little big. 'Cause it looks cool. It's drip, bro. It's drip. It's drip. But all the ones in Japan were S or M.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find anyone who had a fucking L, and there was one that was L, and it happened to be the cheapest one.
Ear
I was like,
strip.
this is an absolute
Because
win.
no one's big enough here to wear the L.
Yeah, right. I was like, this is amazing, fantastic. Oh yeah, it's great.
That is the big problem about just clothes sizes in America. Not America, like
Just
in Japan.
Trash Taste takes any opportunity to mock America.
America's just in my head all constantly. No, in Asia.
You said that
which is-
sentence like it was pre-programmed.
Yeah, I know, right? It's
In
just my-
America, oh, fuck.
it's just
Guess
my
I'll
head.
fix this
Like,
later in.
So I hate America, but actually,
Wait, actually, let me test something.
No, yeah, like especially shoe sizes. Shoe sizes are like fucking.
I can't buy shoes
impossible.
here, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
fucking
You have to go to
impossible.
like specialized store and just like pray that they have the shoe size.
I
in
found
your-
the
I'm
only
I'm like the maximum.
yeah the
yeah,
only
yeah,
store
yeah.
I've ever found in Japan that has shoes my size is the ABC Mart in Shinjuku,
Oh yeah, that's like a
which is where
foreign
most of the
Yeah.
foreigners are. But
Yeah.
like
you gotta go to where
everywhere
all the
else.
foreigners
Yeah,
are, right?
like I can't buy that shit online. I can't buy it like anywhere outside of Shinjuku. It's fucking stupid. Like because there's so many like amazing collabs as well. That like the fucking New Balance collab that they did with Ava.
Yeah.
I was so pissed off because they had like these nice Ava shoes, and I was like, oh, what size does it go up to? And it's like, oh, 26. I'm like, you have any?
Okay, back to
29
here.
really small.
Yeah, 26 is tiny.
You know, I wish shirts came in like sizes like shoe sizes, right? Because
No.
I do because okay, you get an S, you get an M, you get an L.
The logistical nightmare.
What
of
does that?
though.
What does that means? Different things depending on what country you're in. Like,
Okay,
like-
well, we should have. I agree that we should have some form of uniform
Yeah.
Yeah.
rules on what S, M, and L is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I guess not every country would agree because the normal in America is totally different than
Yeah.
the
like,
normal
like
in Japan.
I get an L in Japan, it's too small. Like the first JoJo suit I bought, it was an L, right?
Well, I have the
and it was
LL,
too
yeah.
small,
Yeah.
right? I get an L in the US, it's like 3 sizes too big. I'm just like, what? Like
Yeah,
at least with
mine-
shoe sizes, it's a number which I can correlate to something.
Yeah.
With like shirt sizes and suit sizes, it's like a fucking free for all depending on what country you're in, and you have to hope that the store you're buying from is a local Japanese produced store. If you're buying American shirts in a Japanese store, then you're still fucked because you're buying American sizes. So you got to make sure.
But shoes do the same thing. You have UK sizes, you have US sizes, you have JP
but they're all-
sizes.
yeah,
all
but there is
listed,
a
yeah.
conversion chart for it, so it's
Right,
like
right.
all universal. Shoes I've never had a problem with. Like
Yeah.
I know if they have it in my size. When I'm buying clothes in Japan online, it's a fucking lottery, man. I'm just like, is it the M or the L or is it the LL? Fuck, it could be either one, man. It could be
No,
either
the worst
one.
the worst ones are the ones that don't even use like S, M, or L. They're the
Yeah.
ones that use like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5,
yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what does that mean? What does that actually mean?
And I'm just and they're just like, oh, we have the size conversion chart on the
Yeah.
website, and I'm just like, who the fuck uses a size conversion chart for t-shirts? Do you know a single person who wants to buy a t-shirt and then just like, all right, let me get the tape measure out.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
It's just
So
like
what's the
coffee.
shoulder
I-
width of an M size? It's like,
I hate the whole tall, short nonsense with coffee as well.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like tall is not the biggest one, but it sounds tall, and then grande is medium, and then what's the big one? Venti. Is it?
Venti.
What the fuck does any of this shit mean? I get it. I get it's Italian, right?
Yeah.
But like, fuck that.
Yeah. Just do small, medium, large, extra large.
You know, we've had this like, you know, we don't do like fucking hot or cold in some other language. We just do hot or cold. And why, you know, if the rules aren't uniform in the coffee shop or whatever, why are we changing the
Cha
fucking
cha
rules?
cha cha
What's
cha.
happening?
So we delete this.
Like when we, you know, when you pay, you don't pay in
it
fucking
just sound-
euro, do you?
It just sounds
Yeah.
fancy, you know.
Yeah, it just sounds fancy.
That's what I hate. It's like, why are you turning like an agreed upon standard into like your fucking passion project for your chain? You know what I mean? I hate it.
That's why until I got fucking used to the whole like, especially Starbucks sizes, because I never went to Starbucks in Australia.
Mhm.
When with the first time I went to America, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll get the tall. That's the biggest one, right? I got this pissy little thing, and I was like, all right. Next time I went, I was like, biggest size,
Bro, when I-
please.
Big size.
Big size.
So I, you know, in the UK, sometimes I would order the venti size because it was reasonably big. It was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
big. And one time I made the mistake at Anime Expo of ordering venti size at Starbucks in America.
Yeah.
And I swear I heard fucking boss music playing when they were like serving this fucking drink to me. It took like 4 of them to fucking hold it up. This massive
Like a
frappuccino.
bucket.
It was like 1 liter of ice cream in this frappuccino. I was like, fucking hell, how many calories is in this? I went online. It was something like 2,100 calories was in this frappuccino. 2,100! Holy
What's
shit!
wrong, darling? You haven't touched your bucket of ice cream yet.
What's wrong, honey? You haven't touched your Oreo Baskin Robbins 2,000 calorie milkshake. It was insane. How could they serve this? How is that legal?
I don't know. Yeah,
Bro,
on
that's freedom
the
right
flip side though, coffee sizes in Japan way too small.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah, this is the biggest one.
This is a large size. This is a
this-
this is a standard large size that you'd find in
Yeah.
any Japanese coffee shop,
It's
right?
the biggest they have. But here's the problem, right? In Japan, sometimes this is normally what I always want now.
Yeah.
This is like the size that I've gotten accustomed to, and I actually quite like it. It's like a good amount.
Yeah.
I feel like I get a good milk to coffee ratio.
Yeah.
And now I always order the largest thing they have because it's normally like this.
Yeah.
But then I get caught off guard when you go to a place
Yeah.
and you order the large, and then it's like, oh shit, it's actually large.
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't expect this. Like, there's no, I don't know. I have no idea what the large is. Some coffee shops, MVPs, they have like a little display that has the small, medium, and large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a display, and I'm
Like the
like,
cups.
Yeah,
right?
thank
what
you.
a nice
thank you.
MVP. I
Yeah.
can visualize how much coffee or drink I'm going to receive.
Well, there are some
Yeah.
places as well that like show you how many milliliters it is, right?
Yeah,
True
yeah,
that.
that's good.
Those
Very
ones are
true.
like nice.
It's like going to an American restaurant in
Yeah.
Japan, and it's just like, well, it's an American restaurant, so is it going to be American sizes or is it going to be Japanese sizes? Because if it's going to be Japanese sizes, I'm gonna need to order an appetizer.
Yeah.
If it's American sizes, you don't need to order that.
the
shit,
appetizer
You know?
is the meal.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, I ordered fucking nachos at the Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah.
And the nachos was like, my God, you could fit like 4 children on this plate. Like, it was insane. And it was just my appetizer. I thought it was going to be a little bit. I could have had the nachos, and
Yeah.
everyone at the table could have eaten the nachos alone, and we'd been full. And it was free refills. I was
In
like,
Japan.
yeah, in Japan.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
That's what gets you, right? Because you expect Japanese sizes in Japan, but whenever it's like American style, you go to some American styled restaurants and it's still like Japanese sizes, you know. But you go to some American style restaurants and they ain't playing around.
No.
They're going all the way.
Full assimilation.
Yeah. They're fully assimilated to American culture through and through.
Oh my God.
God, I can just like imagine though, like I mean, we're already used to it, right? Imagine like just like an innocent like Japanese girl being like, "Oh, I heard about this thing called Hard Rock Gukape. I'm quite hungry. Let's get the biggest size."
Yeah.
Just gets a fucking mammoth
Because
of food.
it wasn't expensive either. So that's
You get
why
to
I was
see
kind
me
of
as a
like,
cute anime girl.
Normally,
Misleading, right?
Normally, like the price to like if the appetizer's like $15,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, it's probably going to either be like really high quality ingredients or something, or it's
Yeah.
probably going to be pretty big, and it's
Yeah.
probably normally pretty big.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was massive. It was gargantuan. I could I could hear the boss music. I heard like fucking Zephyroth theme playing as they were bringing it out. It was like that meme of like, you know, the chess grandmaster versus the kid,
Yeah.
like in the Russian TV show. It was like that. It was like, I heard you wanted a large, so we prepared a bucket for you, Connor. It was like a quick time event. I've got to fucking try and do something to survive.
Yeah, I just remember like the first time I went to America, it completely blew my mind. Just like the scale of the meals. Like I just like I wasn't prepared, right? Because I'd always heard
I think
about
we've
it.
spoken about this before, like, right?
There's never-ending stories
Yeah.
about that.
I mean, yeah, because like I'd heard about it before, but I don't think anything can fully prepare you for the first time. That first plate gets put in front of you, and you just think, "This is food that I need to consume." Like I remember like the first time I went to America, it was like the first week, and I needed something that just wasn't just greasy or wasn't too filling because that
Impossible.
a hard
yeah,
task.
but by that time I'd like eaten like burgers and pizzas and fucking Denny's or whatever every day. So I'm just like, I just want something healthy. I want something light.
Yeah.
I want a light lunch. So we're at this diner.
An oxymoron. In
Yeah,
America.
we were at this diner, and I was like, "What's the lightest thing they have?" Well, it's possibly a salad, right?
No.
So there's no way you can make a salad not anything but a light lunch.
Yeah.
And I was
Lamau.
like, I'm safe. I'll order the salad. And then I remember just walking out, and I see this fucking massive bowl in front of me, and I'm just like, who the fuck deforested the Amazon rainforest and put it on my bowl? Like, how have Americans found a way to make salads unhealthy? Because, like, they fucking drenched that shit in
Lame
dressing,
Americans
right?
again.
And I'm just like, what? How?
I think
How
if you
is
want to
this
go any
possible?
healthier than that, you just have to like get just a bucket of water. You can't get any healthier than that. It's like healthy. What's that? You want some water? This episode is sponsored by Kosari.
God, why on earth did you have an air fryer on the Trash Taste set?
Because it's a sponsor, Connor.
What? Is this episode sponsored by Kasori?
It is.
Wow! Kasori is a best-selling kitchen brand on Amazon, and the signature Kasori air fryer and Kasori gooseneck kettle are right here, right in front of us. Go on.
God!
You know what? Let's take a look inside the air fryer, guys.
Please.
Holy shit, is that some hot chicken wings?
Damn!
Are those crispy without being overly oily?
May I
have a bite of it.
Oh my god, it smells amazing.
Yeah, it actually smells really good. Let me give it a bite.
Guys, is it me or is this just delicious, crispy, and not too oily?
This Kasori air fryer has a quick basket feature where you can actually detach the basket from the tray with ease. Damn,
Get
son!
out of here! And gamers, we can't forget the Kasori gooseneck kettle has a precise temperature control. I mean, now we're drinking green tea, and there's a green tea setting right there. So whatever beverage you're enjoying, there is the perfect temperature controls option for it. Ooh. That gooseneck, you get really like in depth there.
Oh my. Now that is the perfect green tea temperature.
Hell yeah, it is, gentlemen.
If you're looking for that perfect culinary gift for that cook in your life, check out Kosori's holiday sale on Amazon today. Links in the description.
Thank you to Kosori for sponsoring this episode. Back to the show.
Man, I love wings in the US. I love wings.
Oh no.
You love
Buffalo?
wings?
Yeah, but like you never know. Oh my god, God. You never know how many wings you're getting sometimes, which is always the hard part. Sometimes they don't say how many wings you get,
Right.
which I hate, and also sometimes you don't know how beefy the wings are. Sometimes you get like final boss wings. Sometimes you get like level 1 starter Pokemon.
Do you like
wings.
Buffalo
no.
Wild Wings?
I love Buffalo.
I feel like in America, like, fuck me, man. Like, because in the UK, I feel like in the UK and in Europe, we have like regular size wings or like normal, like average size wings, right? Because I've like some places in Thailand, you order chicken wings or you order like chicken, and you're just like, man, this chicken's fucking anorexic, you know? like
Yeah,
you're
Japan. All the
Yeah.
wings here are
yeah, you're
Yeah.
fucking fighting to get all the fucking meat off the bones, man. Like,
It's basically frog's legs.
yeah,
that they
yeah,
serve
exactly.
here. Meanwhile, in America, it's like, oh, is this an albatross? Like this boy's got a fucking wingspan.
Yeah, how much is this chicken deadlift?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know. I'm
just like the fucking Tyler one of chickens, right?
thick and chunky. I don't know. Like I went to Buffalo Wild Wings once, and it's like I don't know if I like it or
I
not.
love Buffalo Wild Wings.
See, the problem I have with Buffalo Wild Wings is that like they shouldn't call it Buffalo Wild Wings. They should call it Buffalo Wild Sauce. Because there is more sauce on that wing than there is actual wing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, one time I've been a few times because I
Yeah.
really like going there. I really like because you get like craft beer and stuff as well. And I love
That's
that.
fine.
I feel I'm already becoming a 40-year-old white dad. Like, I'm already on my way there. I love Buffalo Wild Wings. I love craft beer so much, and like wings go so well with it.
Yeah,
I don't
it
mind
does.
if it's bone or boneless. I don't mind. I just prefer boneless.
On bone.
But I'll
On
take
bone.
I just don't like. I don't know. The sauce is like too overpowering.
Sometimes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But sometimes
Depends
you get,
what
And then
sauce you
sometimes
get.
I have the audacity to be like, "Would you like extra sauce?"
Speedrun.
you get a sauce that's so goddamn good. You're
Yeah.
like, bro, I don't mind if they lather.
We
it so
speedrunning
much."
everyday
The
glasses.
sauce I got was like kind of meh.
Maybe like
Yeah.
there are
Glasses.
Wild Wings in my experience have had a lot of sauces where I'm like, this is shit.
Yeah.
Maybe I just
No
don't-
sounds.
Sometimes there's a honey mustard one. Sometimes. Honey
What do you
mustard
mean?
Is a hit or miss for me. Sometimes it's done right. Sometimes it just tastes like
No
artificial
sounds.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
awful. Yeah. You know what I really wish we had in Japan?
What?
Spicy food challenges. We have like there's so many big food challenges in Japan.
We do have spice food challenges.
Where?
I mean, I wasn't talking earlier.
Ramen shops.
Are they,
if that's what
actual
you're
shops
wondering.
that are like, we have a spicy ramen.
No, there's ones that are like actual.
I wanna finish this before his
Spicy
debut.
food, Joey, or like actually
Like
spicy?
we're talking about
Debut.
I don't know. I think for you guys it needs to be like nuclear level for you
Yeah,
to be
'cause
like,
I would-
"Oh, that's a little.
I would love to-
that hits back."
I'd love to do a video where I go to like a spicy food challenge place, but I haven't been able to find anything yet.
I've seen a lot of like there was like entire programs on Japanese TV
Yeah.
that were about that.
I saw one ramen shop that did spicy ramen.
Yeah.
But it didn't like advertise it as like if you complete it you get something. It was just
Yeah.
like we just have a really spicy ramen, you can order it.
Oh,
I feel like
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum.
the part of the charm of the challenge is that there's like you get it for free or
right.
There's a
you-
challenge to it.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's an
There's
actual
some kind
challenge
of
to it.
some kind of reward there, you know. 'Cause
Yeah.
then I feel like the video can like have a cycle.
I guess I need to make the
No,
head
it's in
smaller.
Japan, it's in Korea.
Okay.
There's
Smaller,
this, like,
smaller.
restaurant- I think some YouTuber did a video on it.
As small
There's
as
this
glasses.
restaurant in Korea that's like it serves like tonkatsu,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it's like insanely spicy
Yeah.
tonkatsu, and it's like if you complete it within like a certain time,
Yeah.
then you get. I think it's like if you complete it within 5 minutes,
Yeah.
you can eat there for free for 6 months.
Glasses
And
small.
it's apparently so spicy that there's only been one person who's ever completed under 5 minutes, and the rest of them have gone.
How
to
big is it?
And the rest of them have gone to hospital
What?
because it's so spicy.
Oh yeah, what's your
Apparently
rank
when you
already?
give this
Glasses in
restaurant,
Monster
the
Hunter.
first thing they give you is a carton
What
of
is your rank?
like, stomach like medicine.
What rank are you now?
I'm good, bro.
What if I found one in Japan? Do you want to do it, Joey? Just take a little sip. You don't have to eat it all. Just take a little
Yeah,
bite.
maybe.
Like, okay, I'm done.
The one
there
thing
was
that-
there was a part of me when because like I grew up watching a lot of those kinds of like programs on TV and you know
Yeah,
always thought
yeah.
it was hilarious. I'm like
Or
there was, like, a 1%
smaller.
of my brain that was like
No, you are
Yeah.
smaller.
Curse you, content brain.
Because you'd actually be suffering for it.
Yeah,
Gary.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause-
Great. Now that I've said it on the fucking podcast,
Yeah, 'cause-
I'm gonna get
How about the
my
master rank?
Get Joey to do it. Get force him. Tell
I'll
him to
do it. I'll do it if you guys do it with me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
And
I want-
just to show how much of a pussy I really
Yeah,
am.
because when I had the ghost pepper on live streams, people were like, "Oh, that can't be real. It can't be a real ghost pepper."
It was a real ghost.
It was a
people,
real
people
ghost
like,
pepper.
can't barely react. Yeah, it's
'Cause you're white.
Yeah, it's because I'm white. They don't want to believe that I can handle it.
Yeah.
Because I
146.
fucked my body by eating too much of these fucking peppers.
Yeah, but
146.
But I feel like with a lot of white people.
That's true. No, go ahead. Go ahead. No fault taken.
No,
man.
it's either like one extreme.
146.
It's true.
Because it's either like people like you who've like actively searched for it and they've just like nuked their body.
Or
Yeah.
people
Right?
who say that water is spicy.
Yeah.
Like we had all the hot ones sauces right at your house.
Yeah.
And I was like lathering the hottest one on my burgers and stuff, and like it wasn't that bad. Like it was kind of nice. Like it wasn't that spicy. And like
Yeah.
and now I watch the show and I'm like, it's not that bad.
I want to
like
do the hot ones
coated a
challenge.
burger.
Yeah. I want to do the hot ones challenge.
Yeah, but I'd have to like pretend half. Oh, geez, it's getting kind of hot. And meanwhile, I'm just
Yeah.
like,
Delicious.
No, because I feel like you'd have to like up the ante because if you just take like one little dab, then
Yeah.
that's not going to do anything. If you like fucking coat it, then
Wait
you'll
a
probably
minute.
get some kind of sensation for it.
I mean, I completely lathered a burger with it, and
Yeah.
it was fine.
Oh god, what the
I
hell?
feel like I'd need like, what's the one that's like apparently horrible? It's like the extract, isn't it?
Need
Yeah,
to
that's
fix
like
the
the-
eye.
That's the
the
extract.
sauce.
Yeah.
I.
Capsaicin
Yeah,
extract.
Yeah.
I want to try that. It's not real though. It's just your brain. It's just your brain making
It's
shit
your brain,
up.
isn't it? Yeah.
Like if you think you're going to go into shock, you'll go into shock. Just don't panic. Just don't
go into
just don't shock. Just don't go into shock. It's simple. It's not real pain.
You're about to have a heart attack. It's not a real heart attack. Just tell your heart to
Bro,
stop.
you're scared.
Just
Just
don't
don't be
die.
scared.
Just don't die.
Just don't be scared.
Just get a strong heart.
It's literally fake.
Mind over matter.
It's literally fake news, bro. You're good.
Why do people die of a bee stings? Just don't be allergic. Just don't be allergic.
Well, no, okay, a bee sting is an actual physical chemical reaction. There's nothing. It's all.
Oh, is spice not a chemical reaction?
No, it's your brain. It's your brain making the pain. Did you not know that?
Wait. No, because I know.
MR.
Person's died from spice.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Have you beaten the?
It's a reaction that your brain sends to
What
the
was that?
receptors saying that you have pain. But there's no.
Get the
actual
name of the
chemical in your brain
monster.
telling you pain. It's your brain telling your body.
The Elder Dragon. I forgot.
No.
Wait, let me
Okay,
search.
so you can
Four
die from
elements.
chakra in general, right?
Yeah.
So you can die from that.
Yeah.
But like the pepper alone will not cause you to go into shock.
Yeah.
It's like your brain, you panicking and freaking out will cause you to die.
Right.
It's like telling someone who's having a panic
But-
attack just not to panic.
But like you
That
wouldn't,
works,
you
right?
generally you won't
Four
die from a panic
elements.
attack unless you like
Four elements
unless you have,
elder.
like, heart problems.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause
No,
you're-
it's impossible to die from a panic attack unless they were like.
You have like cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like
exactly.
the odds of someone our age having cardiac arrest is like super low.
Yeah.
You'd have to really have an unhealthy lifestyle and also be in extreme shock. I think I'm correct in saying this. I could be wrong. There might be doctors watching this, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, like it's this whole thing.
Don't
Oh yeah, the
tell.
Alatrian.
Yeah.
But this-
Don't.
Have you fought the Alatrian?
This is not medical advice. I don't know what I'm saying.
The opposite
Alatrion.
As far as I know, this whole
Medical risk.
this whole thing of like, yeah, you can die. Like, I think you can faint, but I think you can faint from like being like just absolutely exhausted and freaking out and panicking. Like,
Let me put
I'm
something.
pretty sure you can't die from it.
Are we
if
talking
you're
about
healthy.
spice?
We're talking
Yeah,
about
spice,
spice,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure if you're healthy and you're under a certain age and you have no heart problems, you'll be fine.
Well, suffice to say, I don't eat spicy
Let me
food
put
because I'm afraid
something.
of it. I just don't enjoy it.
No, understandable,
Yeah.
right? Like it's just gotten to the point for me where like when I have something that is like particularly if it's saucy or meaty,
Yeah.
something about having spice on it just elevates it so much.
No, it does. There are some dishes that I
Yeah.
feel.
Curry especially.
Yeah. Some
Curry.
dishes I feel that are just made for spice, and yeah, we can do the spice challenge. But like, I genuinely enjoy spice
Yeah, me
with
too, me
my
too.
food, with a lot of food, and it depends on the dish, right? Because like for example, if you go to Coco Ichiban, they have like the spice scale, right?
Oh.
And you can get the level 10 at spicy, but I feel like that at that level, it's just spicy.
It's not enjoyable.
It's not enjoyable. It's spicy for the sake of being spicy.
More bit, more
It
bit.
just hurts
Yeah.
and it just ruins the taste of the food.
Yeah.
I've
Then
had
we
between
just
level
add
5 and 10, it
material.
doesn't change in terms of the flavor.
We add a
It's
material.
just more.
I normally get 7 when I go. Right?
Yeah.
That's normally like a happy medium for me.
Yeah.
10 is just like too much pain. I
Yeah.
don't know what they put in it at 10.
I can't explain it. The spice just feels artificial.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel like
There
real
we
spice. It
go.
just feels like, well, you're just kind of adding some kind
Then-
of chemical to make this spicy. I don't know what they do to make it more spicy, but like with I grew up on obviously Thai dishes and Thai food, and it just feels like
We just
some
add the
dishes
big
are
hair.
just made for spice, right?
The big
If
hair.
you remove like the chilies or the aspects of spice from some dishes, you're losing part of that dish, in my
Yeah.
opinion, right?
I saw a picture and it was like from a Thai restaurant because apparently Thai is known for being the spiciest foods in the
What?
Yeah,
It's
really,
not-
I
Yeah.
believe it.
apparently so. And
It's either like Thai or like Indian or something, right?
Or Mexican,
yeah,
maybe?
Chinese, maybe like Szechuan. Maybe?
Szechuan.
Yeah.
Szechuan is like a different kind of spice. I
Which
feel
one?
like
Yeah, it's like peppercorn.
it's
spice,
peppercorn
right?
spice. It's like
Yeah.
numbs your tongue. Yeah.
It was a picture outside of a Thai restaurant. It was like, we will no longer give refunds if your food is too spicy. And apparently it happens all the time.
Yeah.
People return food to Thai restaurants 'cause it's too spicy.
Or in Thailand?
No, in like America, Europe,
Oh,
and
okay,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah. No, that's how you know it's a true Thai restaurant. Then.
Yeah. That's the true Thai
Yeah,
experience.
yeah.
That I understand that if it's that spicy, you can't eat it. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, well, you are ordering a food, and if you want the native food, you are gonna get it.
Yeah, like it hurts my soul a bit because at our restaurant, at my family restaurant, we have to like make sure the spice is less spicy.
Do
The
you
dishes,
offer? Do you offer like the original like spice?
of
for
course,
certain- yeah,
if they ask for it, but part of my soul dies.
If they can
inside.
speak Thai.
Yeah, part of my soul dies inside just knowing that we're serving less spicy dishes to everyone
Yeah,
because they
that's
can't
sad.
handle
That
it,
does
man.
hurt. That does
Because
hurt.
that's just not the true dish. And to me, it does actually hurt the flavor. To me, it's like actually like having sushi without wasabi or something. You know,
Right.
you
Sometimes I don't have wasabi. You don't always need the shit. The fucking
That
horse-
hurts my soul.
that hurts my soul,
horseradish
Connor.
wasabi sucks dick, man. It's awful. It tastes like shit.
Well, you're not going to the good
Chara
restaurants.
cha
then.
chara
No,
cho
sometimes I want 100 yen sushi,
doot,
man.
Well,
doot,
that's what you get then. That's what you paid
doot.
for.
Back to the
Man
ice.
can buy $1,000 drip shirt, but
Listen,
can only
that
afford
is-
100 yen
That is a
sushi.
business investment. All right? I don't want to hear it from you, Jay. That is more than just a jacket. That is a historical art piece that I purchased, Jay.
You sound like someone who buys NFTs.
No. No, you can't.
That
no,
is
no,
not just a gif
no,
of
no, no,
Young
no.
Cat. It is a
No, no,
historical
no.
art piece.
You can't right click save. that
Not
shit.
a boy
You can't
anymore.
right-click save an NFT. That doesn't apply. This also doesn't ruin the environment.
Not boy anymore.
This is a historical piece. In 10 years, this will be a monumentous change.
Worst
I will
nightmare.
ensure everybody remembers single-handedly.
Monumentous.
This is a piece of meme history. This is a piece of meme history, Joe.
I don't know, man. It's like stained and ripped.
Yeah.
No, you
man.
can't see
Second
it.
hand, right?
I
Yeah.
can't see it, bro. I'll take pictures in 360p. bro.
Next time I go to your
Get-
house, I'll see it. I'll see
Get
that.
Bro,
someone,
it's-
get
it's,
someone
you know,
Japanese to
it's-
grade it.
Yeah.
It's like a Mona Lisa, right? It's got a story. It's been robbed once. Had a little scuffs here and there. Adds to the character of the piece. So, I that to me is not a jacket. It is an encapsulation of our time and meme history.
Has everyone screenshotted this for poorly aged things? Do it now.
No. This is meme history.
Cha-chung,
If there was
cha-da-dong,
memes where I could buy 'em
cha-da-dong,
historically,
dong,
I would
dong.
buy it as well.
What's a meme do you think that is historical then? That is already historical.
Yeah.
Harambe.
No.
No.
Harambe is historical.
No.
Harambe is historical.
I'm not talking
No.
about.
That's a meme that is if you're a memer, you know Harambe.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's the same thing as like fucking.
That doesn't make it historical.
Have you been
Harambe is historical.
Just because you
jumping
It's
from
historical.
boy
There's
streamers
so
to
many
boy
memes all the time
streamers?
That every meme is historical, you
Yeah.
know, because like back then, you there would be like 10 memes in the entire fucking year.
These nuts. These nuts is a milestone of comedy and memes.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing like physically.
I would if there was a
These nuts is an idea, man. It's a concept. It can't be owned by the people. It belongs to the people.
I know that pain. Looking at a boy instead of a girl.
the drip jacket,
It's
the
just
drip
sad.
jacket belongs to Goku first and foremost, and then me second. Nobody else.
Rip Tadano.
Can a meme really be owned though? Can it be owned, Connor?
You could participate in the meme.
Yes, the color of this should be
Fueling
purple.
The meme economy.
If that jacket wasn't a meme, I wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think anyone would.
No, it looks kind of cool. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how much it was at retail. It might have been $400.
Do you think that meme's gonna be remembered in 2 years? If it is, then it's that has staying power as a meme,
Yeah.
right? Because
To be fair, it is the drip.
We're
Goku
going
meme
purple.
has weirdly lasted a long time.
Why everyone in your chat is horny?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I feel it's
Are they horny?
into anything, right?
Yeah, because it.
They're not
Drip-
horny though.
It goes hand in hand with Drip. If
Yeah.
Drip is around, Goku Drip is around.
Are they horny?
Because he is the embodiment of the word drip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like what memes has prevailed?
They look
for,
pretty
like,
fine.
years? Has there been any
There
meme?
probably These nuts has lasted like a very long time.
Because this guy just
Well, no,
wanted
because
to fucking
everyone.
die.
These nuts has literally just.
I don't even count these nuts as a meme.
But it's gotten so popular.
It's just
like
it's just a thing you say.
it gets more popular like every month. Like
because it's
somehow
funny.
it's hilarious.
It's like Minecraft. It died off, and now it's having it's like having a resurgence, man. It's just I swear.
Minecraft music, Minecraft songs.
I thought
Who's that guy who
I
sings
have
Minecraft
grinded.
songs really badly?
What?
I call you daddy. I thought we were
Minecraft
friends.
parodies something. He sings really amazing Minecraft parody songs with a shit mic. It's amazing.
That sounds funny.
We were raised together.
Yeah, that didn't last long. About 2 months.
The fight.
Yeah, I remember that. Only because of the NFTs, right?
Well, Nyanga's history just because at that time
It was
like,
inescapable.
it was inescapable and there wasn't anything to compete with it.
Alexi has been
Nyange- if
betrayed by
Nyange came out,
Tadano.
Like today, people would forget it in like a millisecond. Like,
Yeah.
We should do a 3x3 of memes. That's
we
a good
should,
one.
we should. I don't even think Harambe was like that funny though.
No,
I-
it wasn't funny, but it was just around for a while, and it came back a lot.
Did it?
Yeah.
I
Did
feel
it
like
come back?
Make this longer.
I'm googling most popular memes of all time.
most popular memes.
I'm
of all
trying
time.
to.
Wait,
I'm
how
trying to
long is
remember,
this?
like funny Harambe memes. Like,
Troll face,
well, I mean,
I
that
guess
this
was like the
one.
beginning.
But
right?
now that's just like cringe.
that
right?
boy.
Oh, I love that boy. Dude. Oh shit! What up? It's that boy. Oh, I still have a dad boy
Now
T-shirt.
that makes me feel like a fucking boomer.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I still have a T-shirt of dad boy.
No, is it weird that you think of Trollface
Mm.
and you feel like a boomer? You think of that boy, you definitely feel like a millennial.
Yeah.
You know, that's like a generational meme gap, but they're still both like still cringe now.
I don't know, something about dad. It was just like a funny image. Like you couldn't use it in any memes. The only time I ever saw like a dad boy meme that was actually funny was like someone took like the movie poster for
Yeah.
the boy in the striped pajamas and just called it dad boy in the striped pajamas. It's the only one that made me laugh.
I grinded in the anime game and flexed my ultra.
We're all going to unicycle.
I'm going through all of these.
What about Rage Comics? Is that a meme? Is that a meme?
Well, that's the OGs, right?
Yeah. Well,
How
that's-
did your friends react?
Trollface,
Yeah, I mean,
then,
Trollface
like
is-
Forever Alone.
Trollface is
and,
pretty
like,
iconic.
yeah.
420.
Did they complain that you were too strong?
Is that a meme?
I think so. 420 is a meme, like straight up,
I guess.
and 420 is somehow prevailed, even though it's like not that funny.
I mean, it's kind of like just like a public holiday right now. It's the
Yeah.
closest we're going to get to a meme public holiday, right? The one day we come together and
Meme
celebrate
day.
a meme.
Meme days, April the 20th.
I'm going through all of these.
Do
and,
you think like our kids are still going to be saying 420? It's,
Oh god, probably.
I hope not.
they're probably going to find it cringe, right?
It's like, hey, Dad, 420. It's like, shut up, son. You do not know the meaning behind that word.
But I feel like sometimes memes come back around and become funny again, right? Because you know, with the ancient memes Twitter account, I've found Rage Comics funny again for
That's
like the
true.
Said one word to the blood and
funny.
tears.
Rick Rolling.
That's a classic meme.
Rick
True,
Rolling is
true.
probably,
That is
probably the
classic.
Ah, yeah.
most classic and no, not unexpected. It's always expected. It's the most long-lasting, prevalent meme.
Yeah.
And this one's obvious, but like pretty much every fucking SpongeBob screenshot. Like,
Yeah.
Out of
Yeah.
any show, somehow SpongeBob has
Shrimp.
the most memes,
Shrimp.
and they're good.
Yeah.
They're good. They're really good. Like think of all some of the.
Have
funniest
you been
SpongeBob
shrimping,
jokes
son?
from SpongeBob.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true. That's true.
It's insane,
He was ahead of his time, man.
bro. SpongeBob is
SpongeBob
Okay.
invented memes.
built different, man. Yeah, I guess in terms of the long lasting, it's probably 420 in my mind, SpongeBob, and probably Rick Rolling are some of the three most powerful,
Yeah.
influential.
And you can't own them. You can't own them.
You can't own them.
Belongs to nobody, Connor. Belongs to
I'm
nobody.
gonna have to make Drip Goku stay around for a long time so I can get
Single-handedly.
so I can get some like investment. But like, okay, if you try to sell this jacket in like a year, right, it'd be worth more, right? If the meme's still popular. If the meme's still popular, I'm not gonna sell it though. There's no way. I'm owning history.
You're hodling, man.
If you're not gonna
Diamond
s-
hands.
if
No,
you're not gonna
next
sell
time I
it-
actually want to wear it.
Yeah,
but
if you're
like,
not
it's
gonna sell
also
them, why are we talking about the durability of a meme?
I'm just saying, like, there are some memes that where I like. It's hard to gauge whether it will stick around or not. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
most of them.
It's because 99% of them don't. Like, do you remember how quickly the fucking cake meme died?
What cake
as cake. You remember that?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. But everyone was like, "This is the new hottest thing," and 3 days later, it's like, "What cake?"
No,
What cake
that
meme?
prevailed for like a while.
What do you watch?
You think?
I have to shut about that for a long time before they get tired of the game and me. I shrimp for 5 streamers. Oh god.
But like, can you even call it a
Alexi
meme
is
at that point?
everywhere.
Because like sometimes
Yeah.
so like sometimes there's a meme that lasts a day. You know, I feel like if a meme truly has staying power, it should like a week is like the minimum
Yeah.
requirement.
What's the line between a meme and
Well,
an inside
I think
joke?
you're confusing memes on like there's levels of memes, right? There's like the public memes where everyone is in the loop,
Yeah.
and then there's like only internet only memes where it's like only certain groups on the internet do this meme.
What's the meme name?
What if
I
your
don't
mom
know
caught
what
you
the
in the
meme
act?
is, but I find it
Alexi.
fucking hilarious. It's the one where they take stock pictures and make really shitty jokes with it.
Son, have you been simping again?
Or the boyfriend's looking behind.
No, not that one. Like,
Have
like-
you
like-
been simping again, son?
Stuff like that.
No. Like they take stock pictures and like for example, there's like a girl lying down and a guy, and she says, "Call me an ambulance," and the guy kneels over and he says, "You're an ambulance." Like, I don't know why I find those so
I like those,
hilarious,
yeah.
but I don't know what the name of that meme is because I want to find more pictures and more memes in that category.
Is that the one where like the son and the dad are in the car and it's like, oh, we named your sister after roses because your mum loves roses.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, what am I named after? And he's like, oh, you wouldn't understand 420 Blaze It or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
My
Those
favorite
memes.
one is the honey wake up.
Yeah. That's a very popular one.
Yeah. If anyone knows the name of that meme, please tell me because I want to Google it and I want to find more
I
memes.
just call those
that.
like stock photo memes.
Yeah, but like stock photo memes.
Chut.
Like,
Yo, sup? You watch my new video yesterday?
You got like the guy looking back. And
Noise comment.
Yeah.
No, because it's.
I was quite
for me,
busy
some sort of,
yesterday
like,
lang.
Very specific shitty joke that works because you got shitty.
And I went to
images with it. If you've seen the meme, if you've seen the same images,
bed
the same
quite
photos, you'll
early.
know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just so hard to put
Early.
a word and a name to it. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know what
yeah.
the name is.
You're gonna have to show me these.
Yeah. All right.
Did you need to pee?
Yeah, I need to pee.
We all shop online, and we've all seen that promo code field taunt us at checkout. But thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past. Honey is the free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart. Honey supports over 30,000 stores online, ranging from sites that have tech and gaming products to popular fashion brands and even food delivery. Guys, what did you buy?
I'm glad you asked, Jerry. I recently acquired Drip. It might be hard to tell. I don't know. But I recently got Drip, and I saved a significant amount of money thanks to Honey.
Here's how it works.
Tell me.
Imagine you're shopping at one of your favorite sites. While at the checkout, the Honey button drops down and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons.
Oh my god.
Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for all the coupons it can find for that site.
Bruh.
If Honey finds a working coupon, you'll watch
It's
as your
like
prices
this.
drop.
Oh
So what are you doing? Get your Drip.
It's like this.
Honey has found its over 17 million members $2 billion in savings. So, guys, what are you waiting for? If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out on free savings. It's literally free, and it installs in a few seconds. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting Trash Taste and the boys. So, what are you waiting for? Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/trashtaste. That's joinhoney.com/trashtaste.
Thank you to Honey for sponsoring the episode. Back to the show.
So, League of Legends.
Yes, go on. What about
I'm
it?
just gonna drown myself real quick.
What about it?
So, Joey, have you heard of this new anime or animated series called Arcane?
Is the League of Legends
Alright.
anime, I assume?
It is the League of Legends.
I've seen pictures of it, yes.
Okay, so at the time of recording, only the first 3 episodes.
Mums.
So it might have been a massive failure if the next 6 came out.
Oh, you're uploading every day lang?
It looks
Every day.
really
Every day.
Really
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah,
The visuals are insane.
it is genuinely like I came into this because I me and Connor both play League. You know,
Both toxic.
we're both very toxic gamers in that sense. And
Of
every
course.
time we talk about League, Joey just like conks out. So what I was expecting was just a mediocre video game
Fan
kind of
service-y.
fan servicey adaptation. I just wanted some cool fight scenes, basically just like an extended version of the
Those
League
trailers.
cinematics.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I would have been happy, but like I watched the first 3 episodes and I was just so unprepared for what I think is like one of like so this is just watching 3 episodes. It's legitimately like the best 3 episodes of like any show I've watched this year.
Yeah.
I can't think of like a show that just has a stronger start.
I agree. It was like, oh my god, like the visuals are like Pixar level of like detail.
I guess I had to make it
Yeah.
bigger.
Like a 9-episode show.
Big,
Yeah.
bigger.
I don't understand how they're doing it. Like the
Like-
animation is insane.
Yeah, Joey, look, I know you've like quit anime and everything like that,
Yeah.
but I swear to God, this is something that even if you have zero interest in League, even if,
It literally doesn't matter.
even if you
do not need
fucking hate League, you need zero fucking knowledge about the game because it's all about what I love that it focuses on like the character and worlds. Because what this series made me realize is that League actually has a really fucking interesting world, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what really drew me in, which was there was so much thought that was put into the world building and the lore, which is like League lore was like the meme for a
Well,
longest
it
time.
was a mess because
Yeah.
they kept rewriting it
Yeah.
because they would introduce
Need to
characters.
make
So
the
it's like
ice
this
big.
mess of like characters that people really like with really interesting backstories, but they didn't really know how to like.
Need to make it
and then they
rounder.
At one point, just gave up. on the
Yeah.
whole. They just stopped doing it.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
like, all right, we'll just
Round and
They
round
used to do, like,
and
honestly,
round
something
and
like-
round.
And no one read it
I
at
know,
all.
because it was a mess. Because it like it made like no. I mean, it did make sense, but it was just so confusing and hard
Yeah.
to digest that the only way people consumed it was through YouTube videos of people explaining it.
Yeah,
And I think most players didn't really care to begin with, right?
Oh, fuck no.
yeah,
They
exactly.
were like, we don't,
Like, no one's playing League for the lore.
No, it's like how many like curse words can you say per minute instead of how many character laws do you know? You know, it's different. But like, I think you would enjoy it if you gave it a shot, Joe. It's not like League at all, really.
It's
like
really not.
It's, the only benefit you get of being a League fan is that characters' names come up where you're like, oh, I know that character.
Yeah.
But then, and in the show, they're like nothing like the character in
No,
game.
no.
So it doesn't even fucking matter.
It doesn't matter because a lot of the times you're guessing it's like, is that character? Is that champion? But most of the time they're just characters in the show, which is what I like, right? They don't like fan service certain characters because they are characters in the show. A lot of the times there is just this world that exists, and some people in this world happen to be League characters, and that's it's a show where I feel like it you don't have to be a League fan to enjoy it, and it prevails with like mass marketing League as a franchise as opposed to just a game. And it's like honestly, the only video game adaptation I think that even like stands close to it is Castlevania. It's like Castlevania level of like like video game adaptations.
I guess we'll have to see where the next 6 episodes go, but like right now, goddamn,
Yeah.
I was very impressed.
It was interesting watching a show like this with a Twitch chat though. Because you'd have these like really, really serious moments going on, and then you'd watch Twitch chat, and everyone's just like
Jungle
fucking
feeding,
memeing.
jungle feeding.
It's like
ADC
ADC
running.
AFK, ADC AFK, and I'm just like, okay, it's pretty fun, but at the same time, is it ruining my viewing experience? I'm not quite sure.
It was like genuinely like a movie quality experience watching this thing,
Yeah.
but like in a TV series. Like everything was so on point. Like the sound design was insane. The animation, especially, I could go on and on about how good the animation is.
Okay.
And the voice acting's really good. Like everything so far has been good. Like absolute bangers.
Oh,
Like,
the program
the
crash.
meme is, lol, Netflix Netflix live action adaptation, but man, Netflix video game adaptations are fucking knocking it out of the park, man.
So far.
So far.
Again, I'm really hoping that this doesn't age poorly. In the
Yeah,
next
I'm really
episodes.
hoping.
But like, cause like the episodes, like as well, like you know, at one point I thought, oh, we're getting a predictable story, and then it just kind of like flips you on its head.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh shit, okay, what? Oh Jesus, it's really good, really good.
Yeah, like what other video game adaptations have they done? Because I know
Castlevania so far, right?
Castlevania.
What, Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix.
Dota.
Well, they did Dota.
Dota.
Dota had an anime.
It was bad.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it wasn't good.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Dota's a bad game too. So
Well,
Dota fans are seething right now.
Yeah, the
What-
Dota. I watched a little bit of the Dota anime and it wasn't good.
Wait, why?
Hello, Vanja.
You should watch the League anime.
Banja
I'll
Banja.
add it to my watch list.
No,
I guess
please, Joey, please. I've never wanted you to watch an anime more than this.
I'll
Just give
watch
it a
it
shot.
later.
Please, it's good. It's
Banja
Banja, banja,
I actually would
bunch.
prefer to you like for you to watch League animation than to watch any anime this year.
Please, it's actually good. Please give it a shot. It's actually so good.
I'll be sure to check it out.
Oh my. Getting this guy to watch anime is like fucking impossible.
Anime man refuses to watch an anime.
No, I guess it settles it though. You know, League better than Dota, right? Checkmate, Dota fans.
Well, one thing that League has always been good at was making anything
Checkmate.
gameplay. Like anything that wasn't the game, they were amazing at making. Like every single animation thing we got was insane.
Yeah, all the KDA shit was fucking insane.
Yeah,
Think about the fucking everything they've made outside of League is amazing.
like in terms of aside from the game, I remember when KDA first came out, and I'm just like, what the fuck? League is cool now? And I'm like, that lasted for a week, and it was like the most surreal week ever.
Remember when everyone was like, yeah, I play League. Of course I play League. Bot lane,
Yeah.
It was like the 1 week where like fake League fans came out, where it was like cool to play League, and then now it's gone back.
Now it's gone back, you know.
Just need to make the eyes bigger now.
No amount of
Purup poop, purup poop, poop.
get people to play that game.
To be fair though, that KDA shit was so fucking inescapable.
Oh, it was
Oh, it was.
Yeah, when I watched it, I was like, wait, do I like K-pop?
I remember because
Do I like
remember
League?
Aki used to play League, right, way back.
Yeah, way
And then
back.
Aki was like, yeah, I don't play it anymore. Not a big deal. And KDA came out, and Aki was like, yeah, I'm a League player.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm a League player through and through, bro.
Yeah, he's just telling me all this lore about all the KDA like characters, and I'm like, oh wow,
I was like, all right, okay.
the truth
Yeah.
comes out.
Because I remember I was actually because KDA debuted at the 2018
Yeah,
World
we
Final.
know,
I think.
Gon. You love to tell everyone you were there.
No.
Gon won't fucking stop telling people that he was there when KDA premiered.
Yeah, no, because people ask me. Because whenever I meet
Two
a
things people ask me. Did
Yeah.
you work at the BBC? And were you at the
Were
League?
you there
of
when
KDA?
KDA
whenever I meet a fellow League fan, I'm just like, oh yeah, I was at the 2018 World's
And I'm
World's
always
Final.
there, and I fucking
Yeah.
roll my eyes when I'm there.
And then people ask, oh, how was it? And I'm like, oh, KDA was great. And then they ask, oh, how was the match? And I'm just like, oh, KDA was great. And then because I can't remember anything else, because that was the only highlights of
we
that
lost,
fucking.
Scott. We fucking lost.
We didn't just get lost. We didn't just lose. We got fucking obliterated.
Father Reco.
Sorry, you saw KDA though.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what matters.
KDA was great, and that's what
Ask.
matters. That was worth the ticket.
Go
cost,
on.
like, all the way.
Shoot me with
from Korea.
questions.
Korea was great. I want to go back to Korea. Korea.
Shoot to me.
But the real shit was
Shoot
the
to
art.
me questions.
End of League Worlds, I sleep. Arcane, real shit. Bro, please, Jay. Please, I'm begging you. Just give it a watch.
I'll watch it.
No, please. Actually. Like,
I will
I've never
definitely
wanted
watch
something
it.
more in my life.
I will absolutely watch it.
As a Dota fan, I give you the permission to watch Arcane.
As a Dota fan, I give you permission to be happy.
Yeah, honestly, if there are any viewers watching this who are not a fan of League, even if you hate League, please watch Arcane. You know,
If it continues to get even better than it is right now, which I would be impressed if it does.
Yeah.
Genuinely, it was going to be like a fucking hood classic.
I wouldn't be surprised though.
It's going to be a
because, again,
certified hood classic.
I wouldn't be surprised though because like as you said, like everything that they've released that's not the game has been amazing. Like
If
the
you could be a
people-
dragon, then what would it look like and what powers would it have?
Genuinely, because I would welcome
Ryan, multimedia company.
League has so that
Oh.
League in the lore has so many different.
I guess it looks like
like I guess eras and different areas that can.
I guess a great dragon.
Even ever interact with each other, and they're focusing on a certain.
Let me show it to you.
Characters. Like if this kicks it out the park, I'm just
Dragon.
Of like we could get the League universe.
yeah,
of, like,
the
anime.
LCU.
Yeah,
I'll
bro.
be
Where the-
fucking
where,
down
like-
for the LCU.
Dragon.
Because there's like in League lore, there was like I don't know anything about it, but I know there's like a Great War
Yeah.
and stuff where that was like.
Yeah, let me do a quick edit then.
It's the first.
Let me pause the timer.
Arcane has made me care.
Wait.
about lore. Like after I watched Arcane,
Wait.
I started reading fucking wiki articles to be like, yo, what else?
It's
what else
that
can we
good,
explore?
Joey. It's
What
that
else can we
good.
explore? Yeah, it's such an interesting world, and there's so many opportunities for just like different elements to clash together. Because there are some League like right now we're focusing.
Where
on
is a
different
dragon?
characters in like a city.
Dragon.
There are other cities, other civilization, and then there are just like fucking gods. in
Are
the
there
League
any
world.
dragons?
Which
characters. Like
yeah,
a,
which I'm thinking if they can like integrate that somehow, then it is literally just the MCU.
Oh, there, I found a good one.
Okay.
You know, I could just see it. There's just like the fucking like.
Let me go to Sai.
You know how like Captain America.
Hey,
just
Preds,
shit like
what
that.
up?
Just like I don't know. Zack turns into a.
Wait.
ball, I guess, I don't know.
Need to show Alexi what I would look like if I'm a dragon.
How they would integrate it. There's a character in League, right, called Tom Kench, right? His whole story with this character is that he's just a massive, what is he, a massive frog-esque thing.
Yeah.
Who just lives in a swamp and eats humans. And I just love, and he has no connection to like any other character except for like Pike, I think.
Oh, where is
How
it?
would you how would you
Let me
include
just
this character
change to Sai.
How would you do that? I'd love to see it. But it's amazing because the
Oh.
best thing about this character is that he speaks in like
Oh, no.
southern drawl.
Right.
So it's such a
Like a
massive
swamp.
drawl. It's like, it's
Big
like-
F.
Well, I don't even know what
Rip
some of his lines
Pradeep.
are. He's like,
I mean, Tadano. Rip Tadano. Here, Alexei. If I'm a dragon, it will look like this.
Man, I don't know.
Let me just recolor this.
Seeing Joe pretend like try his hardest to like.
Let me recolor.
If he sits here and explains aero games to me, I think
Let me recolor.
explain League lore for 10 hours.
Look forward to my in-depth review for next
Let me
week.
recolor.
Legitimately, if you watch it, I think you'll actually enjoy it.
Okay.
Like legitimately, he'll come back and he'll be like, "Guys,
I'm letting you guys win.
We're just gonna keep talking.
Tadano being humble.
We'll just have to like buckle.
Is the world ending now?
One Piece and he's gonna watch
Tadano is humble.
That's the comparison you're gonna give.
I think the world is ending.
Okay. Sure.
This is easy to watch. You get a
Yeah.
treat watching this.
Being generous to everyone.
No, but like, yeah, I legitimately think it is one of the best things I've watched this year, like anime or not. Like,
No,
I can't even think of how many things I've just
Not
watched
sure if
this
that's
year.
telling of this year's content or not.
We've actually done pretty good stuff.
Good stuff
Toot.
this year.
toot.
I don't know because I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I know.
Get this one.
I'm trying to think of
Here.
all of the things I've like read and watched.
Let me recolor this.
year.
Oh shit.
I can hear the dialogue.
I mean, it's been a
Wait,
lot.
why isn't it
I'd have to like go back through because like
Oh, it's a lot.
yeah,
not
like,
doing the thing?
movies
Oh, there.
has been not so much. Movies has been not so much.
Oh, they've barely released any movies because
Yeah.
it's still.
Luminosity.
I mean,
Actually, they've
Miss
really geared up
Pink.
recently. I've
it
watched a lot
Guess
of
I'm not-
movies recently. They've
it
been
feels
coming
like
out
all the
in
big
droves.
movies
Yeah,
are just starting to come
Yeah,
out.
they're just
now.
starting to come out now.
Can I
because
like
it's
be like
going
this?
Yeah, like,
with
I
pink-
Like, I know like there's been some new MCU movies
Pink,
that
pink,
I just haven't
pink.
watched. Do you care about the MCU anymore?
Yo, I heard Eternals was like bad.
Yeah.
Eternals was rated.
Then my eyes are gonna be
Yeah.
pink on the
Not
Right.
that I gave a shit about the MCU, but
and
you know the MCU now. It's like
light
I
green
should care again. Now
Yeah.
that it's over, like
over here.
to me, it's like I don't think they can just coast off the success of the previous entries.
It looks like something like
Get,
that.
the series
This is
that
not my
they
art,
want,
so
like Doctor Strange and all that
I
stuff.
guess
Yeah,
it
it's
looks
really
like
cool.
something like that. Wait,
They're trying to sell
let
us
me
on
add
it.
more,
Like, okay, how are you gonna sell us now? that
more light,
At the moment, there's no big thing that we're planning.
more light.
Yeah,
Right.
like I wanted to watch like Shang-Chi for example, but also I had no like
Okay, that's too bright.
incentive to
Yeah,
like go out and watch it, you know?
I heard it was amazing though. Like a lot of people said it was really good, but also,
Yeah, I've heard it was really good, but
But again, like are you kind of like the same thing where I'm like, okay,
And then there will be some trails,
yeah.
Like the only thing I'm really
some
excited for
small
superhero
trails.
is Batman with Robert Pattinson.
Like when I move, there's like something like
Robert
that.
Pattinson, I think he's so
I don't know.
everything.
Batman movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the Batman movies are chill.
But like
Yes, RGB Dragon.
what everyone thought was quite unusual.
Every gamer's worst nightmare.
Definitely, well, I mean, it's unusual.
yeah.
Have you watched any of his stuff?
Something like that.
Some of the indie films that he's done.
I've seen. one
Then-
movie that he was in. I forgot the name of it, but
What happened in it? Roughly, do you remember? Oh, no.
no.
Okay.
And I guess my type of power will be like crossing dimensions.
Obviously, like he kind of had a bad rap.
Crossing dimensions.
Well, he wasn't really
Well, he was
acting in it.
typecasted as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, and
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
and he, I love
It
interviews
can
with him,
cross
like,
through
he
dimensions.
hates it.
Yeah, he hates it.
Rightfully so,
absolutely
because
hates
he, you know, when I can only imagine what it felt like. Where he was
So
like,
even if it's like you see it here, it's actually in a different
shit in the UK and all that, and now I'm here doing
different dimension.
guy who barely emotes.
Yeah,
right. And then he went on the whole kind of like indie film, like series.
Make a
where he was doing
portal.
So many indie films. And he was doing,
Dwagon makes a portal.
yeah, and then
so
he was
hard.
doing really good artistic films.
Yeah.
Some of them were amazing.
Yeah,
The Lighthouse was amazing. If you haven't watched that,
No.
really
Make a
amazing.
portal.
Highly recommend it. It's got what's his name? Yeah, Willem Dafoe, Ryuk, you may know him from
Oh,
Death Note.
My favorite Willem
It's
Dafoe
Let-
really, like amazing movie.
And then
So far, I've just loved watching him, and so I feel like he's probably gonna do something interesting in Batman that I'm
A
excited
lot,
for.
a lot
Yeah.
of typecasted actors though have like gone down that route. Like Daniel Radcliffe.
it
went
makes
on the
portal.
indie film route,
True,
like
true, he
because
did
you know
do that.
everyone just knows him as fucking
When he's
Harry.
not
right?
busy
Yeah.
fucking kissing and fucking everyone on set.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I went on like I went on like a massive.
Gold Dragon category.
Like some of them are
He is- yeah,
fucking
he is-
amazing.
Can now Isekai without getting hit by truck good.
There's a lot of state, yeah, theaters.
Yes.
I think it was quite a big thing in the UK right after Harry Potter ended.
We need to search for Ricardo. He's on the highest dimension possible.
In the UK, the tabloids were like, Daniel Radcliffe's a porn star now, and then like people were really trying to drag him because obviously British tabloids are like the fucking worst on earth. Like they're so bad.
They're like drama YouTubers, you know. Just
Imagine if every newspaper just turned into Keemstar.
yeah,
Like,
basically. No, but like,
You see
it's
this
weird because I remember when someone
in
like
the
Thanos
Isekai
came out,
world, what would you do?
the
Would you enter the Isekai world or not?
the Titanic guy, you know, and how hard he had to work to like.
Would you guys enter this portal?
Even back then.
I mean, aging, right?
No, but even back then, he was like.
That
a
could
hell of
spit
an
out
actor.
venom?
Like, I don't think people gave him enough credit.
Oh, I did remember I have
Like, it's-
clay
I
art.
remember it was like a prevailing joke where it's just like if you ever
Clay
feel
art.
bad about your day, remember
My
that
very
the best
first
thing about
clay art.
Oscars is Leonardo DiCaprio.
Got forced to do it
He
because
finally got one. He finally got one. But now, like,
you guys wanna see the clay. Yeah. You guys wanna see the dragon clay art? It was violet and yellow. Violet yellow. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Will I be able to find it? Huh. Wonder if it's still here. Oh, it's not on my. I think it's on a different account. Let me check. No, it was really rushed though, cause you know it was cool project. It was a school project, so I rushed everything. Oh, here. It's actually still here. Omega Lul. Wait, let me download the video. Wait, can I download this? I think I'll just show the end result. End result. Let me enter paradise. Paradiso is dedu. 2 3. Here, I'll show it on stream now. I found the pictures. This one. Yeah, this is the back part. Zabak. Can you guys see this? This is the picture. Duwagon. It's a toxic dragon. Toxic Duwagon. I guess it's kind of similar to Alexei. Spyro. Spyro? Who is Spyro? Spyro. I couldn't make it more detailed because I don't have enough clay. So I just make it like that. Ooga booga. Who is Spyro? Spyro. Spyro the dragon. Oh, I didn't know there was a dragon like this. Spyro. Is Spyro. Really? I mean, I haven't seen your clay art. This was really bork. Bork. So yeah. Look. Ricardo be looking at Alexei menacingly. Tiny blind duck. Duck-chan. Quack quack. Kurak quack quack quack. Ba-bam bam ba-bam bam.
Now you see him aged up and like he couldn't be more different. You know,
Let's
to
play
his age.
some RevSaysDesu
That boy glowed up.
clips.
Your superhero actually quite
I'm down for marriage. Ricardo energy too strong. Okay, let's play.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. You know, these days, anime become a sort of lightning rod for horrendously illogical takes.
Tell me if the audio is
Social
too
media
loud.
sees a two-dimensional girl with big eyes
Is
and
it too
immediately
loud?
goes full schizo mode. And for some reason, Twitter
Start
has chosen
timer,
Nezuko as their
timer.
collection of pixels to protect at all costs. Maybe it's because Demon Slayer is so popular, but there's near daily threads dedicated to protecting this fictional demon prostitute from unsavory glances. I swear, just post a screenshot of her without any comment added, and you're likely to have a brigade of bloodthirsty Zoomers commenting that she's 12, 13, 14, or maybe even 15. I mean, they really can't pin down an age for her, but a specific number doesn't matter when you're making an implied accusation of pedophilia on Twitter involving fictional
Pedophilia.
characters. I'm telling you, if people cared as much about protecting real-life children as much as they care about protecting fictional characters like Nezuko, the world would be a much safer place. Like I said, this character has inspired many schizophrenic threads on social media before, but nothing quite like what we're going to look at today. So here's the ground zero, the tweet that started a collective internet meltdown that literally got the term Nezuko trending on Twitter. This Twitter user, whose name I'm censoring for well the obvious reasons later, posted this banger, a tweet with as many screenshots of Nezuko as words contained in the body of the tweet. He said 3 words: "Hear me out." Now, some Twitter users saw a joke about the physical appearance of a busty fictional character, but others saw this as the greatest threat to real-life children since the creation of Fortnite. I mean, just look at these replies. How could you not burn this user at the stake for maybe kinda sorta sexualizing a fictional character that might be 12, 14, or 15? Well, let me tell you, this didn't stop Twitter users from labeling this poster as a pedophile. Well, as it turns out, the person who posted this tweet is in fact 15 years old, something that was very clearly stated in his bio before this all started. Now, how does Twitter respond to the realization that the 40-year-old pedophile they thought was responsible for this post is actually a 15-year-old kid? Well, when you're already huffing enough glue to believe that a busty demon character resembles a real-life child's, you're not going to let the fact that the poster is 15 stop you as you hilariously double down on it. This screenshot is everything to me. It's just chef's kiss. Beautiful. Just because they're close in age does not take away from the fact that it's a 14-year-old. Like, for real. You out here trying to justify attraction to a kid. Yes. You saw that right.
Oh my god.
It is now wrong for a 15-year-old
Twitter
to find a
users be like,
14-year-old fictional character attractive. Remember when you were in middle school and you were attracted to one of your classmates? Well, Twitter's on to you now, you sick freak. It's all just so tiresome. It's funny, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's funny to laugh at, but we're way past clown world at this point. Isn't it ironic that the people who claim to want to protect children would be so willing to publicly drag a real-life child over a post about a fictional character, trying to paint them as some sort of a predator in the process? Given the brain-dead takes we see all the time, I'm not surprised, but still disappointed. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Sub for more daily videos, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up, guys? Red here. On this channel, we've done a lot of ongoing efforts to combat the piracy of anime and manga, and much like the war on drugs, the war
yeah, I
on
also
drugs
use
and
Twitter
12
only
costs
to
of anime
advertise
effect.
my live
Today we're
stream
gonna be looking at perhaps the biggest push to
and
combat
meme
piracy
around.
to date, a campaign
Otherwise,
allows
it's a
all of
scary
Japan's biggest
place.
studios and publishers, as well as several major
It's a
international
scary
media companies. So with all
place.
the resources, time, and energy ironically taken away from the industry to fund this campaign, will it even accomplish anything? The answer is no. But let's look at the details. Set to launch operations in April,
Mouth.
Japan-based anti-piracy
Can I
group
put
is building
something
a huge
inside
coalition
here?
dedicated to
No.
tackling illegal online distribution of anime, manga,
Right there.
and similar copyrighted content. Now looking through this group pretty much includes every major Japanese studio and publisher, Netflix, Hollywood studios, and even studios from China. And from all the anti-piracy coalitions we've seen up until this point, this is by far the biggest one. And it all sounds so intimidating until you think for 2 seconds and realize this is all bark and no bite. The same fatal flaw exists with this coalition as with all previous ones. It is 100% reliant on international cooperation, and they can do all the investigating and spend all the resources they want, but nothing will happen if law enforcement of other countries refuse to act on their tips, which is almost always the case and will continue to be the case. But before we go further, let's cover a few things. First, why do people pirate anime and manga in the first place? Pretty simple reasons, actually. Cost, the best content is free content. Availability, with region-locked content, some people don't have the legal means to obtain certain anime and manga. There's also a sort of Sophie's choice between supporting pirating services or supporting corporations and streaming services like Crunchyroll that treat studios horribly too, or even just simple curiosity, trying out the medium or certain franchises for free to see if you like it. I think for a lot of people, when it comes to certain content, it's pirate it or don't have it.
Sometimes I forget this
That's the
isn't
case for
Discord and I get to
region-locked
play
content, or for people who aren't willing to purchase content outright. The kind of person who's
Hey,
pirating a series
cats.
is not going to turn around and start paying for it because the
Meow,
pirated
meow.
version gets shot down. They're just going to stop consuming it, or they'll just pirate it from somewhere else. And honestly, Japan is
Meow,
largely
meow.
to blame for the situation.
Meow,
alongside the studios and
meow.
publishers. For decades, Japan has exercised weak copyright laws, and one thing that studios and publishers have continued to do to this day is exercise archaic practices of region locking their content for honestly no
How
good
can I clip
reason
that
in
meow?
an industry that's booming globally. Historically and presently, a lot of anime and manga won't go outside of Japan without piracy. The people pirating content like that would never have access to it in the first
Nya, nya,
place.
nya.
And when it comes to legally available options, the volume
Is
of
it
franchises
baiting?
between studios and license holders requires the average viewer to have an unreasonable amount of paid
We must
subscriptions
get their
and not
vodka.
access to what they need. A
Brothers,
recent example
we
is
must stand up.
Takagi-san. You need 3
We
million
must get their
subscriptions to
vodka.
watch 3 seasons of that anime. And the recent push to take down piracy services, mainly fueled by revisions to Japanese copyright law in 2021, has been successful at taking down some services.
We must get their vodka, brothers.
Take one site down and 3 pop up in its place. And all of this is also
We must
ignoring
get
the difficulty that
everything.
comes with enforcing Japanese copyright laws on foreign nations who are unlikely to cooperate. Just like in the past, this new coalition will fail. And the irony here is that so much time and investment was put into making this when it should have been spent on the industry
Vodka.
itself. Piracy isn't something that's going to be defeated anytime
Vodka,
soon.
vodka.
And for many, it's a necessary tool to even participate in the medium at all. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Subscribe for more daily videos, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Reco, pick 2 numbers from 1 to 40.
Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. It's the end of the week, so my loyal viewers know what that means.
6 and then 9.
Dopamine time, baby. A routine on this channel where we take anime-related news and stories
Am I getting
from the past
interrogated
week
now?
in the hopes of tasting the sweet, sweet nectar that is serotonin. There's been a lot going on recently, and the topics for this week are all over the map. This includes everything from an adaptation of an ecchi manga series that is sure to trigger social media, to a surprising anime adaptation of a Western series, to a new season of your favorite ship girls, and then we'll end with where you can stream a police-related anime that is causing a bit of controversy already. So as you can see, lots to cover today in only a few minutes, so let's jump into it. First up for today, only hours before this video, we got the official announcement and release date for the anime adaptation of the Heart
Wait,
of
what?
Konoichi Tsubaki manga series,
This didn't
also
save.
known as the No Boys Allowed female ninja comedy manga. Now, based on the promotional art included in the Twitter announcement, it doesn't take Nostradamus to predict that this anime is going to draw some attention. I can already hear the screeching coming this way. Like, I'm not joking. I'm already prepared to be covering a video covering people trying to cancel this anime in the next few days. Stay tuned. Let's see if I'm right. But nonetheless, this is an adaptation many people have been waiting for. It's
Just
about
like that.
female ninjas in a village
Very
founded
cultured
literally on
answer.
no boys allowed,
Yes.
and let's just say
69
that
is
doesn't
the
slow things
best
down, if
number.
You know what I mean. And it's not just because one of the lolly characters has a massive forehead, but based on the trailer you can find
Are you making like
it's
a
like if teasing Master Tagagi-san met fake Khalid.
you're making
But
a
yeah,
poll?
like I said, an
Are you
anime featuring
ranking
3 lolly
streamers'
characters based on an edgy
answers?
manga series. Trouble ahead, boys. And if it happens, I'll be there to cover it. The anime is set to
Making a
premiere
tier list in your YouTube channel?
Next up for today, we have an absolute wild card of an anime adaptation. A Scott Pilgrim Netflix anime series is now in the works. That's right, Scott Pilgrim, a successful graphic novel series turned Hollywood movie, is now getting an official anime adaptation by Netflix. Now, my thoughts on this: people might shudder at the idea of Netflix being involved, but keep in mind,
Ding ding
Netflix is actually pretty
ding.
good at producing
Ding.
anime. It's just making live-action adaptations of anime where they
I need
completely
help,
drop the ball.
guys.
Personally, I wasn't a big fan
I
of the
think
Scott
Cats
Pilgrim
is
movie,
doing
so I hope
something.
they base it on the graphic novels. But either way, this should be pretty interesting. No official release date for that yet.
Cats is doing
Next up
something
for today, we have
suspicious,
the
guys.
official announcement that the Ship Girls from Konkoi will be returning
He's
for a
asking
second
random
season this
numbers.
fall. For those who don't know, this is a series based on a game that
Feel like
launched
it's gonna
in
start his
2013
cat
that
invasion
featured real-life warships
anytime soon.
personified as anime girls. Yes, it's as good as it sounds. The game sort of became a cult
Gonna ready
classic led
my
to a 12-part anime adaptation back in 2015, and after 6+ years, it appears that the world
911.
wants more of them. Season 2
just
will
in
be
case
released in the
cats
fall.
will invade the
And
world.
finally, our last story
I'll
this
just
week,
call the
Police and
animal
Online anime
shelter.
adaptation will be streamed on Funimation this winter. Based on its continuing manga series, Police in a Pod involves female police officers, the inspiration of which comes from one of the manga author's 10+ years working as Japanese law enforcement. Now, I mention this because there has been some pointless outrage involving it, people comparing this manga's author and the story to American police, which is obviously inappropriate. You're literally comparing apples and helicopters. These are two completely different worlds. But anyways, many people want to know where you could stream this anime in the West, since it just launched in Japan, and it looks like it'll be Funimation this coming winter. But that, ladies and gentlemen, will conclude this weekly rundown. Hope you all enjoyed. Subscribe for more daily videos, and yeah.
I apologize if I say something that makes you
Hey, what's up, guys?
uncomfortable.
Rev
What?
here. Today we're going to talk about a manga series
Me
that had its most recent
uncomfortable
chapter pulled
on
from
something?
Western publication. And as you can see, as we
That
go over
wouldn't
the content plan
happen.
for this video, something's not really adding up here.
Yeah, let me go back to the reference. So yes, like some droopy thing on the ice. Droop, droop. You get the droop. You get the droop. Go to face paint. We add something. Yes. What Prad said is true. I'll make you uncomfortable. Did the video stop?
The series we're talking about for today is called Ayakashi Triangle. To give those who are unfamiliar a quick synopsis, Japan is brimming with mysterious monsters called Ayakashi. However, an exorcist ninja named Matsuri spends his day fighting Ayakashi to protect his childhood friend Suzu. But when he defeats a particular Ayakashi, a curse is placed on him, turning him into a woman, and now he has to spend his days with Suzu trying to turn back. And yes, this series is filled with all kinds of ecchi romantic adventures, as you might guess. To give you an even better sense of what we're dealing with,
Oh yeah,
this
Prads,
series
when
is
are
created by the
you
same people behind To Love Ru,
getting your
so
commission done?
ecchi rom-com vibes here. So why are we talking about Ayakashi
Because the
Triangle
first one
today?
who buys my
Well, that's because
commission,
Shueisha's Manga Plus service
I'll put
and
his
Viz Media's
name or
Shonen
her
Jump
name
website
on the
both revealed that they're not
on
producing
my
the 74th
cover,
chapter of this manga
Twitter
series,
cover.
which is pretty ironic for a whole host of reasons that we'll get into very shortly. But as you can see, the 74th chapter that was expected to release on
Twitter
December
cover.
26th is missing from both websites. And
So you'll
several
see that
sources
your
have
name
tried to
there.
reach out to these services, to get a reason as to why
I
this
also put
chapter
the
was
first
pulled,
sub.
but no answer was provided.
Whoever gets
But
the
I wouldn't
first
say you're
sub,
crazy to assume that this had something to do with
I'll put
censorship,
his
given
name
these
on
two
the.
companies' histories and the adult themes included in that chapter, which, from what I've seen, are nothing worse than what's already been included in the series anyways. But let's start with Viz Media, which ironically, if you go to their site and look up their page for Ayakashi Triangle, the first thing you are
So
greeted
this is like
with
red
is this
instead.
message: never miss a new chapter. And as you've already seen, that's not true since they pulled the latest chapter. And looking at their latest chapters, most of them are labeled
Then he sent
18
me, wait,
plus,
what?
which is hardly surprising if you've seen the series. Looter illustrations and sexual themes are pretty much a constant throughout the previous 73 chapters. The only thing that was even
Are you
remotely
invading my
questioned in
beloved
chapter 74
Vtuber?
was one of the characters being groped.
None say so,
While you can't find
Vtubers.
way worse from previous chapters,
The only time
you
I
can
was on
find
Coral was when
violent
a Discord
or
kept sending me
sexual
pictures
themes
of
throughout other
Sprite
series
ever
on social
since.
websites.
What?
And Viz Media already has a pretty bad reputation when it comes to censorship, and from looking at chapter 74 myself,
Then he sent me
and hearing
pictures
the
of
opinions
bacon.
avid readers of the series, this chapter was extremely
Kinda
important to
cute,
the
but
story's
kinda
progression.
weird.
And let's
When
not
I
forget
say
the fact
kinda
that
weird,
people
I
are
mean
paying a
extremely
subscription
weird.
service to access these chapters. There is a
But
very
bacon is
reasonable
yummy
expectation
though.
that
It's
they
not
wouldn't be
weird.
missing out on key chapters without even a reason given for its removal. And it goes without saying, it's the same for Manga Plus. I just spent more time talking about Viz because they've been up to a lot of this kind of behavior recently. And as you might have guessed, the Japanese release of
That
this
just made
chapter
me
has been
hungry.
untouched and released
Bacon. I
as
haven't eaten
expected.
bacon
But going forward for this
since
series,
last year.
both services have stated that in approximately a week,
Hopefully I
they will
get
be
enough
releasing the
commissions.
75th
I can
chapter,
buy a bacon.
just casually skipping over the key plot lines
Bacon,
missed from
bacon.
the previous chapter they removed. But yes, another disappointing story about censorship, and it's pretty much like these companies want you to pirate content. And honestly, I wouldn't blame you at this point. But that's gonna do it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time. Oh my god. U.S. Secretary of State's 2021 Spotify playlist includes Demon Slayer's movie theme? Whoa! That's so based and anime pilled? Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to anyone, but when you see something like a 59-year-old politician including an anime song in his Spotify playlist, it's just a manipulation tactic. In a public career that's all about optics, I don't feel like you have to be a tinfoil hat wearing cynic to believe that this is a stunt to appeal to younger voters. And as one user pointed out, either he's the most cultured listener with an impressively international taste of music that just conveniently includes music from nearly
Every
all
time
of
he makes
America's
it?
closest
What?
allies, or this is just a calculated
He keeps sending me
facade.
pictures of himself.
I'm gonna go with the later option.
When
and
I just
who's
want
the
to see his
internal responsible
dogs.
for this mashup? I think there's nothing worse than a celebrity or
The dogs are his
politician using
owners.
interest in anime to appeal to a new crowd of support. I remember when Kim Kardashian made a reference to
Oh
Zero
my
Two,
god.
and people were like, "Beast Kim Kardashian, one of us, one of us." When in reality, she
Imagine if
probably cares
the
very little about anime. Don't put any public figure on a pedestal
dogs
just because they
suddenly
say they like
become
anime. You don't need some popular person to
what you call that?
It's cool if they have a genuine interest, but I can tell you this. More often times than not,
They suddenly become smarter,
that's gonna do it for this video. Let me know what you guys think
and
about
then
this
the roles
subject in
will
the
be
comment section
reversed.
down below, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. So about a week ago, I made 2 videos providing details about a panel set to be featured in an upcoming anime
What will you guys do if that
so I'll leave a link to those
happens?
2 videos at the top of the description.
Would you
if you want
bark
the full lore of this manga.
if the dog
But I'll start
dog
quickly
tells you to
refresh your
bark?
memories because last night, the
As
long-awaited
payback?
event finally dropped. You see, about 2 weeks ago, someone noticed that the Anime Los Angeles convention was featuring a panel titled "Lolicons Are Pedophiles and Other Uncomfortable Truths About Nerd Culture." After being roasted on social media, the name was changed, dropping the part about lolicons. Then after making my first video on the topic, several people came to me with information about who might have created the panel. So I made a second video on the topic, reviewing the evidence and suggesting that the man behind it was a featured guest of the convention named Victor Frost. And spoiler alert, as you will see, he was in fact the person running the panel. And despite the internet beating over the weeks, including examples of him engaging in the same exact behavior,
Dude even called me his kitten once, but the day right after that he got banned.
he was not backing down, and the panel was still scripted.
Imagine getting banned.
At 11 o'clock local time, the moment of reckoning was upon us. Judgment Day for all of the lolicons out there.
Kinda curious what the
Luckily for
color of
us,
his.
some brave convention goers pulled out their cameras and recorded the panel. I mean, forget about reporters going into war zones. The brave people who risked the wrath of Victor Frost to share this event with us deserve a Medal of Merit for their efforts. And I gotta say, my expectations were low, but Jesus Christ, it was even worse than I thought. So let's run through a thread going through the experience. As you can see, our man pulled a bait and switch. Despite changing the public title of the panel, he was still running with the original for the actual presentation itself.
Okay, have you guys seen that incident
Abysmal. I mean, who would have thought that
where the Italian Senate played Tifa porn?
The exact kind of content you would see at nearby booths would not be appealing
Tifa,
to its
Tifa.
attendees. As for the presentation itself, as you can see, some really groundbreaking information.
The Senate
there.
is
But
getting
during this
cultured
first
now.
segment, going off the word of people who were there was a whole bunch of disclaimers about being responsible with this discussion.
You guys know about that news?
Despite the fact that the panel
Where the hacker, where there was a hacker and then
which mirrors his previous social media posts on
he
the
hacked
subject,
the
analyzing
thingy.
them as well. The next slide is perhaps the most ironic. The same person who marks lolicons as outright pedophiles self-identifies as a member of the My Little Pony community. And to make this clear, there's nothing wrong with an adult enjoying My
And
Little
meow
Pony,
all the time.
but don't you see the irony here? The type of people who would support
I'd bark if
lolicon
Mammon told
pedophilia
me.
would have the exact same sentiment
Cultured man
about an
culturing
adult male
everyone.
around the age of 30 engaging in a community that many
Ay,
would consider aimed at children. I mean, the next part was some weird arc that was included in the panel preview we looked at in previous videos. I can assure you, nobody, no person out there thinks that being a geek makes you a minority, let alone a persecuted minority. I mean, you have to be trolling at this point. And similarly, he brought up a discussion about yaoi fans and the LGBTQ plus community, but prefaced that he is as far away from them as possible. Yeah, I could see how needlessly bringing up that point is where we're starting to borderline on homophobia there, but moving on, I guess. So apparently it took almost the entire presentation to finally reach what everyone was waiting for. As you can see, the lolicon discussion brought out some meme-worthy evidence. It's like that same meme people would use to show that Uzaki-chan shared the features of a human baby. And the coup de grace is the fact that Victor brought up the Protect Act of 2003 to demonstrate that lolicon is illegal in the United States. Which I've brought this up before, but the Protect Act of 2003, regarding its section on virtual or drawn art,
Totally
was struck
didn't
down
do
as
that when I was younger.
unconstitutionally vague. It is absolutely meaningless. The reason that many people incorrectly cite this is because it's the first thing that pops up on a Google search when you search about the legality of lolicon in the US. But if you read beyond the first paragraph previewed, you'll see that it's not even the law. It doesn't control anything when it comes to this subject. But that seems to be about it. This whole thing was quite the ride. I appreciate those who were able to share this event with us, and I hope you guys had as much fun as I did laughing at this over the past few weeks. But it seems we have reached the end of this manga. Will there be a surprise sequel? We'll have to wait and see. But if it does happen, you know I'll be there to cover it. So that's going to do it for this video. Make sure you sub for more daily videos, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. Today we're going to talk about the topic of gatekeeping. Now the problem with this is that people want to dismiss its proponents as elitist virgin weirdos without even trying to understand why gatekeeping is a necessary tool for any hobby or popular medium. Gatekeeping is like the break glass in case of emergency sort of tactic. Nobody wants to use it, but it's a necessary tool for protecting your community. Contrary to what many people like to think, gatekeeping isn't about pushing out new and genuine fans trying to enter a community. It's about weeding out unreasonable people who enter a medium and immediately expect it to cater to their wants and needs, despite knowing very little about it. It's a power trip. It's about control. These types of people enter an established fan base and expect it to conform to their views. Gatekeeping hopes to rid people like this. Now, I know on this channel we cover a lot of bad takes, but I take great pleasure in giving credit where credit is due. And today, I would like to tip my cap to Forbes. That's right. One of the authors over there recently made a great article about gatekeeping anime, and it's shocking. And since we have the rare
Bye-bye,
opportunity to see
Alexi. I guess you're
journalist
going
take
now?
a good take on this subject, I thought
Bye-bye.
it'd be appropriate to spend the rest of this video running through it together.
You
Okay.
simping another
Overnight,
person.
our friend here,
Guess you're off to
Aldi
simp another
became
person.
some sort of a
Kick
gay
W.
chat in the anime community. A lot of people praising this article. Fans aren't gatekeeping anything. They're just wary of would-be dictators trying to take over their hobby. Excellent title. Because that's what it's all about. As I mentioned, it's not about keeping out new people who are genuinely interested in joining some sort of a community. It's about people on the outside trying to force their way in and change an established fan base for their own personal desires. And it always revolves around control. One of the strangest phenomenon that keeps on popping
You're
up
gonna
these
simp
days
another
is the
J-Tuber.
inaccurate accusation that fans are somehow gatekeeping their hobbies. Firstly, this is actually impossible to do, and secondly, there's a lot more going on than first appears. Which is funny because really any sort of a fan base these days is online. I mean, there is never a case where anybody will ever be able to actually gatekeep you from doing anything. You don't like what people are saying in the community online if you're trying to watch a certain anime, you don't like what that community says, guess what? You don't have to listen to them. They are not going to pull the plug on your internet connection. You can still watch your anime in peace. Nobody's going to make it impossible for you to join anything. According to Merriam-Webster, a gatekeeper is either someone who tends or guards a gate or a person who controls access to something. The accusation in this instance obviously applies to the latter. Regardless, fans are incapable of controlling access to their hobbies, but before I get into that, here's a bit of a fandom history lesson. Picking up a specific example in the case of anime, back in the day, many anime were not available outside of Japan. This meant if you wanted to watch something like The Vision of Escaflowne,
Simping shall never end till the end never
maybe
stops.
I should be gatekept at this point.
Tatakai!
Joined an anime club, attended its meetings, and acquired fan-subbed versions of the anime on VHS.
I mean, aren't religious people
accuse me of being
simps?
a boomer,
Kick
and
W.
that is some golden boomer right there. I love it.
Everyone is a simp,
This meant the people
even on the
who
older
said anime club
times.
could actually gatekeep when it came to fans' access to anime. Exactly right. Back then, if you had physical copies controlling the narrative, someone controlling fan subs, controlling the tapes you have access to, they could literally gatekeep you. They could keep you from seeing what you want to see, the fandom you want to join. But nowadays, obviously, that's not a problem. In the decade since, anime such as that are now widely available on Blu-ray and also on various streaming services, not only in Japan, but also internationally as well. Put simply, if you are a current anime fan, then there is no one gatekeeping you from acquiring various anime works and enjoying them as a hobby. You don't need to befriend the higher-ups in the anime club. You can just buy it and watch it whenever and wherever you want. Which is so funny. This is the greatest statement because if you go on Twitter, there is a fan base, a very visible fan base for just about any anime out there. Anything with any sort of a size, right? And people will bend over backwards in cases to try to appeal to these higher-ups. And by higher-ups, we mean, an unemployed 30-year-old who spends his time arguing with teenagers on the internet on Twitter, right? And people will think that they need to befriend these people controlling what they believe are controlling the fan base in order to have acceptance. You don't need those people. Of course, part of being in a fan base is the social aspect, having someone to share it with, talk about it with. But the main thing is being able to access it. And you don't need to befriend people or feel like you need to suck up to people or be accepted by people in order to be a part of a fandom. That's never true. And, okay, I said I'm trying to praise Forbes, right? This is why I'm really making sure we praise this article. This is the same kind of stuff they're normally yeeting out of their assholes, okay? This is why this article is so stunning and we need to celebrate it, okay? But anyways, the same goes for model kit building, video games, and pretty much any hobbies out there. Unless there is someone physically limiting access to host media, gatekeeping is not taking place. So why are certain people claiming that fans are gatekeeping their hobbies? Well, this is a bit more involved and is not so much about hobbies in question, but about controlling various fandoms. Going back to my previous anime example, when I originally got into anime all those decades ago, the size of the international fandom was relatively small. These days, though, anime is a global pop culture phenomenon. That means that a lot of anime fans are out there, and the fandom itself is consequentially influential in an industrial and cultural sense. So the accusation of gatekeeping are being used to leverage access to effectively run each fandom and acquire power as a result, which is very well said. The whole process of gatekeeping, or what people perceive as gatekeeping nowadays, is all about power and control. People want to feel like they're controlling.
Try not to break any
Just
cups.
like anything else in the world, power is the
Hello. Far from
things.
evolution.
The irony is
Nani?
the vast majority of people who are the loudest about gatekeeping,
That's a weird name.
feeling like they're being oppressed and their voice is not being heard. There are people who
Far
aren't
from
even in
evolution.
the medium itself. They're not even actually interested. The greatest proof of this is a lot of video games, right? Something will happen, people will be offended by something, right? They'll demand a change. You know, for lack of, it might be a little cringe to say, but someone wants a woke change, right? And it seems like it's the loudest thing people are asking for, right? And a company might bend the knee and make the change to appease to these people. But then they don't see any return on their investment because the people complaining about it never even played the game in the first place. And a lot happens with anime. A lot of people complaining about a certain anime or call for its censorship or changes to it. They're complaining about something they're not even consuming in the first place. It's the ultimate irony. This is why there's a great deal of pushback from fans on this, not because they want to stop people from watching anime or enjoying their hobbies, but they want to make sure these hobbies remain open to all and not descend into some kind of a dictatorship. That's right. The reality is that fans love having people they can talk to in depth about their hobby. This kind of involved and almost studied discussion of a hobby is actually
Far
what keeps
from
things
evolution.
along. This means it's not in the interest of fans to limit access to what they care about, and if people are genuinely curious about a hobby, then fans almost always tend to offer their help and insight. However, this is the
I'll
best part
duplicate.
about the entire thing. However,
Duplicate.
when you see someone online or even in the real world accuse a fan of gatekeeping, it's more likely that said accuser is not interested in that hobby and is actually a power-hungry would-be dictator that wants to rule said fandom with an iron fist. Nothing else to say there. That is a beautiful summation of everything we're talking about. So, once again, my man Ollie Barter, great article, really appreciated it, and it definitely deserves all the praise it's been getting on Twitter in particular. And yeah, I really liked this discussion, and I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know your thoughts about gatekeeping and gatekeeping anime specifically in the comment section down below. Subscribe for more daily videos, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. I've said it before on this channel, but almost every fan base has its toxic or annoying parts. As a consequence, when something becomes extremely popular, that bad part of the fan base can be quite large and quite loud. Genshin Impact is no different. With a massive amount of players worldwide, this game is almost always mired in some sort of drama. The fact that Genshin Impact is run by MiHoYo, a Chinese-based company, adds fuel to this shitstorm because MiHoYo is making their content-related decisions with Chinese censorship policies in the front of their mind. The concern for many is that these censorship-related decisions made to appease the Chinese government will spill over from the Chinese servers into the global servers. Today is an example of that exact concern. Yesterday, MiHoYo released this update announcing the release of alternative outfits, which are partial redesigns of existing outfits for several of the game's most prominent characters. For clarity, here's a side-by-side comparison of the changes. It's pretty obvious. The alternative designs are just button-up, less revealing versions. Those small and innocuous changes, clearly these are being introduced as censored versions of the existing default outfit.
This is RevSaysDesu.
The button-up and alternative designs are the default for Chinese servers. The new version is their only option for these characters,
RevSaysDesu.
surprising for the Chinese
And I'm
servers
making his
that
avatar.
experience changes like this regularly. When it comes to the remaining global
Avatar.
servers, the default outfits are retained, and you don't have to use the new alternatives. They're just an additional option. To say that this tweet sparked a huge debate would be an understatement. This tweet is pretty much a battlefield for issues over censorship of character designs. The problem is, the little culture war taking place there has shifted the goalposts of what's really going on here. This isn't some cute alternative being offered. This isn't about malding Coomers getting mad about their waifu's outfits being threatened. This is about Chinese censorship. Look, I understand some people are so desperate for an own where they can say, hey, look, a game developer wants to offer less sexualized outfits for characters, and it still looks good. That's great and all, but when you're celebrating this decision, you're also celebrating Chinese censorship, because that is the sole reason MiHoYo made this decision. It wasn't for the person feeling uncomfy about their outfits. It wasn't to be inclusive of people's demands. It was to make the Chinese government happy. Plain and simple. You can like and appreciate the concept of the redesigns while also acknowledging and denouncing the reasons for why it's happening. The same thing with a recent discussion about the censored version of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid being played in China. I said in my previous video on the topic, I actually like the redesign of Ilulu. A flat chest just looks better on her, to me at least. But at the same time,
Rapper,
I have to
it's
acknowledge that this is
Dopo.
about enforcing its censorship. They don't
Dopo
actually
is
care about
here.
what looks best aesthetically. They care about hiding any squint of sexual
Gonna get
themes. It's not
this
something
now.
to be celebrated. And you can say it's just a small change. Yeah, it is. But when it comes to censorship,
Dappa,
it
yo,
always
yo.
starts with small things. Seeing what they can get away with as they push for more and more. And this is
Genki
the first
desu,
time
yo.
MiHoYo has pushed
Dappa,
this
yo,
into the
yo.
global servers. They want to see how
Are
people
you
react to this. And I have to be honest,
okay,
when it comes to Genshin Impact, I'm
Dopo?
always surprised how players are so
You've
upset
been
about
well?
revealing or slightly risque outfits, which are often quite tamed when compared to other gacha games, by the way. At the end of the day, Genshin Impact is a waifu collecting gacha game. It's no different than Fate Grand Order or Azure Lane. It's about collecting cute pixels on your screen. Why people want to strip away the appeal while ignoring the dark reasons fueling its happening is not a good look. And clearly, this is not the end of these changes for MiHoYo and Genshin Impact, and we'll have to wait and see what happens next. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. Today is the day. The day that I'll deliver the video that every subscriber, no, every person in the world has been waiting for. Today we're going to take some of the most infamous anime-related controversies and toss them into a tier list where they'll be ranked accordingly. Wait, you forgot about this video? Oh, come on, it's only 6 months late. That's practically nothing. But in case you need a reminder, I made a video a lifetime ago where I had you guys comment which controversies you wanted to see included in this tier list, so I picked 8 of them to rank in this live recorded video. That's right, no script, no rubber, just raw dog in this one. And
Raw
of
dog.
course, you may be wondering, under what criteria will these controversies be ranked? It'll essentially work like this. The more entertaining and popular the controversy, the higher it's ranked. However, this does not mean that the higher ranked it is, the more truthful it is. A controversy can be S tier and be complete nonsense at the same time. As long as it was entertaining to debate or even make fun of, it will rank high. So that's enough foreplay, you got the ground rules, so grab some alcohol and cuddle up to your crustiest body pillow because it's time to rank these anime controversies. We're going to start off with a classic controversy, one that was covered a lot on this channel. Deadstreak says the fact that people think Uzaki is a child with bazungas, even though people with those kinds of proportions exist and are aptly called short-stacked. Uzaki-chan was an anime adaptation released almost 2 years ago that caused a mountain of salt on social media. Twitter literally lost its mind over this little anime girl. It's weird even calling this a controversy because it didn't even have anything to be mad about. People looked at Uzaki-chan's model and said she was an overly sexualized minor with unrealistic proportions. Which, number one, not a real human. Calm down, son, it's just a drawing. But every schizo on Twitter called Uzaki a child, despite a 3-second Google search that would reveal she was a 19-year-old college student. And to double down on their craziness, they would say that her age doesn't matter. She still looks young. Which,
She still looks
age
young.
not mattering, kind of ironic
Bruh.
to say. But having said that, the natural counter to that is to fairly point out that her distinguishing features includes tig old biddies, which then they would goalpost shift and say it's still bad because now that's an unrealistic body type. So after those layers of copium, we're left with
Layers of
antis believing that there's no such thing as short-stacked women. Which isn't surprising because these people have probably never interacted with a real human woman in their entire life besides their own mother, and it really shows. Overall though, very, very entertaining. There was a constant wave of related bad takes to make fun of, and I enjoyed it. I even remember seeing an angry post about her only days ago, so Uzaki's legacy of exposing psychopaths on the internet lives on. This is a good example of an S-tier quality controversy. It was very popular, insane, but very enjoyable to make fun of as well. It also seemed like a bit of a turning point where people had less and less tolerance for bad takes involving anime. S-tier for the Uzaki-chan controversy. The next controversy is one that I think was one of the most polarizing I've seen in recent times, the so-called Gargura Predator problem. So back in 2020, when Gargura and the first generation of Hololive English made their debut, there was a lot of controversy that arose. For legitimate reasons? Of course not. This whole thing began out of thin air when some ironically hammerhead shark-looking fatherless grifter decided to make a hit piece on Gargura and her fans. To summarize that video, it basically called Gargura pedo bait, and anyone who enjoyed her stream or her personality, well, you guessed it, the big P word, which is insane. Insane enough where I made what I'm pretty sure is my longest commentary video of all time responding to it. And despite the controversial nature of my response and the hundreds of thousands of views it got, it still has a roughly 99% like-dislike ratio, telling me that people saw through that garbanzo, and the whole thing kind of died down in a few weeks. I would say I had a very strong reaction to this one in particular, but it was so stupid and fueled by disingenuous cloud chasing that it made the whole experience quite annoying, to be honest. So with the headaches and the flashbang nature of it, I'll give the Gargura controversy a B tier. If anything, it just
B.
brings more attention to Gargura in the first generation of Hololive English. So we'll place it right here in the comfy B tier. Now, Pathfinder brings up a somewhat completed controversy, Crunchyroll stealing money from their Fun Japanese Creator Initiative to use it on High Guardian Spice instead. Now, as you're all probably already aware, Crunchyroll is a massive corporation, and they have a big budget when it comes to their in-house projects. High Guardian Spice was one of those, and subscribers rightfully expected a high-quality anime series. And one thing that's good about this video being delayed is the fact that the anime recently concluded. And I already covered this in separate videos, but long story short, it sucked. Crunchyroll has been lowballing Japanese creators for a long time now, and here's their funds hard at work. A generic bleeding heart sloppy cartoon dressed up like a progressive deep anime series that literally nobody wanted. So bad that right now if you try to pirate it, you would discover that none of the pirating websites even have it listed, because nobody wants it. I will speak on behalf of anyone watching this. I would have much preferred if Crunchyroll took the money used to produce this dumpster fire and used it instead to fund original and much more qualified Japanese studios instead. I will put it in the C tier, C for Crunchyroll. And honestly, that's about it for that. But at least we had a good time laughing at High Guardian Spice together. That's all I can say about that. Joe Schmo submitted the next one. The classic is Nagatoro Black controversy. Now, this one was a very short-lived controversy. Unemployed Twitter users decided at the premiere of the Nagatoro anime adaptation to claim that Nagatoro was black, and a lot of the fan art surrounding this character was quote-unquote whitewashed as a consequence. Now, any topic that has to do with race is something I cautiously approach, but this one is pretty straightforward. Nagatoro is not
Elite.
black. Shocking, I know. It's canonic to the manga.
How are you and your vocal
And has a
cords?
tan from playing outdoor sports.
Wait, did I read
And
that
one of her
late?
signature physical traits is her tan lines. And
Sorry, I
one
wasn't
thing that
able
she
to read your
has is
chat.
fair skin. But needless to say, the
still
post
bork.
artists were crazy and
Vocal
quite
cords
fun to
are still
laugh at,
bork.
honestly. It was a good few days, but even the schizos on Twitter couldn't support this one too long. But it was a fun, short ride. I will give this one
Yes, I need to
a
drink
tier
more water.
as well. Sam
Imagine
asks,
not drinking
"Does the
water."
Hololive China controversy count?" It absolutely does. To sum it up in a nutshell, Hololive members Coco and Hachima came under fire after they simply mentioned Taiwan while listing off YouTube stats during a live stream. I mean,
Wada,
all
wada.
they did was acknowledge they had viewers
Wada,
in
wada.
Taiwan, but that was more than enough for the crazies over in China to go completely nuclear, harassing both of them and calling for their removal from Hololive. And what's horrible about this whole situation is that Cover Corp gave in to the Chinese mob and suspended these two for literally stating an objectively true statement. Cowardly and pathetic is the best way to describe how it went down, and it sucked. A controversy over the most benign statement and then being punished for it. That sucks. This controversy reflects bad on Hololive management. That's why I give it a garbanzo tier. LW brings up our next controversy. Any short female character is automatically a lolly, even when they aren't. Now, this is one that never seems to escape. The quote-unquote progressive side of Twitter will cancel anime characters for being short, saying anyone who likes them is a pedo. So tough luck to short women out there and real-world women under 6 foot. You're a child now. I mean, I know my girlfriend's short. I have no excuse, guys. Despite the fact she's a full-grown adult, look, I don't write the rules, Twitter does, so I'm gonna have to turn myself in now. Okay, but seriously, this one sucks, but it's always relevant. I mean, I literally just made a video yesterday covering someone calling Lukwa from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid a MILF that looks like a child. Honestly, I'm gonna give this one a C tier, mainly because it just keeps coming up and it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere out there. I gotta give it to them. It's their irrational ace in the hole when it comes to anime girls, but C tier indeed for it. Baron brings up a lesser known classic. I think the English voice of the rabbit girl from My Hero Academia is a controversial anime topic. Indeed it was. This is actually one of my highest viewed videos of all time. I made a quick meme highlighting that comment criticizing the voice acting performance of the woman behind the character Mirako from the English dub of the show. The commentator said that she didn't sound black enough, without knowing the voice actress behind it was literally born in Africa. This was a quick and clean, a collective laugh showing the curb your meme level of stupidity
Your
behind
meme.
this whole thing. Honestly, I will give it a B tier, mainly because the collective internet just roasted this one and inspired a lot of good memes, and it was just really kind of short, sweet, and funny. Now, for our last controversy, add to cart goes for that juicy Reddit updates for this one. The Animemes subreddit controversy over the word trap. Now,
Oh god, that controversy.
this one is quite legendary. Back
The
in
word
2020, there was
trap.
a major controversy on a once very popular subreddit for anime memes. Its owners went woke or broke and decided to ban the word trap from its subreddit when nobody asked for it.
Rev.
That's right, trap was their new T-word, a term that they were convinced was transphobic. And while sorry to spoil to you, but it did not achieve their agenda. It just led to a bunch of people memeing and using the T-word in their memes. The T-word. Using trap in their memes. And honestly, bans for completely harmless users. A pathetic chapter in the history of anime-related subreddits that just reminded us how power-hungry, touch-starved mods will do anything to upset their community as long as they feel like they're being progressive doing it. No matter how illogical all those beliefs might be, or the wishes of actual trans people in this case. This one, I will give a very fitting D-tier rating. One that actually this was also brought up recently too, but we'll get into that another time. So that, ladies and gentlemen, will conclude this anime controversy tier list. I'm glad to finally get it done. It was a fun time doing it. Let me know what you guys think about the whole tier list in the comment section down below. Feel free to bring up more anime controversies. Maybe we'll do a part 2 in the future. But yeah, that's going to do it for this video. Make sure you sub for daily videos. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Smell my jeans, guys. Smell my jeans.
Get that shit out of my
Smell
face, man. That's
Bro,
like musky shit. That's dripping with your fucking sweat, Connor. Is that what you're talking about when you mean drip?
God, you don't know how many people would pay for that experience.
Smell
you
my
know?
jeans, bro.
To smell
it. Just give
smell
it a
Connor's
sniff. Give it a
jeans.
sniff.
Get that shit out of my face, man.
Smell his jeans. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Trash Taste Podcast. I'm your boy. I'm not your boy. I am the boy with the boys.
Fucking stumbled through that,
Is that
didn't
the
you?
worst intro you've ever done?
No. All my intros are the
I
worst,
could
we know
feel
that.
I could feel like your mind just like starting up as you're saying that sentence. It was just like
I'm like, you know, those really old lawnmowers your dad has where you have to do like 5 times until it finally gets started. That's my brain right now. So how are you guys' weeks been?
I just had an absolute fucking ordeal this morning.
What?
Yeah, so this is like fucking what now? Like volume 8 of Gaijin versus Japanese Bank, right?
Yeah.
I think we're like at that volume now.
Thriller in Manila. Gaijin versus Bang.
The bank strikes back. And I mean, like, to me, like, now, like, going to a Japanese bank is kind of like going to the dentist now. Because, like, I do anything I can to put it off.
I like
right?
my dentist, actually.
Really?
I mean, it's been great here. The bank's way far worse. I would rather have like an anal rectal cavity, whatever that is, opposed to going to the bank.
An anal rectal cavity? dentist.
At the dentist.
At the dentist.
I would rather her use that drill on
Let me
my
see your
ass.
teeth.
I would rather her do anything experimental.
Honestly, I agree because like I've been putting off going to the bank for ages, right? Because I've needed to send money abroad to back home.
Okay.
Because right now I'm helping my parents pay for the mortgage of their house, so they can retire and have a nice, comfy life.
Good Asian son right
Flex,
there.
Good.
flexing right there.
Yeah,
You know,
Double
just-
flex.
just being a good Asian son, as you do. So I mean, I've been doing this for like basically since I started YouTube. But since I moved to Japan, obviously most of my money is now in my Japanese bank account,
Right.
and I've known for a while that I was going to need to transfer money into my British bank account.
Of course.
I was just dreading this, right? As you do with any Japanese bank
Yeah.
experience. What I didn't realize was that I was going to have like the biggest ordeal I've had yet in the Japanese
God.
bank. So I mean, like, so I'm just like, okay, I book the appointments because you can't do anything online, as we've said,
Of course, of
on
course.
call.
God forbid you can
Yeah.
be in the 21st century.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I turn up as usual, and normally when we turn up to the bank, they normally have one guy who works there that acts as an interpreter because he speaks English and Japanese.
Right.
So he wasn't there today. So
But they just let you do the appointment? Did they know you were?
yeah, they knew it was me. They knew. So you know the guy.
Yeah, they
who
weren't going to be
normally-
like, Ganto. Yeah, that sounds Japanese.
So it was the same woman that handles our accounts, but
Right.
the interpreter, the guy who speaks English, wasn't there this time.
Okay.
So I'm just like, okay, this is gonna put my Nihongo Jozu to the test, right? This is gonna stretch it to the fucking limits, right? Because I mean, thankfully I have been practicing as much as I can, especially
Yeah.
my listening skills.
Yeah.
But this was gonna stretch it to the limits. So
Like bank hard mode.
yeah, this was bank like fucking Doom Impossible mode or whatever. So we start the process and we take inventory, and I bring all my usual stuff, right? Got my Hanko, got
Yeah.
my bank book, got my bank card, got everything.
Fully prepped.
Yeah, fully prepped.
All right.
I'm experienced.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking Japanese bank war veteran. I know what the fuck I need to do at Japanese banks, right? So I'm just like,
I
great.
know what happens on the battlefield.
So I'm like, great. So we start the process. I'm like, can I transfer money to my British bank account, please? Or transfer money overseas? And she starts explaining to me the process. And I'm like, fucking hell, okay, I understand like 70% of what you're saying. So
Okay.
I'm like, great. I'm following what she's saying. I'm like, you know what? Maybe this will be a smooth process. So I put in my name, put in my address and everything I need to do. And then we get to the actual transfer part of it, right?
Okay.
The actual transferring money to an overseas bank.
Yeah.
And so she asks me about the bank, and I say, oh, it's a British bank, it's Barclays, it's my account. And then she says, and here's where my Japanese got tested. She said something, right? And I heard transfer, and I heard purpose,
Yeah.
and I heard connection, right?
Okay.
So in my mind,
Stitch it all together.
because
That's how you do it.
this is how you do it. So,
Yeah.
so I heard those words. So I stitched the meaning of the word to be what was the purpose of the transfer.
Right.
Because that's
Naturally.
naturally what I assumed.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh great, the purpose of my transfer.
friend in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Prince, actually.
Yeah.
So I try to explain in the most broken Japanese I can. The purpose of my transfer is just to transfer money to myself
Yeah.
in England.
Yeah.
I was like, British bank account in England, my British bank account in England, transferring money to that.
Yeah.
And she was like, no. And she re-explains it. And I'm just like, okay, so how do I explain to her that I'm going to be paying a mortgage for my parents in England? And I'm just
Right.
like, fucking hell. Like, okay, this is
I don't know. I struggle to spell mortgage in English.
yeah.
most of the
I'm
time,
just like,
I guess.
I'm just like.
I was like, wait, mortgage has a T in it?
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
off.
right.
And I'm just like, Yoshin no tameni ie o haraimasu. And I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
I'm just like, that's the most I can come up with,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which is
Better
basically
than what I would have done, honestly.
which is basically for the purposes of my parents, I'm
Paying for their house.
paying for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
house,
yeah.
right? And she's like, no, and then we just like try to brokenly communicate to each other, and then she whips out the Google Translate,
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
was
just
gonna
like,
say, why don't you whip this out?
and I'm just like, okay, here we go. And
Yeah.
then she Google translates it, and she's just like, And the translation is, do you have any evidence that you have a connection to the purpose, to the person you're transferring to for the purpose of this transfer? And I'm just like, what? It's me.
It's literally me.
It's literally. Are we? It's me. It's me. Are we like? Is this a fucking circus we're running here? Like, what's going on? Like, how can I prove that I have a connection to myself? Right. So
It's like if I were you, I would have been like, so how many fucking Garten Manitafos do you know in the world?
Yeah.
Tell me.
This is the thing that I was dreading about Japan is that nothing's ever good enough for
No,
the banks.
no.
Like,
Yeah.
It's like no.
Because
I want to see a passport of the other you.
Yeah, because to a Japanese person, sending money to yourself overseas is just a concept that they don't understand. It's
Yeah.
like, why?
Yeah, so the first thing I say was like, I mean, my names are identical. Isn't
Yeah.
that enough proof? And she was like, no, it's because in Japanese bank, your first name comes second and your surname comes first. So it's Manitapo Ganto.
Yeah.
And then in my British bank account, Barclays, is Gant Manitapo. And because the names don't match, they obviously
Different
assume
person.
they obviously assume I'm like a dual citizen, like I'm fucking Jason Bourne with 5 different identities.
Rips up the passport bag. He's like, wait, which one? No, it's actually Russian guy.
So I'm just like, what do I need? And she
Yeah.
was like, I don't know. I'm just like, and she was just like, I don't know. Do you have any bills? And I'm like, I don't have any bills because I live in Japan now.
Yeah.
Will like a bank statement do?
Yeah.
And she was just like, yeah, sure, a bank statement will do. And I'm just like, do I have to print it out? And she says, yes,
Of
it has
course
to
you
be
do.
printed
Oh my
out
God. Of
and
course you do.
scanned to us. I'm just like, well, shit, because obviously. Thanks.
Can I borrow your pencil?
Yeah.
Thankfully, with British banks, I can access my statements very conveniently on my phone.
But you can't
and-
just do this.
And on any electronic device. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, this is where my engineering problem skills like come in, because first thing I ask her is like,
Can I airdrop you?
how much can I go to the company to print off my statement, right? And she says, sure. How much time would that take? And I ask, how much time is this appointment booked for? And she says, I have an hour. All right, and the appointment's booked for an hour, so I have an hour
Yeah.
time slot because I am not fucking going. I am not coming back to the bank just for the purpose of this transfer,
Yeah.
and I'm not missing out on this appointment. So I'm like, fucking, I'm doing this right now, and I'm just like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the company, gonna print out my stuff.
I'm gonna print out what I could have showed you digitally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have just done
I
this.
could have sent it to you in an email.
Email?
You know,
Yeah.
you get on
Yeah.
those.
Exactly. So
So do you have a fax? You can fax it to us.
So I rush off to the company, and then I realize that so every company has a printer, right? And there's only a few ways to connect to that printer.
Oh yeah.
One way,
This is why. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
you see where I'm going with this. One way is via phone, and the other way is via USB stick.
Yeah.
So I was just like, okay, great. Maybe I got it on my phone, so I'll just connect via my phone.
No.
So I.
You think you will?
so that to me was like my first option to problem solve this fucking issue that shouldn't be an issue,
Yeah.
right? So I tried to download the app to connect to the printer. The app's not available internationally.
Of course.
My Google Play Store is still linked to my UK account. Luckily, that wasn't too big of an issue because I have a Japanese account as well for this exact purpose of downloading Japanese apps.
Right.
So obviously, I download the app and everything is in Japanese.
Yeah.
And obviously, my Nihongo is not Jozu enough to figure out Japanese. Yeah, my Nihongo was not good enough to figure out this app.
Yeah.
So what I did is I have a second phone, right?
Google
And this
Translate.
and this second phone is my UK phone. So
Yeah.
I have like this old UK phone. It's an iPhone 5, which is like my phone before I upgraded to this new phone now.
Yeah.
Which is the only purpose for that phone is just so I have a UK SIM card so I can phone home, or if any
Yeah.
UK people want to phone me. So
Yeah.
I'm fucking like
Back.
I'm fucking on my phone with another phone,
Catch
Google
back.
translating my phone
I've
with
done
another
that.
phone.
I've done that.
And I'm just looking like a fucking clown in the company, being like,
Yeah.
So I'm there for about a full 10, 15 minutes trying to get this phone to connect to the printer.
Yeah.
It just does not want to
No,
connect.
no.
Fucking, I don't know what is going on with the app. I don't even think it was the language. I just think it was
No.
the app and the
I've
printer.
tried using that app, and I tried for
This-
like an hour.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
just doesn't connect.
This is why I just always carry around a USB stick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause in
same,
Japan,
same.
You never know when you need to print something
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck, this isn't gonna work. Okay, I 15 minutes have passed. The time is ticking. I've only got like, at this point, I've only got half an hour left of the appointment,
Right.
and I also still need to fill out the rest of the form. So
Yeah,
I've got another 15 minutes the most. So I'm just like, okay, I need to find another way. Thankfully, I remember I brought my laptop with me. Great.
Good
So
stuff.
and I have a USB stick as
Yeah,
well
yeah, yeah.
in my bag. So I'm just like, great. I just need internet. So unfortunately, with Japanese Sims, you can't tether internet.
No.
So
It's like an option you have to pay for.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So I'm just like fucking googling where is the nearest internet internet hotspot. So I look for coffee shops, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, brilliant. There's a
Or,
fucking
or like
coffee.
a McDonald's or something.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
so brilliant.
Oh god, it's just like everything you do, there's another thing you can do. Oh god.
So
It's like
brilliant.
side quest to complete the side quest.
Yeah, so brilliant.
But now I have to order a drink because I'm in Starbucks.
Brilliant. There's a Tully's coffee shop, like right, a block down from here. So I like
Yeah.
fucking sprint to this coffee shop. I don't want to buy a coffee because that's just adding more time on. So
Yeah.
I'm like outside the coffee shop, and I'm just like fucking watchdogs. I take out my laptop in the middle of the street. I take out my laptop, open it, fucking connect to the Wi-Fi. And just
Hello.
and
Just
yeah,
say
it's like
on
being a watchdog or
free.
something where I'm just like
Turning
I'm-
off the traffic lights.
Welcome
hacking-
to
I'm
the
fucking
stream.
hacking the system. So I like download my statement, put it in my
YouTube
USB
beep.
stick, run back to the fucking combini. Then I can finally print off the statement.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and by then 20 minutes have passed. So I fucking run back to the bank, and I'm just like, do I have enough time to complete this transfer? And she's like, yes, we'll make enough time. Don't worry. I'm like, thank fucking God. Okay. So I hand her the statement, right, and she's like, "Okay, great, we can use this."
Yeah.
And then so we start filling out the rest of the form. So she asked me for my British account number and account details,
Yeah.
and so I whip out my Barclays debit card,
Yeah.
and she looks at it and she goes, "Oh, we could have just used that," and I'm just like. Oh my God, I am literally about to scream right now. so,
And and if you ever ask a bank like person like being like, why didn't you tell me that before? Then they'll just be like, well, you didn't ask.
yeah, I mean,
Like I'm just into the Pandora's fucking
Yeah.
box.
It's
of
like cool.
options.
Thank you for giving me all the options.
Was there a transfer limit that you could do?
there wasn't a transfer limit, thankfully
thank
enough,
God.
but
Yeah.
the transfer itself cost $80, which is just like fucking.
So
Well,
let's just
I think the
So-
reason why Japanese banks, because I read up on this before, because I had to help Aki do the exact same thing, right? So
Right.
like send money back home for her parents, and like I had to go through this. Obviously, I didn't have the problem with the Google Translate thing, so I got it done in one go.
Yeah.
But I was just like, Jesus Christ, like why is this just such an arbitrary process? Like it shouldn't take this long. And then I saw like a thing being like, oh, it's because Japan has like run into like a lot of like money laundering issues. And I'm like, I don't know if anyone can be bothered to money launder if it takes that fucking long to do it. Like, it's not even worth it.
Honestly, it's probably a deterrent at this point.
Yeah.
Like, why would you money launder in Japan when you...
when it takes like a full day to process. I'm like, I can't be fucked to money launder anymore. I'll just be a law-abiding citizen.
Honestly, it's probably easier to like abide by the law than money launder at that point.
I feel like money laundering is not an issue that is on the everyday consumer and user
Right?
of the bank. I feel like we should really be looking at these massive
I guarantee
billion-dollar transfers that are done
I
from
guarantee it was
Cayman
probably like it happened maybe like once or twice,
Yeah.
and then obviously every Japanese company, when something bad happens once or twice, they get super paranoid about it. And they're like, guys,
I'll be
we
right
have to
back, guys.
stop
I'm so
this money
hungry.
laundering crisis. It is
Gonna get some
unstoppable.
food.
Make the process as
I'll
bullshit as
BRB.
possible so that
Let me pause the timer. I'll be right back. I'm very hungry. Me is hungry.
Topic.
Smell my jeans, guys. Smell my jeans.
Get that shit out of
Smell
my face, man.
that's
Bro,
that musky shit.
That's dripping with your fucking sweat, Connor. Is that what you're talking about when you mean drip?
God, you don't know how many people would pay for that experience.
Smell
you
my
know?
jeans, bro.
To
Just
smell
it. Just give
smell
it a
Connor's
sniff. Give it a
jeans.
sniff.
Get that shit out of my face, man.
Smell his jeans. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Trash Taste Podcast. I'm your boy, I'm not your boy. I am the boy with the boys.
Fucking stumbled through that.
Is that
didn't
the
you?
worst intro you've ever done?
No. All my intros.
I
are the
could
worst, we know
feel
that.
I could feel like your mind just like starting up as you're saying that sentence. It was just like
I'm like those really old lawnmowers your dad had where you have to do like 5 times until it finally gets started. That's my brain right now. So how are you guys' weeks been?
I just had an absolute fucking ordeal this morning.
What?
Yeah. So this is like fucking what now? Like volume 8 of Gaijin versus Japanese Bank, right?
Yeah.
I think we're like at that volume now.
Thriller in Manila. Gaijin versus Bang.
The bank strikes back. And I mean, like, to me, like, now, like, going to a Japanese bank is kind of like going to the dentist now. Because, like, I do anything I can to put it off.
I like my
right?
dentist, actually.
Really?
I mean, it's been great here. The bank's way far worse. I would rather have, like, an anal rectal cavity, whatever that is, opposed to going to the bank.
An anal rectal cavity?
At the dentist.
At the dentist. I would rather her use that drill on
Let me
my
see your
ass.
teeth.
I would rather her do anything experimental.
Honestly, I agree. Because, like, I've been putting off going to the bank for ages, right? Because
Yeah.
I've needed to send money abroad to back home.
Okay.
Because right now, I'm helping my parents pay for the mortgage of their house, so they can retire and have a nice, comfy life.
Good Asian
you know?
son right
Flex,
there.
Good.
flexing right there.
Yeah,
You know,
Double
just-
flex.
just being a good Asian son, as you do. So I mean, I've been doing this for like basically since I started YouTube. But since I moved to Japan, obviously, most of my money is now in my Japanese bank account,
Right.
and I've known for a while that I was going to need to transfer money into my British bank account. Of
course.
I was just dreading this, right? As you do with any Japanese bank experience. What I didn't realize was that I was going to have like the biggest ordeal I've had yet in the Japanese
God.
bank. So I mean, like, so I'm just like, okay, I book the appointments because you can't do anything online, as we've said,
Of course.
on call.
God forbid you can
Yeah.
be in the 21st century.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I turn up as usual. And normally, when we turn up to the bank, they normally have one guy who works there that acts as an interpreter because he speaks English and Japanese.
Right.
So he wasn't there today. So
But they just let you do the appointment? Did they know you were?
yeah, they knew it was me. They knew. So you know the guy.
Yeah, they
who
weren't going to be
normally-
like, Ganto. Yeah, that sounds Japanese.
So it was the same woman that handles our accounts, but
Right.
the interpreter, the guy who speaks English, wasn't there this time.
Okay.
So I'm just like, okay, this is gonna put my Nihongo Jozu to the test, right? This is gonna stretch it to the fucking limits, right? Because I mean, thankfully I have been, you know, practicing as much as I can, especially
Yeah.
my listening skills.
Yeah.
But this was gonna stretch it to the limits. So
Like bank hard mode.
yeah, this was bank like fucking Doom Impossible mode or whatever. So we start the process and we take inventory, and I bring all my usual stuff, right? Got my Hanko, got
Yeah.
my bank book, got my bank card, got everything.
Fully prepped?
Yeah, fully prepped.
All right.
I'm experienced.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking Japanese bank war veteran. I know what the fuck I need to do at Japanese banks, right? So I'm just like,
I know what happens on the battlefield.
so I'm like, great. So we start the process. I'm like, can I transfer money to my British bank account, please? Or transfer money overseas? And she starts explaining to me the process. And I'm like, fucking hell, okay. I understand like 70% of what you're saying. So
Okay.
I'm like, great. I'm following what she's saying. I'm like, you know what? Maybe this will be a smooth process. So I put in my name, put in my address and everything I need to do. And then we get to the actual transfer part of it, right?
Okay.
The actual transferring money to an overseas bank.
Yeah.
And so she asks me about the bank, and I say, oh, it's a British bank, it's Barclays, it's my account. And then she says, and here's where my Japanese got tested. She said something, right? And I heard transfer, and I heard purpose,
Yeah.
and I heard connection, right?
Okay.
So in my mind,
Stitch it all together.
because
That's how you do it.
this is how you do it.
Yeah.
So I heard those words. So I stitched the meaning of the word to be what was the purpose of the transfer.
Right.
Because that's
Naturally.
that's naturally what I assumed.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh great, the purpose of my transfer.
friend in Nigeria. He's Prince, actually.
Yeah.
So I try to explain in the most broken Japanese I can. The purpose of my transfer is just to transfer money to myself
Yeah.
in England.
Yeah.
I was like, British bank account in England, my British bank account in England, transferring money to that.
Yeah.
And she was like, no. And she re-explains it. And I'm just like, okay, so how do I explain to her that I'm going to be paying a mortgage for my parents in England? And I'm just like, fucking hell. Like, okay, this is.
I don't know. I struggle to spell mortgage in English.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I guess.
I just
I
realized
was like,
I
wait,
didn't.
mortgage has a T in it?
Right.
and I'm just like, Yoshin no tameni ie o haraimasu. And I'm just like, and I'm just like, that's the most I can come up with, right? Which is
Better than what I would have done, honestly.
which is basically for the purposes of my parents, I'm
Paying for their house.
paying for
Yeah,
the house,
yeah.
right? And she's like, no, and then we just like try to brokenly communicate to each other, and then she whips out the Google Translate,
Yeah,
and I'm
just
just like,
why don't you whip this out?
and I'm just like, okay, here we go. And then she Google translates it, and she's just like, and the translation is, do you have any evidence that you have a connection to the purpose to the person you're transferring to for the purpose of this transfer? And I'm just like, what? It's me.
It's literally me.
It's literally. Are we? It's me. It's me. Are we like? Is this a fucking circus we're running here? Like, what's going on? Like, how can I prove that I have a connection to myself? Right. So
It's like if I were you, I would have been like, so how many fucking Manitafos do you know in the world?
Yeah.
Tell me.
This is the thing that I was dreading about Japan, is that they just nothing's ever good enough for the
No,
banks.
no.
Like,
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Because
I want to see a passport of the other you.
Yeah, because to a Japanese person, sending money to yourself overseas is just a concept that they don't understand. It's
Yeah.
like, why?
Yeah, so the first thing I say was like, I mean, my names are identical. Isn't that enough proof? And she was like, no. It's because in Japanese bank, your first name comes second and your surname comes first. So it's Manitapo Ganto.
Yeah.
And then in my British bank,
Hello,
Barclays, it's
Sangoku.
Gant Manitapo. And because the names don't match, they obviously assume I'm like a dual
What up?
citizen, like I'm fucking Jason Bourne with 5
I see you've
different
been
identities.
Rips out the passport badge.
hopping on the stream lately.
It's actually Russian guy.
I saw you
What do
twice
you need?
now.
And she was like, I don't know. I'm just like, and she was just like, I don't know. Do you have
So you're
any
twice
bills?
on my
And I'm
streams
like,
now.
I don't have any bills because I live in Japan now.
Is my phone being on negative 1%? Yep, that's just a normal occurrence. No worries. Totally normal.
Because obviously, thanks.
Don't need to worry about it.
With British banks, I can access my
100%
documents
normal.
very conveniently on my phone.
But you can't just do this.
And on any electronic device. And I'm just like, okay, this is where my engineering problem skills like come in, because first thing I ask her is like,
Can I
how
airdrop you?
like how much like can I go to the combini to print off my statement, right? And she says, sure. How much time would that take? And
Mine also just goes from 60 to 30% for some reason. I don't know why.
Appointments booked for an hour, so I have an hour time slot because
Guess it's just magic.
I am not coming back to the bank just for
Magic.
the purpose of this transfer, and I'm not missing out on this appointment. So I'm like, fucking, I'm doing this right now, and I'm just like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the combini, gonna print out my stuff.
I'm gonna print out what I could have showed you digitally.
Yeah, I could have just done this.
I could have sent it to you in an email.
Email?
You know,
Yeah.
you get on those.
Exactly. So
So, do you have a fax? You can fax it to us.
So I rush off to the combini, and then I realize that so every combini has a printer, right? And there's only a few ways to connect to that printer.
Oh yeah.
One way,
This is why. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
you see where I'm going with this. One way is via phone, and the other way is via USB stick.
Yeah.
So I was just like, okay, great. Maybe I got it on my phone, so I'll just connect via my phone.
No.
So
You think you will?
so that to me was like my first option to problem solve this fucking issue that shouldn't be an issue,
Yeah.
right? So I tried to download the app to connect to the printer. The app's not available internationally.
Of course.
My Google Play Store is still linked to my YouTube account. Luckily, that wasn't too big of an issue because I have a Japanese account as well for this exact purpose of downloading Japanese apps.
Right.
So obviously, I download the app, and everything is in Japanese.
Yeah.
And obviously, my Nihongo is not Jozu enough to figure out Japanese. Yeah, my Nihongo was not good enough to figure out this app.
Yeah.
So what I did is I have a second phone, right? And this
Translate.
second phone is my UK phone. So
Yeah.
I have like this old UK phone. It's an iPhone 5, which is like my phone before I upgraded to this new phone now.
Yeah.
Which is the only purpose for that phone is just so I have a UK SIM card so I can phone home, or if any
Yeah.
UK people want to phone me. So
Yeah.
I'm fucking on my phone with another phone, Google translating my phone
I've
with
done
another
that.
phone.
I've done that.
And I'm just looking like a fucking clown in the comedy, being like,
Yeah.
So I'm there for about a full 10, 15 minutes trying to get this phone to connect to the printer.
Yeah.
It just does not want to
No,
connect.
no.
Fucking, I don't know what is going on with the app. I don't even think it was the language. I just think it was
No.
the app and the printer.
I've tried using that app, and I tried for like an hour.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
just doesn't connect.
This is why I just always carry around a USB stick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause in
same,
Japan,
same.
you never know when you need to print something
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck, this isn't gonna work. Okay, I 15 minutes have passed. The time is ticking. I've only got like, at this point, I've only got half an hour left of the appointment,
Right.
and I also still need to fill out the rest of the form. So
Yeah,
I've got another 15 minutes the most. So I'm just like, okay, I need to find another way. Thankfully, I remember I brought my laptop with me. Great.
Good
So
stuff.
and I have a USB stick as
Yeah,
well
yeah, yeah.
in my bag. So I'm just like, great. I just need internet. So unfortunately, with Japanese Sims, you can't tether internet.
No.
So
It's like an option you have to pay for.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So I'm just like fucking googling where is the nearest internet internet hotspot. So I look for coffee shop, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, brilliant. There's a
Or,
fucking
or like
coffee.
a McDonald's or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
so brilliant.
Oh god, it's just like everything you do, there's another thing you can do. Oh god.
So
It's like
brilliant.
side quest to complete the side quest.
Yeah, so brilliant.
But now I have to order a drink because I'm in Starbucks.
Brilliant. There's a Tully's coffee shop, like right, a block down from here. So I like
Yeah.
fucking sprint to this coffee shop. I don't want to buy a coffee because that's just adding more time on. So
Yeah.
I'm like outside the coffee shop, and I'm just like fucking watchdogs. I take out my laptop in the middle of the street. I take out my laptop, open it, fucking connect to the Wi-Fi, and
That's
just
so
like and it's like a scene of Watch Dogs or something. Where I'm just like
Turning off the traffic lights.
I'm hacking. I'm
Hacking into the mainframe.
I'm hacking the system. So I like download my statement, put it in my USB stick, run back to the fucking combini. Then I can finally print off the statements.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and by then 20 minutes have passed. So I fucking run back to the bank, and I'm just like, do I have enough time to complete this transfer? And she's like, yes, we'll make enough time. Don't worry. I'm like, thank fucking God. Okay. So I hand her the statement.
Yeah.
Right, and she's like, "Okay, great, we can use this."
Yeah.
And then so we start filling out the rest of the form. So she asked me for my British account number and account details.
Yeah.
And so I whip out my Barclays debit card.
Yeah.
And she looks at it and she goes, "Oh, we could have just used that." And I'm just like, "Oh my God, I am literally about to scream right now." so
And you know, and if you ever ask a bank like person, like being like, why didn't you tell me that before? Then they'll just be like, well, you didn't ask.
yeah, I mean,
Like I'm just into the Pandora's fucking box.
It's
of
like, cool,
options.
thank you for giving me all the options.
Was there a transfer limit that you could do?
there wasn't a transfer limit, thankfully
thank
enough,
God.
but
Yeah.
the transfer itself cost $80, which is just like fucking
So
Well,
let's just-
I think
So-
the reason why Japanese banks, because I read up on this before, because I had to help Aki do the exact same thing, right? So
Right.
like send money back home for her parents, and like I had to go through this. Obviously, I didn't have the problem with the Google Translate thing, so I got it done in one go.
Yeah.
But I was just like, Jesus Christ, like why is this just such an arbitrary process? Like it shouldn't take this long. And then I saw like a thing being like, oh, it's because Japan has like run into like a lot of like money laundering issues, and I'm like, I don't know if anyone can be bothered to money launder if it takes that fucking long to do it. Like, it's not even worth it.
Honestly, it's probably a deterrent at this point.
Yeah.
Like, why would you money launder in Japan?
CD555.
It takes like a full day to
Hello.
process. I'm like, I can't be fucked to money launder anymore. I'm
What
just a
up?
law-abiding citizen.
What up?
Honestly, it's probably easier to like abide by the
CD555.
law than money laundering.
I feel like money
That's how you
laundering
say
not
say your name?
is on the everyday
CD555.
I feel like we should really be looking at these
The
massive
sky is up.
billion-dollar transfers that
Yeah,
are done
I
from Cayman
guarantee it was
Islands.
probably like, it happened maybe like once or twice.
Yeah.
And then obviously, like, every Japanese
Nice.
company, when something bad happens,
First time I got someone's name right.
They're like, laundering crisis. It is unstoppable. Make the process as bullshit as possible so that no one can be bothered to do it.
Is that really the reason why? Because I've noticed that like anything payment.
Currently making RevSaysDesu avatar. I don't know if you know him.
And I just wondered if that. I just assumed that was like Japanese government being like, yeah, we want money to stay here.
Making his
I think it's probably
avatar.
also a thing as well. I'm sure the money laundering thing is just like a farce, like a public thing that they just say. But I think guaranteed they're just like,
That's why we don't let immigrants in.
yeah. We don't want you breaking.
They didn't request for this.
Have you ever like sent? Have you ever been?
I'm just making it to
any money
practice my skills.
Because like I remember.
My
I
skills.
remember
Like phone scams and stuff like that.
No, just like being scammed with like transferring money and then you never got it back or something like that. Because I remember when I was the only time I've sent money that was just like I just got completely scammed, and I rightly so got scammed because this was when I was trying to buy a fake ID when I was underage, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I mean, no, I totally deserved
instant
it.
karma
No,
compilation.
it is. I absolutely deserved it. But
Yeah.
because like I remember, you know, back when you were a UK teen, you know, the person who had the fake ID was the cool guy, right?
He was the king.
Yeah, he was the fucking king because
Yeah.
he could buy the drinks. He could buy the alcohol. He whips out the realistic looking fake ID, and it's not just like the obviously like really like obviously fake student ID that you can buy from like $5 on the from like some guy.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I knew a guy who had a fake ID. So I was like, how did you get it? And
Ding,
he
ding,
tells me
ding,
this
ding.
dodgy fucking website, and I'm just like,
Of course.
and I'm just like, am I desperate enough to carry the risk of trying to purchase this ID?
He says as he was downloading Tor.
Because this is how
It's on Amazon.
because this is how I realized because you couldn't pay by card with this website, right? Yeah. No. This is way before Bitcoin. You have to transfer via Western Union.
Oh,
Oh my god.
And
like literally anything with that is a scam.
Yeah.
Anything that uses, I'm pretty sure that's how Western Union makes money.
yeah.
Through
Which
scams.
is why I asked, right? Because I obviously because I had never heard of fucking Western Union before. I was just like, what the fuck is
I
Western
only
Union?
know about it from scams.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Now I do know about it from scams.
Yeah.
And so because I tried sending this. I was like, how do I send money via Western Union? Is that a bank? Is that like some Nigerian bank or something? Like I've never heard of this before. And like through buying this fake ID because at that point I was a dumb kid and I was stupid enough to just try.
You were desperate enough.
I was stupid and desperate enough to just try anything to like get a fake ID.
Was desperate.
Huh?
Mans was desperate.
Yeah. So I was like, sure, I'll try this Western Union stuff. Maybe it would work
Famous
out.
last words.
And then I find out that you can only send like Western Union transfers at not even banks, but like certain corner shops in the UK. Right? It's not even anything official. It's like the most dodgiest places you can send money, and these are the only places you can send money. And I'm just like, maybe it'll work out.
That's like the equivalent of being like, you can buy this with cash, but we have to meet in an alleyway somewhere.
Yeah,
He can't be on the open road.
I think I would have preferred to meet someone in the alleyway because at least there would be like another person I could communicate with, right?
How much was it?
Huh?
How much was it?
It was like £30. So, I mean, that was a lot for me as a 16-year-old kid
yeah,
or
of
whatever,
course.
right? What was I trying to? Moral of the story is, don't buy fake ID, kids. It's not worth it.
Yeah. And
don't-
also,
It's not worth it because you didn't fucking get it.
Yeah.
don't be stupid like
The
me.
moment you see Western Union as well, turn around. Like, don't even bother with that shit. I know Japan actually has like a lot of scams because, like, you know how the population here is very old, right? Like the
So
majority-
hungry, there's
so
still
a lot
no
of, like,
food.
phone scams that happen.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And the most famous like variety of phone scams is they're called ore ore sagi, which means the me scam. So basically, how it works is a guy calls up like an old, granddad or a grandfather who like they do back research to see like do they have grandchildren, do they have a son or a daughter, and they call them up and they go, oh, it's me, like posing as their son or daughter, being like, oh, it's me, I need help, can you get me like X amount of money, so on and so forth, and so many old people fall for it.
Well, because everyone's so polite in this country. you
Yeah,
wouldn't
right?
expect that.
It's insane how much, like, my grandma almost fell for it one time. I remember, like, when I was quite young. Luckily she didn't, but like, yeah, they asked for like absurd amounts of money, like, upwards of like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Jesus.
Just be like, yeah, can you transfer it like tomorrow? I'm like desperately need. I just lost my job, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. every year, dude. Like all people
I need
fall for it.
$100,000.
I
I've
need-
lost my job.
Yeah, I lost my job.
And
I need
to order
100.
a Domino's pizza in Japan. I need $100,000.
I need to buy out all the Domino's stocks.
I need one large Domino's pizza from Japan.
$100,000.
It's $100,000. There's also the I think actually I remember I watched videos about people who became homeless in Japan,
Mm.
and apparently one of the
It's
scams that makes
boutique.
people homeless all the time is guarantor scams.
It's too thick.
So like people ask people to be like guarantors on their rent, and then they just run off.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
And then they have to pay the guarantor thing, and they lose a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
So most people can't afford to pay double rent.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's the shitty thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not to mention the key money and like the fucking
oh,
house
that's
money,
a-
all that
that's a
kind of
scam in
stuff.
itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's key money's a scam in and of itself.
That's just a scam everyone's agreed to, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
At what point does it stop being a scam and does it just like...
Tradition is the biggest scam of all.
I just don't understand the point of that. Just being like, oh yes, here is an extra month worth of rent as a thank you for letting this peasant stay in your abode. And it's like, I'm fucking paying rent every month. Are you not happy with the rent money?
I'm already paying you money to stay in your place, and you want to pay me extra money to be thankful that I'm paying you money? Why
Are you
am
not thankful enough for the rent?
Why should I be thankful
so
to
yeah.
pay you money?
So yeah, in Japan you have to pay 1 to 2 months rent up front.
Yeah.
Just for free.
Depending. Some places you don't have to.
Yeah, my new
And
place
it's
I
not a
didn't have to.
deposit because you know
No.
deposits like
Yeah, everyone always asks, is it a deposit?
No.
No.
Deposit
There's
is
a
separate.
deposit,
Yeah.
which like comes back to you after you move out. But then there's key money, which just does not return.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally just like
It's just a bribe. That's all it is. It's to be like, you'll let me
It's
stay,
illegal.
right?
It's illegal.
It's a legal
Yeah.
bribe. It's like, you'll let me stay, right? Here's some money.
You know, at least they don't in Japan. They don't have to deal with like Microsoft scams and like the Indian call centers.
Oh yeah, true.
They
Oh
don't
my
have any of
god,
that.
can you imagine that?
I think it's the reason we get them so much because any people can speak English.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
But I remember
The
when
moment Indians can start speaking Japanese, it's over.
right. I remember.
it's like the moment where actual companies move their call centers from India to like literally any other country.
Yeah.
It's over, but it's always
over.
in India. That's what
Yeah.
makes it so hard sometimes.
God.
Yeah, everywhere you'd call in the UK, it was always an Indian call center, especially with internet.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
the amount of times I'd call up and I'm like, I don't even know if I'm talking to a scam because the service is so shit. You could fool me.
No, it's always like internet and banking as well,
Yeah.
right? Which
That's
is,
always great to
Which
have
is the two big things.
Yeah, that's always great to have a dad who worked in IT because I never needed to call them. Just be like, Father,
Yeah.
help me, please.
Help me.
I know you're not
Yeah,
Indian.
when I first worked with Bookwalker,
Mm.
I was doing a promotion with them, and it was actually on one of my videos where I prank called scammers.
Oh yeah.
And this is where I learned that they don't have them in Japan.
Mm.
Because I'd made this video, right, where I basically just called up scammers and I just kept promoting Bookwalker to them.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just
video.
kept doing it,
Yeah,
kept
yeah,
doing it, and then I would like do a supercut of like
Yeah.
the funniest moments. And they would get really pissed off.
Yeah.
And they would be like Microsoft, and I would just be like, I would just start playing the Price is Right music to them, and just start basically doing a pitch, and just pissing them off.
Yeah.
And then whenever they block my number, I'd make a new number and I'd call them again.
Yeah.
And so I filmed it, and it was great. It was this really funny bit. It was like 2 minutes long, and it was just great of me, and it was great promotion because
Yeah.
you know.
Well, yeah,
it
I mean that
literally
series
just-
was doing really well.
It was
for
literally
you.
me just doing ad reads for 2 minutes to Indians and call centers.
Yeah.
And then I sent it off to Bookwalker, and I was like, oh god, they might not like it. And then they were like, yeah, okay, looks good. Will we get in trouble with Microsoft for doing this? And I was like,
The
what?
truth comes out. Microsoft backing up scammers.
No, it's because when we called them up,
Yeah.
they obviously pretended to be Microsoft.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah,
of
So
course. Yeah.
Bookwalker was like, oh, is Microsoft okay with you doing this?
How dare you harass their employees?
Shit, do we need approval from Microsoft on that?
And I was like, what? No, you know what this is, right? Like, no, the what? What? It's like, it's like the scam, you know? They call you up and tell you about your PC being broken. They're like, no way, that's a thing.
That's a thing.
And I
Yeah.
was like, yeah. I think it was Tumelin actually.
You know when you call up Microsoft, you know who's going to answer first. Cortana's going to answer you first.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
It was fake, but I had to make sure.
oh yeah, so it's even worse because Mailin's American, and Mailing should have known this.
Yeah.
Have written proof.
Mailing
Written
was-
So
proof
Mailing
that
just
they
said
were
she needed
scammers.
written proof that it was a scam.
So excuse me, can
Can you give me approval?
can
Tell
you
me it's
sign
a
in
scam?
blood if you are actually scamming me right now? I'm not sure.
Only in Japan.
It's like,
Do you need written proof from scammers that you're being scammed?
You promise you won't scam me? I promise I won't scam you.
Yeah.
Scammed you.
Here's an agreement.
Oh my god.
Do I have have your word,
Yeah.
scammer?
Do I have your word?
Do I have your word?
I can trust you, right,
Do you have
scammer?
a Hanko stamp? Can we get a Hanko proving you're not a...
My God. Yeah, that is true, actually. Now that I think about it, we don't have anything like that in Japan.
To be honest, right? Because think about it. Even if Mei Ling says that, she jokes saying proof, right? What's stopping a Japanese company from saying, we're providing tech support?
Yeah.
They get their Hanko stamp, their Japanese governments, they start calling up
Da-
people saying,
da-
we're
da-
Microsoft.
do
They
do
probably
do
wouldn't
do.
shut down for a while.
Probably not.
Because even if the report gets filed, the Japanese government will take 5 fucking years to analyze the case and decide that it's a
And
scam.
by then, they'll have fucking dipped out.
Yeah, and then they'll have 10 new networks and companies.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Well, I hope none of the Indian scammers see this.
They're like, write that down, write that down, write that down.
5-head move.
Like, gentlemen, we are expanding.
Dave knows Nihongo. Get him in. He knows Keigo. They'll surely fall for it.
Who's seen anime here? Who's watched anime? Oh my God.
I've been getting into like the the YouTube channels that really look into the Indian scammers. Like I think Jim Browning.
Yeah,
is that his name?
I'm a big fan of them all.
Yeah, I really love what Jim Browning does, and I don't know what like I don't know some of the other people as well. Some of the people who actually just phone them back up as well and just really troll them. I remember I saw one guy who got an Indian scammer so fucking angry that he was literally shouting on the phone.
What have you watched Kit Boga? Have you watched Kit Boga? He does ones where he does what's the inverse speed runs, I guess, slow runs.
Oh yeah,
Slow
yeah,
runs,
yeah,
yeah.
Where he tries to keep them on the phone for as long as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
And I swear, he on average gets it to like 4 or 5 hours.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
And just wastes their time.
He's far too good at sounding like an old
Yeah,
an old
yeah,
American
yeah.
grandma.
He
Like,
has-
he's too good
He has
at
a
that.
filter, but he also like
Yeah.
does a really good job.
Yeah.
And he's got like their mannerisms down perfectly because he just does it all day. So he's there pretending to be an old grandma for like 6 hours on
Yeah,
Twitch. It's insane.
He works with a voice coach apparently.
Oh really? Oh my
Oh,
god.
mate,
no.
that's someone dedicated to their
I've
craft.
seen some people get like 9 hours though.
Fucking
On
hell.
call. And then,
Reverse
and then
speedrun.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
slow
then
runs,
at the
yeah.
end, the reveal is so great because you can just hear like how fucking annoyed the person. is. But also, these scammers get so fucking angry if you're not fast enough.
Yeah.
Like, you hear some of them where they're like, no, got the Walmart now, get the Google Play card now, you dumb bitch. They're like shouting at them. It's like, oh,
shit.
Yeah.
this is some good customer service. Fuck. This is still better than like Virgin Media UK as well. Though still, I
remember because like what clocked me onto that was it was recommended. I got recommended just a random clip of just an Indian guy like shouting at full fucking volume,
Oh, yeah,
just like,
they get
"Why
so
are you so dumb?
Yeah.
Why are you so stupid?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?" And I'm just like, "What the fuck,
yeah, if
man?"
you like click the wrong thing.
yeah.
Bro, it's like traumatizing for these older people.
Yeah, I
though.
bet.
Like-
Jesus Christ.
Like someone could murder my mother, and I don't think I'd be as angry as that. Like
Yeah,
Jesus
right,
Christ! Like what the hell, man?
There's some really good Jim Browning ones where he like gets their like passport information 'cause it's, like,
Yeah.
on their PC and he like shows it to them. It's
Yeah.
really fucking good.
Oh my
It'll
God.
scare the shit
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
them.
yeah. It's good. Check out Jim Browning if you like if you ever want to fall down a rabbit hole and just wonder what is actually on the other side of whoever like phones you up and tries to scam people.
All right.
Good. I mean, for every one of those people that's calling them back and fucking with them, it saves one person's money and time.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone deserves to be fucked with, it's scammers.
Scammers, right?
Yeah, because even if you're quite savvy with this stuff, it is you're unlikely to if you hear an Indian accent calling you and telling you, hey, you need to pay X money to Microsoft. You're probably not going to fall for it, but
Yeah.
that's because we know.
Yeah.
But also the older people.
Older generation
yeah,
have no
exactly.
idea, right?
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
I have a distinct memory from when I was like 10 of my mum coming to me and being like, our friend, apparently Microsoft called them up and said that they have some of the worst viruses in the world on their PC. And I was like, wow, really, really? And that was all I heard of it. A week later, she comes back, she's like, turns out it was a scam and they lost and they lost £1,000.
Holy
and
shit.
I was like, fuck, just for inflation, that's like 10 grand.
They said that they had the Y2K bug. Have you heard of it?
This was around that time, I think.
Yeah,
so it
yeah,
might
yeah.
have. No, it wasn't actually. It was like 2004.
Yeah.
I was very, very young, and I just have this weird memory being like, that sounds strange.
That sounds dumb.
Why would Microsoft call you up? Why would they not just nuke your PC?
Yeah,
Is that
right?
much of a
Yeah.
problem?
The thing that I've had to teach my parents is like there was a period when they just were not tech savvy at all. I mean, like they're still not exactly tech savvy, but at least they were not tech savvy enough to even attempt to go on the internet and go on Facebook and
God.
do that
Right,
all stuff. And it was the point where they started to take more of an interest or being online and stuff like that. That it really was kind of like stepping on eggshells
when trying to explain to them that some emails are not real and some emails are scams, and it's just like sometimes my mom just like will send me a message to be like, should I click on this link? Should I click on that link? And like I don't know how to properly convey which emails are legit and which emails are not legit. It's kind of like explaining to someone over the phone how to defuse a bomb sometimes.
I told my parents, right? I said, even if you get the email saying your account's been hacked or anything like that, I told them, and the same with numbers as well, because my dad nearly fell for one a few times, and I always told him just call them back, like like if you get called by your bank, go to the bank's website, call them. You know, just immediately, don't talk to them. Because you know, odds are your bank isn't going to call you, and if they do, they'll probably ask you a bunch of weird stuff.
If all like you know any like social media gets compromised, quote unquote, from an email, then just go directly to the website and check. It's like never.
I nearly fucking fell for that the Google AdSense thing. The one that Jim Browning fell for it.
I actually didn't get that email.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, you're lucky, man. If Jim Browning fell for it, anyone can.
I saw his video on it actually.
Dude, it is boringly convincing.
But that's the thing, right? It's like it's hard to like convey to you know your parents or your grandparents like you know how to identify between a scam email and not a scam email, because I feel every year it's just like that line is getting narrower and narrower.
Good,
it's getting too good, which is why I find it so hard to explain to them, because sometimes I have to like second guess myself when I send an email, and I'm just like, if I'm second guessing myself, and I literally grew up on the internet, I work on the internet. How can my parents, who have little to no knowledge of internet culture at all, tell the difference? And how am I supposed to convey that through text or through phone to be like, just don't believe any email you get sent, basically?
What up, lads? It's your boy, here to let you know that this episode of Trash Taste is sponsored by Girl Cafe Gun. Girl Cafe Gun is an ARPG game that integrates TPS combat and has beautiful visuals and graphics powered by Live 2D. Build your dream waifu team by collecting multiple character cards. Use multiple fighting abilities and strategies by switching characters during intense gunfights. Do you want to prove to the world that you have a more galaxy brain than that of Rurusuvi Britannia?
Then this is definitely the game for you, my lads.
During the battle, the characters are oversimplified into Q version, which can satisfy different preferences of players. Plus, it's not all guns and fighting. If you want to run your own virtual cafe, the game's got you covered, with a plethora of customizable decorations for you to choose from and different types of coffee to boot. Discover your own business sense by satisfying the needs of your lovely customers. Not only that, but you can also enjoy the diverse bonding system with high-fidelity social interactions, including tickling, gift-giving, moment sharing, and private messaging. Yes, you heard me right, my boys and girls. You can tickle your waifu in this game. I mean, not only do we have some of the most beautiful and aesthetic anime waifus that we have seen in a long time, but you can goddamn tickle your waifus in this game. I had to say that again because that's important information. So if you'd like to tickle your waifus and enjoy a great game, then make sure to check out Girl Cafe Gun by clicking the link down in the description below. And thank you for sponsoring this episode. Back to the show.
I remember the first time that Maylene messaged me like to work with Bookwalker. I thought it was a scam.
Honestly, I thought the same thing as well. I was just like,
no
way, this is real.
Hold on a second. It says Kadokawa. I'm like, the Kadokawa? Nah. And I swear, the first one, I fucking deleted it immediately. I was like, nah, that's a scam. Get out of that. And then Maylene messaged me, like, emailed me again after a week, and she's like, I don't know if you read my last email, but we're interested in working with you. And I'm like,
oh, this
should I delete that again?
Hungry.
There's a YouTuber who
Hunger.
they got like offered a role to voice an anime by Funimation.
Right.
And
They thought it was a scam?
And they publicly announced that they'd gotten the role
Right.
in the show. And it was just a fake email.
That's painful.
Oh my god.
That was like, I don't think I've cringed out of body in pain for someone else more in my life.
I laughed, but that's a bruh moment.
If I did that shit and I found out it was a scam, I would just quit social media.
I think I would. Yeah,
I would just disappear from the
show my
internet.
face.
Yeah.
Also, you know, generally when you get roles and stuff, you're supposed to kind of
you're not supposed to say, right?
So I guess maybe it was like a test. It was like, aha, no role for you.
Gotcha.
It's like Willy Wonka. It's like, you were too greedy. No role for you.
Maybe it was really Funimation. They just needed to pass the test.
Right? It's like Indiana Jones, like the Holy Grail. It's like, you chose greed. No.
No, because like going back to the Bookwalker emails that we first got, I think looking back, Maylin must have emailed me way earlier before I actually replied for the first time.
Yeah.
And what got me to reply was meeting you for the first time and being like, oh yeah, that email from Maylin, did you get an email from Maylin as well? And I was just like, that's god, a scam? That's real? That was real this entire time?
I remember
I've just been ghosting her and deleting all the emails.
I remember. I think I sent that email to about like 3 or 4 different family members just to be like, does this look fake? Because I'm really scared to reply to this shit and get like a virus. Because like I don't even know. Luckily it wasn't, but yeah. I don't know if it was the way that like Maylene wrote the email or what it was. Yes, I'm blaming Maylene.
And I think it was just before. This was before the point of AnyTube where we thought any kind of companies like would contact us.
Because before that, like the biggest like I had not worked with any big company, right? It was always like you know like
that's true actually. Like it was not. A thing
I was still
at all.
tiny back then as well, so I was like, no way, I can't. This jump is too high. That's way too unrealistic.
Arguably Bookwalker kind of like paved the way in that way.
Hunger.
I took the bullet for everyone.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll take it for the good of the people. Reply.
Did you see this the YouTube scam though? Did you see what like the
I saw what it was about because I think literally all of my other friends got that email, including you guys, and so I was scared. I was sifting through my email as well, and I didn't get one.
It's so essentially what happened is that I got an email from a Google email that said, the message was something like, oh, you have a duplicate AdSense account, and you know your channel will be deleted. And I think that is one of the rules of AdSense is that if you do actually have multiple AdSense accounts, you will you get banned off AdSense.
Yeah, that you can only have one AdSense account.
And they do send an email like that as well.
I only have one AdSense account, but I had multiple channels, so maybe I thought, oh my god, there must be a mix-up because I'd recently just had the new channel, and it was kind of but this is often how scams work though as well. They prey on very coincidental circumstances that have been happening outside of the scam itself. You know, like Jim Browning said in his thing, it's like, sometimes you just order the product on Amazon, 10 minutes later you get a scam email about Amazon. Just pure coincidence. But it happens to play off a little bit, right? With concerns. So it's this thing, and the one thing that was probably the red flag, which I think did make me unsure, but again I was kind of so worried that I was like, oh, I went to hear him out at least. It was through Google Hangouts. But it was a Google email. So I was like, okay, well, it's a bit weird because normally they would just... But then again, I've never had correspondence through Google because they're so shit at talking to you. I don't even know how they would reach out to me. Because they've done email in the past, but sometimes they haven't. So I don't really understand. I think that also is one of the reasons why a lot of people did fall for this. Because YouTube is so unclear in how they reach out to you.
I mean, the only time I've ever talked to Google directly is
when
through Twitter.
When I've spoken to them. I've never had someone reach out to me. That's never happened. So I'm talking to them, and they're going through the thing, and they're like, oh, you have a duplicate AdSense account. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. I don't have the duplicate AdSense account. And they're like, oh, well, you do. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the ID on the AdSense account? Because AdSense accounts have IDs. And he gave me an ID, and it was just like not even remotely close to anything. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's weird. And I was like, can you tell me about the account then? What's the duplication? And he just couldn't tell me anything. He was like, oh, it's all private, which would kind of make sense, you know? And I was like, okay, well, fine, all right. Well, I was like, can you tell me that you're a Google employee? Can you show some proof? And he was like, no. And I was like...
because I'm not!
And I was like, all right, well...
Scooby-Doo mask reveal.
At this point, and then what he was trying to do, and he was... you can make multiple YouTube accounts under one email. And so he told me to make a new YouTube account. So I did this because I was just curious to see what the steps he was telling me to do were. Because I knew none of this was permanent, and it doesn't really matter if you make a new account. Because it doesn't like delete anything. So he told me to make a new YouTube account and then go to the YouTube account management page and then have the new account that I made take over the old channel. Now what this does is that it deletes all the videos. And deletes everything.
So it's basically like a factory reset.
It kind of just puts it's just like this channel. It's like, and it's gonna plaster it on top. Brand new. Nothing else was here before. That's kind of it.
It's just a cover-up, right?
And then and it just deletes everything. And then he was telling me to do that, and so I got to the point where I clicked on like I wanted to see what the menu was to do it. And
Where is it?
Oh yeah, it'll delete everything except for like likes and comments and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's weird. But and then I was like, no, this doesn't seem right. This seems a little weird. And so I was like, yeah, sorry, I'm going to contact YouTube myself because I don't trust this at all. And so I closed the chat. I contact YouTube. I'm like, hey, is anything wrong with my accounts? You know, everyone says it's going to be deleted. He's like, no, that's all good. And I'm like, you're sure? this guy said it was, and he's like, no, it's all good. And I was like, oh, okay then, I guess I'll carry on. And then I found out it was a big steal, and, and that multiple people had fallen for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem was that you could just, even if you wanted to ask an official person at YouTube, who'd you contact?
Yeah, I had to like do a web chat with someone at Google.
How'd you do that? Is that possible?
Yeah, you can do like a web chat.
There are real employees at Google.
I don't know if it's real.
I'm probably just like the most advanced AI bot you've ever seen.
I think within their website, it's like, would you like to talk to someone? So it's like a pop-up in the
It's one of those services.
I was chatting to him on thing, and then he would just ask for information and stuff. And yeah, it was actually surprisingly easy. But I think that might have been just YouTube. I don't know. It's all a blur.
That's the thing. That's the problem. It's so everything is so hidden in secrecy that if someone did come up to you and was like, "This is who we are. We're Google. We're YouTube. You have a problem," then like most people, like especially for the smaller YouTubers, they wouldn't know any better because they probably think to themselves, "Well, I guess no one's really told me how to contact Google. I guess this is how they contact you, right?" And that's probably why so many people fell for it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you have something to say?
No, that was it. Jim Browning fell for it, and a few other big names. The Spiffing, I think, fell for it as well.
Lots of big YouTubers fell for it. Yeah.
I mean, it's convincing.
I mean, I just remembered I almost fell for like a scam recently, actually. Because my friend's Facebook account got hacked, and so his account got hacked, and so the person who hacked his account was like really clever and sent like a mass message out.
Yeah, I got it as well.
Yeah, like a mass message out to like I think everyone on his contacts list, right? Just saying, hey, like I really need a favor right now. Do you have a minute, right? And if it was obviously a bot running it, because if you replied anything else but like a predetermined script, right, then it would just like block you, or it would like just close the message or something like that. So a bunch of people, including Sydney, right, because this is when I actually got the message while we were recording Trash Taste,
right?
Me too.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't see the message, but Sydney saw the message and she was like, "Yeah, what's going on?" And the message was like, because it felt like a natural conversation, because the bot had already predetermined like a certain conversation route that people could take. It ended up being like ended up being a conversation chain that says that where he said that he was locked out of his I think like he was locked out or something, or he needed to pay the rent today, and he was locked out of his bank account. And he needed to pay rent
to Western Union.
Only accepting Western Union.
No, not Western Union, but he needed to pay his rent, or he was going to get kicked out or something.
Yeah.
And he needed to transfer money to his landlord. So he was like, "Can you please transfer money to a certain bank account, and I'll cover it when I get my bank account back, and I'll pay you interest as well." And like, so Sydney was phoning me afterwards, being like, "Yo, go on. Have you seen the message, dude? He like Mike's in a lot of trouble. You gotta send money." And me, I was just like, okay, because it came from Sydney, and Sydney sounded so desperate, so I didn't even read the message. So I was like, okay, I guess I gotta send the fucking money, right? So so before I send the money, thankfully I checked the message that my mate sent me, and by that point, thankfully, like I remember seeing the message, and then just suddenly it just disappeared, and his account just got deleted.
Yeah, it was like because when I saw it, like the Facebook was back to the default icon.
Yeah.
That's weird.
So like I was this close to just sending him money, because he's a good mate, and sometimes you always got to get your mates back.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And it was really fucking convincing, because I saw the messages some other people got, because unfortunately we have a pretty big friend group, and unfortunately 2 people ended up sending him money.
Oh no.
And I saw like the conversation chain. It was genuinely convincing, because it wasn't just a one message thing. It was a genuine conversation chain.
Just a really well-made bot, right?
Yeah. It was a really well-made bot, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I probably would have fallen for it as well, because he's a good man.
Yeah,
like,
that's the thing, right? That's scary, especially when it's coming from like a friend, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel in that situation, like I think the best thing to do maybe is to like call them up. Just to like double check, right?
Yeah,
just be
yeah.
like,
I think that's what.
It's very hard to. It's a little easier to fake a chat room than it is to fake a phone.
And
call,
I think if you did phone in before, then it would have been sorted out. But sometimes it was worded in a way where he just needed it now.
And that's the scary thing, right? It's just getting better and better.
That's probably where having a Japanese bank account would be an advantage, because you'd be like, sorry, I've got to like book an appointment for tomorrow.
Can you wait a week?
Yeah.
That's the next open slot in my bank.
You know, the next quarter is in like 3 months. That's honestly the best I can do. That's the best I can do.
I can't get a statement until like 3 months from now, man. Like, I'm sorry, dude. You're gonna have to try someone else.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I can't do internet banking
Do
transfers.
you accept Western Union? I can give you that.
Anyway, enough about scams. I'm gonna hijack this podcast for a moment. Turn it back into an anime podcast.
What?
Because I need to. I just need to. Okay.
We don't watch it.
Just let me have this. Let me have this corner. Let me have this because I
know exactly what you're gonna talk about.
Of course you do.
I don't.
Of course you do, Joey. So this weekend I watched the new Evangelion movie. And
How did you not see this coming, Connor? He was literally tweeting about it all week.
I need to talk about this because I can't. I need to move on with my life.
This man's tweeted about it like he watched like 13 Reasons Why for the first time.
I'm glad though you finally watched it because again I watched it on the day it came out in the cinemas.
Food finally here.
6 months ago.
I'll be right back again.
Really long time ago. And
Can't
I was
talk much because I'm so hungry.
On the podcast, but these two haven't seen it.
Aye.
I'm just gonna bottle this emotion up, and now I can finally pop the bottle.
Yeah, like I watched it and I literally like cannot move on with my life.
Yeah.
Like I literally like
it's like witnessing the death of a family member. You know,
Honestly?
it's like actually mortifying. I'm like, oh my god.
So
yeah,
it's no more.
Good or bad kind of death, like the weird cousin that you didn't really like.
Okay. I don't know how to like possibly convey the feeling I felt, but what I will say is that I mean, like, I shouldn't have ever been a monk at all, right? that was a fucking scam. Because if I wanted to feel zen, if I wanted to reach nirvana, I should have just been an Ava fan, right? Because I felt more zen after the end of Ava, after this end of Ava, than I ever did as a monk.
Was it that good?
It was.
It's like it's the type of movie that you can't just clean.
What is this? What
Let
is
me explain.
Simple fucking
Let me explain.
question.
It's the type of movie that you can't just clean up with the word good or bad.
Yeah.
Because it's neither of those. It's just like
That sounds like it's mediocre.
No, it's definitely not mediocre.
Definitely not mediocre.
If it's anything, it's not mediocre.
Yeah.
It is the polar opposite of mediocre.
Yeah.
I saw the IMDb page. The reviews were kind of,
all over the place.
Yeah. 7, 8. It was around about 7, 8.
It's like I think the only way I can describe that last movie is
Do you have to have a very IQ to understand Ava?
you have to what?
Honestly,
you kind of do actually. Like, I'm not even getting like.
Yeah, that's why they called it 3.0
3.0 plus 1.0,
which is like the most pretentious fucking
it's very difficult to figure out that that's full.
If you can't perform rudimentary mathematics, then you're just not even allowed.
Because you watched the original Ava when it got released on Netflix, right?
I did.
What was your opinions of
the TV
it
series
at the time? Yeah, he watched the TV series.
7 out of 10. It was fine. I understand why everyone is so hyped about it.
Yeah.
I could see why you'd watch this and that you would remember this.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it was that amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's
Maylin is like terrified of like male nipples.
No, it's because when you don't want to stare at something, but then you just end up looking. And I just feel like it's staring into my soul, and I just feel uncomfortable.
In other words, you don't stare at the nipple stares you back.
Hello, my fellow Sigma males, and welcome to Trash Taste.
Yeah.
I'm with my usual fellow Sigma males, Connor and Joey.
Hello.
And we are with our mum, Maylin, maker of the boys.
She birthed us from her mind vagina.
we were just discussing today, and we were like, should we just bring Maylene back on?
Yeah,
And
just
then set Maylene's back on.
How many episodes has it been since you were on? You were on like episode 6 or something? Or episode 7? Something like that?
You were like
first 10,
one of the
13 or
first.
It was like 60 episodes ago, something like that.
You're the only person who's been on Trash Taste that has not signed a shikishi. So we've got to change that now.
She signs our checks. That's why.
Yeah. I do.
She gives us a signature every month.
So yeah, we thought
That's
we'd mix things up this episode, and I guess bring on our manager, and I guess get a female perspective on things, right?
Why does female sound derogatory when you say it? Doesn't it sound? People who say females, they're like females. Do you like it when someone refers to you as a female?
I'm indifferent.
Oh, okay.
It's
I know, because I watch.
I've had people who've been like,
do you hate
so
being called a male?
No, but I've had
Oh, that
friends.
male over there.
I've had Sigma male too.
Sigma male.
I've had friends who've been like, oh, female sounds so like incelly, like derogatory.
Oh yeah, I think it
They're like
depends on the
females.
tone. The tone you say it.
Yeah.
It's
But
the
when you're
hard. It's the hard
studying-
fee, isn't it? Female.
I've had
But
friends,
if you
I've had
actually-
friends who've said it.
Yeah.
I don't think the word itself, but if you're just like, yo, female, how's it going?
Yeah, that's offensive.
Hello, my fellow females. Like,
Yo, female.
Wow, God is now the 93%.
I watch a lot of not anime, animal videos on YouTube. So like, oh, this female badger. So I'm like, I don't care.
It would be
no
weird.
one goes this female human over here is.
It would be kind of weird to be
Yeah.
like this woman badger, like that. You know,
I think that's just for humans.
this lady badger.
Although in like child nature shows, I think they say girls and boys, don't they?
The girl
Yeah.
badger.
Yeah, like the girl badger.
Oh yeah, I think it
Big
depends.
I think for like
raps against the
new,
wall.
I think for like newborns.
Yeah.
Right. And then
That's
and then like and then I guess when they reach of age, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
But like when they're an
Don't
adult,
they call
they're just
that
male and
puberty?
females. I've never thought about this deeply.
Well,
so
because boy and girl kind of sounds more like infant.
We're getting really into it now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Whereas like you're not gonna like point to a baby and go that female over there.
You would
Times have
say that
changed.
baby.
But like if you were to specify which baby, you would say the girl baby. Or the girl.
You would just
or
say
whatever
that
the baby
little girl.
identifies.
Yeah,
as,
that little
yeah.
girl, right? You don't say
Yes.
that little female.
I
What are
don't
we talking
know.
about?
I don't know what we're talking
I
about.
don't even know what
I
we're
think
talking
it's because
about.
it's after dinner. You guys are full, and it's just like.
Don't date this.
What?
Don't tell them when we record.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want them to know. I'm kidding.
I don't want them to know our eating habits and our recording habits. Jesus,
Oh,
Malin.
oh, I don't know. I was just sitting up there. You guys
What's
are-
the strangest thing you've seen one of us do?
No pressure.
Just wondering. Let's go on.
Yeah,
into
because
it.
I feel Mayleen's
Yeah.
perspective of
Yeah,
weird
Maylene
is
thinks
very
that we do
different to
weird.
the
Yeah.
average female.
give them like behind the scenes.
You just said
Whoa,
Whoa,
Joey, the hard F. Jesus,
Okay,
dude.
let's just.
Female.
Oh my gosh! What a terrible start.
Do you
have
do you know?
something in
Do you,
mind.
do you have something in mind,
Yeah.
or do you not want to say
okay.
it?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the most recent stuff is the stuff that comes to mind.
Mhm.
I haven't been watching you guys record that much, so I'm like upstairs
Yeah.
Yeah.
recently.
Well, it doesn't have to be on camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I will say, like, definitely recording Trash Taste has made me more self-conscious, and also hanging out with Maylin has made me more self-conscious as well.
I don't say what.
No. Sometimes I'll just do something subconsciously. Like, for example, I'll be sitting there and I'll like have my hand in my sock, you know.
Oh yeah.
which just happened like half an hour ago, and she was like,
I wouldn't say. Let's see. It's not weird. What is cute when Sydney calls you little baby man. we're like, it's like dinner.
Why'd you have to do my boy
Sorry.
online?
my God.
I love it so much.
The Sigma male energy just escapes out the window.
Like we're eating dinner.
Maylin, not in front of the camera, Maylin.
I'm
Jesus.
not allowed to say this.
I'm just kidding.
You
Just said it now.
No,
That's
we're
on
at,
tape
we're at
now.
dinner, like it was Thanksgiving, and then
It is
Sydney
really-
was
it is
like,
strange.
"Oh, Sydney goes, oh, it's my little baby man," and then Garn, I thought Garn's like this, you know.
It is like when your mom is like, "Oh, my little boy's doing well."
But
It's
out of
like
nowhere,
that.
he
It's really
starts
strange.
blushing, like, and I'm just like, "Whoa, Sydney's
God,
got, like,
she is my fucking
control."
mum, isn't she?
Yeah,
Like,
right?
she's just like trying to fucking embarrass me right now. Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
No, because like I feel like Sydney starts saying that just like to piss me off, and then like you
You
know
don't
when
look pissed off.
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
does
no,
it
no.
piss you off?
no, because like you know when it's like when you're in like a group of friends, right? And then you say something ironically,
Yeah.
and then you start saying something ironically, and then you keep doing it, and then it becomes unironic,
Little
right?
baby boy.
Little baby man.
Little baby man.
That's worse.
No, because that came from just a random fucking video. Like, cause I remember when Joey used to fucking dab everywhere. I'm just like, Joey, can you stop fucking dabbing everywhere?
Yeah.
And then I started doing it, and I'm just like, I fucking hate Joey.
Yeah, you used to dab all the time.
Yeah, because I made it my life mission. I think it was like 2016, 2017. I told myself at the beginning of that year, I'm like, I'm going to do a social experiment. Every photo I upload of myself that year, I need to be dabbing. and I'm just gonna see if I can like fulfill that, just to see how
Did you
far
fulfill
I did it.
No way.
Yeah,
Not every single photo.
Every photo of me in 2017, I'm dabbing.
Why would you do that?
Because it's hilarious. Because seeing the
I'm
comment,
I'm not
seeing
look
because
that up
because
now.
all of the angry comments of people being like, "Why are you doing this?" was just funny to me.
Yeah, but when at which point did it stop becoming ironic and you just ended up doing it? Because
I think
that
after-
definitely did reach that point.
Yeah, I think after maybe the second time I did it, I was like, "Oh, it's kind of fun."
I did think there was a year that you did dabble on. That was probably the year then.
Yeah, that was probably the year we met, actually. It was
God,
like
what an
2016,
awful impression.
2017, right?
What an
Yeah,
awful first impression.
Yeah. But like, I feel you're very like heavily influenced by the people around you in that sense. Because like recently, in that same sense, right? Like you started dabbing unironically after I kept
dab?
doing it.
No.
Oh, you dabble?
You dabble in the dab?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, but then like like on this fucking podcast, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm very known to saying I fuck with this, and then Gant started saying it unironically as well.
What can
You
I say?
also
If
say
you hang out with your
100%.
homies enough?
Huh?
You also say 100%. 100%.
100%.
Sometimes it echoes in my head. Like after recording, I go home, walk into the train, 100%. Like, really
lives
just-
rent free in
yeah.
your brain.
Yeah.
You're the Matrix in sync. Boys.
Yeah.
You guys are always
Yeah.
in sync.
No, you
If one of us is doing something, the other is just programmed. to do
I
it.
don't think Gaunt does stuff that rubs off on you. I feel like it's only you rubbing off on Gaunt.
whoa.
Literally.
Phrasing.
No.
No, you just hang out with your homies enough, and I guess you just start to mirror each other.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
I hang out with you a lot, but I still sip like a normal human being.
I mean, that's just me. You know,
I'm fucking signed off that shit, right?
I don't know why I sip like that. I think it's the sippy cups that I just can't sip like a normal human being. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it does make you feel like a baby. I feel like
Yeah.
a dummy sometimes drinking out of
A
that.
little baby man.
Like, that's why Gaunt likes them. So-
I'm gonna find the original video that's based on. But one thing I do want to talk about, Maylin, is the viewers don't know this, but you are like one of the most prolific Google reviewers in Japan.
Oh yeah, you are.
Right?
Used to be. I would
Used to
say
be. Okay.
3 or 4 years
Or
ago.
who dethroned you?
I just stopped.
What were you like? What was the highest rank of food reviews?
Not high.
master.
It's like high. Was it contribute? Day kind of.
Actually, some of them look amazing as well. I think I saw some YouTube videos of them, and it's like Michelin star chefs or something
Yeah,
working
yeah,
in these
yeah,
things.
yeah.
Yeah,
and
we've
it's like,
we've been to all of them, and some of them are fucking amazing. But
Did
it's
you
also
go on
like
the
a
buffet bus tour? You get a pass, and
no, I
it
haven't.
takes you around to all the buffets.
No, I haven't. I know a friend who.
Why
went
would you
on
want to have a pass to take you on the same day?
I've always wanted to go.
dude, when I start eating
that. That's
this,
like a buffet of a buffet.
Yeah, that's literally.
No, I want to.
that sounds horrible. When I start eating, I don't want to stop until I'm done.
Yeah.
And then when I'm done, I stop.
Yeah. Because the worst thing is when you are
I don't want
like
to be timed for my meal.
yeah, and the worst thing is if you
Get on the bus, we're going.
if you start a meal and you're not totally full, but then you stop
Yeah.
because you stop anyway because you got to leave or you got to
Yeah.
do something else, and then you kind of become full, but not the satisfying full.
Yeah.
You're just like
just like
it's-
the bloated full, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah. Yeah, and that sounds like an awful experience.
Yeah.
If you had to do that on the same day on a
It's
buffet.
fun for like college student aged people. I think when you have
Unfortunately,
a lot of
there is
room.
not a
they
single
love buses.
Wait, well, why don't you just go to one buffet then instead of
Yeah.
like going to
I wouldn't go
multiple?
buffet now though, but I did used to really like buffets.
I mean, I still do love buffets. It's just that there's a time and a place for it. I can't have it every day.
Yeah, I can't have it
Yeah,
every.
yeah.
Right.
Wait,
Like
how do you
once a
rate
year.
buffets then? Because there's so many different
I
types
can't
of food.
rate buffets. I didn't do Google reviews back when I was eating.
Have
at
you had, what about
buffets.
Japan buffets? Have you had the buffets here?
Yeah, I took you guys. I think only Connor and Garnt.
Did we? We went to
Yeah,
a buffet?
Nabezo. It's a hot pot buffet.
Oh, that doesn't.
Oh,
really
That is a
count.
buffet. That's a
To
buffet.
me, it's not a buffet if you have to ask the guy to come over and then you order more stuff.
Yeah, but then you go over to the vegetable section. You get your own vegetables.
That's,
do
that's
like that
not
one,
a
though.
buffet.
That is
I
a
would- I wouldn't count
buffet.
that as a
That's a
buffet, though.
salad bar.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a fucking
That's just
salad.
a self-serve
Yeah.
salad bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say because buffet to me is truly like everything is you can go up and get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like when there's a block of you have to call someone over and be like, can I have more meat?
That's how you get the fresh one.
But you can also like go up to like the chef at the buffet and be like, "Can you get me the fresher one?"
And depending at the buffet. I know the
Yeah.
Las Vegas ones.
Yeah,
have
Vegas
that,
you can do
There's
that.
some really weird buffets in Japan though. I went to one near the
Like the sweets buffet.
I don't know which.
Company
It's
has
like,
buffet part, didn't you?
it's like an
guys
American
go?
chain or something.
American chain here?
It's apparently supposed to be an American dining chain.
Sizzler?
Sizzler, is that what the way? Oh, no, was it Sizzler?
Sizzler in Japan has like the famous salad buffet bar.
Yeah, and it was the most.
There's Sizzlers in Japan.
Yeah, there's Sizzler in Shinjuku.
And it was like the.
Wow.
I think I went to one in Tokyo Stadium or Iidabashi Stadium, the one near Iidabashi.
Right.
It's like a
Iidabashi
stadium,
has
the
one?
massive stadium, the park.
Tokyo Dome?
Tokyo Dome, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
There was one in there,
There's a Sizzler?
or some form of chain, and I went to
Bubba
it.
Gumps?
I don't know, it wasn't Bubba Gumps. I went to it and I was like, all right, what's going to be on the buffet? It was the weirdest selection of stuff you can imagine.
Right.
It was like, the dessert was like first in the buffet as well. So it was like ice cream and like French toast, but this was like 5 p.m. And I was
What do you
like,
mean first in the buffet?
Like
when
first
you
in
when you get
line.
your tray and stuff,
Oh.
the dessert was there first.
Oh, weird.
And then I was like, okay. And then next to it is like self-service taco station, but there was no salsa or guac. So it was just like beef
So this is
And-
beef wrapped up.
and the tortilla.
yeah.
Right.
Tortilla.
Tortilla.
Fuck. Both of those.
Mexicans crying.
Yeah, it was just beef. It was just
and
beef.
tortilla.
It was just beef and tortilla.
Yeah. There you go.
And I was like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Next up, it's like pasta,
Yeah.
like Italian pasta, and it was like I don't know what this pasta was. It didn't taste like anything. It tasted like a weird arrabbiata.
Yeah.
It was really
Right.
strange. And then in the middle, there was like a bunch of salad, but the salad was strange as well. There was like barely any lettuce. There was like chopped oranges, like a bunch of croutons and stuff. I was like, what is
Was this in the hotel?
Yeah, next to it.
The hotel buffet.
No, it wasn't a part of the hotel. It was like but there was a
Tokyo
hotel
Dome
next to
Hotel
it.
also has buffets.
Yeah, I was so confusing, and it was just the weirdest. I've never seen a buffet like it,
Huh.
and half the stuff was terrible, and they didn't have a coffee machine or anything. It was just water. It was just water.
Peasants.
Instant soft.
Yeah, it was just water. Just water. And if you wanted the soft drink, you had to order it.
That's actually normal in a lot of buffet
What?
places. In England
Why?
as well. Because that's how they make the money. Because that's you have to pay for the
We
drinks,
pay for
right?
the drinks in the UK.
Some buffet places, a lot of buffet places, the
I
drinks
thought they
aren't
charged for
included.
alcoholic drinks.
Oh no, they charge for like normal drinks as well, and that's like the secret of how they make the money, right? Because you have to order the drinks separately, but the food is like all you can eat, right? So I mean that's more standard.
How
but
much are buffets in the UK?
Oh, it can like depend.
Tanner is like standard. You can go like pretty high end and get like £20, 25.
Really in the south, it's like 20 to 30.
Oh shit! Really? Up
Yeah,
north,
yeah.
it's not. It's like a tenner.
Oh my god!
north.
I was like up north. Oh my god!
I never
That's
saw
so cheap.
buffets around where I was. I think they were like never more than 20, and 20 was like premium.
Is it like
my
farm
God.
produce in your area?
You can't eat out in the south for like less than 15 quid. Like 15 quid's like the
Oh,
cheap
'cause you
restaurants.
would go. You could go to any restaurant and get a main for like £10, like in like a fresh main that's prepared well. So why would you go to a buffet and stuff yourself full of chips and rice and pay 15 quid?
Fair enough.
Buffets are just fun for family, I think.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, because you can challenge people.
Just to get your kid to shut up and run away, right?
Challenge people.
Well, what do you challenge people?
Like
Who
eat
can
the-
conquer it first?
How many plates can you eat?
Pretend you're Matt Stoney at the local buffet.
Isn't that fun? Did you do that as a teenager?
You only eat one plate?
Yeah.
Peasant. I eat
Well,
two
when I was a
plates.
teenager, I did think it was really cool, and there was an all-you-can-eat buffet one time, and for pizza.
Did you wear buffet pants?
What?
Like
There's
stretchy
an
pants.
all-you-can-eat buffet pizza chain here in Japan as well. Yeah, called Shakey's.
Oh,
That's
I've heard of this.
American.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
wait,
American.
wait, wait.
It's
In
American.
Baba, they
But
have.
wait, can we go back to that?
Can we go back to the buffet pants? What the fuck is a buffet pants?
I didn't even hear that. What did you say?
She said buffet.
Yeah, she was like, "Do you wear
It's just
buffet pants?"
sweats, so you can put the elastic band over your stomach when you're done eating.
That sounds like the most American
Yeah,
invention I've ever
Everyone
heard
did
of.
it in my
No.
circle.
In San
No.
Francisco?
In my circle. When we were like, let's go to the buffet, and then we change our pants.
I remember we went to.
What?
Wait. Oh yeah.
What? This sounds like a parody.
No, it's
you
real.
serious?
It's real. Well, in my friend group,
And
we
your
get the,
did other friend groups do this as
Yeah.
well?
I don't know.
Was
'cause-
this like a just your friend group type of thing?
No, it was like more than 20 people.
How much does a buffet cost in San Francisco?
An arm and a leg.
$40?
$40.
This was like 8 years ago, though.
So it's only gotten more now. 8 years ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's how much Vegas buffets are. They're like $40, $50.
Are they worth it?
Fuck.
They don't taste good. Don't eat those buffets.
They don't taste good.
The high end ones though, where you pay a little extra, like $80, $90, is like worth it.
$80, $90 for a buffet.
Yeah.
What?
But like,
Did you get like sirloin steak on demand?
yeah.
Crab.
Oh, okay,
crab.
okay,
You
okay.
actually-
It's about the
okay,
crab.
You know what? Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
You
okay.
actually get like top tier food at those buffets.
All right,
like, it's
okay,
actually
I'm down.
worth it. Yeah, but the $40, $50 ones, in my opinion, maybe, but half the time not worth it.
Yeah, I mean,
$2,000 and then spend $90 on steak.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
get
yeah.
it.
I mean, that's just like sounds so alien to me because like in the UK, I don't think that kind of buffet exists. Buffets exist as like a
Good
cheap,
food doesn't exist.
alternative to eating a lot of food. If you just want to order a lot of food, eat a shit ton of food, you don't really care about the quality.
Were there a lot of Indian curry buffets? Because in SF, certain areas.
Pretty much every buffet in the UK has Indian curry in it.
really?
I'm gonna be honest, they're pretty bad though. They're really fucking
Really?
bad.
I mean, I would argue that pretty like Actually, I don't think I've ever been to a good buffet place in the UK. In terms of like, this is good food. You go there to eat a shit ton of food and you trick your brain into thinking it tastes good because you're eating so much food.
Right,
But in reality, it just tastes like shit.
I think that's most buffets.
I just hate like the whole plate situation with buffets, you know, because when you get a dish, right, that you've hand selected, it's normally perfectly fit for that plate. You know, when you start going around the buffet and you start putting things on, I don't want some of the foods touching.
Yeah.
And like, I hate that because I'm like, well, you know, I don't want this saucy dish to touch the thing that's supposed to be like dry.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of a mess.
You
And
get
if
another
there's, like,
plate.
But if there is sauce, it's like, all right, if this dish has a lot of sauce, how do I kind of like integrate this with my other food selection on my plate?
I've honestly never cared because I'm like, at the end of the day, this is all going to turn into shit. So it doesn't matter to me.
That is, so
It's
by
all
by
going-
that
No, no,
logic,
I agree.
goes in.
You
Why
just get
care
a
what-
new plate.
You can't just say whatever goes in your mouth is shit. So why give a fuck?
I actually don't.
Because like I'm that guy at the
You should just
buffet.
eat like cement.
I'm that guy at the buffet who has like fucking 3 different plates, right? Because
Yeah.
you can't like some things
I
you just
do.
can't mix.
I take the
Right.
plate. I go and get another plate to like make sure
Yeah.
the dishes are the right.
You don't get the
plate.
food, put it down, eat it, and then go again.
No.
No, because that's too much effort.
What if you change your mind though after you eat the first plate?
Just throw it away.
It's all going to get thrown out anyway.
What if you take? Because sometimes I've taken too much of something starchy, and I've been like, shit, I can't eat this. This is prime real estate in my stomach. I can't have another bread roll.
Just chew
So I
it.
just leave it.
Because in Vegas, apparently,
I never get bread when I'm in a buffet.
I'm kidding. I would never get
you,
bread.
you
I
mad
never get
man.
bread.
Because in Vegas, apparently, it's a law now that all the buffet places, at the end of every day, they have to throw out like everything. Because there was this lawsuit that I read about this. There was this lawsuit that happened a couple of years ago where they kept some of the food and like stored it in like the behind like the store. And some homeless guy came up, ate it, got food poisoning, sued the buffet place, and won.
Well, hopefully you got a nice home.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
What?
And
Only
so
in
now
America.
in the
Only-
Only
yeah.
in
yeah,
America.
and now in Vegas, I don't know about the whole state of Nevada, but in Vegas, every buffet place legally has to throw out every single food that's left on that day and make it fresh the next day. So I can't imagine how
I
much
mean,
food
that's good for
fucking
customers though, but
Yeah.
unfortunately terrible for.
It's also a waste of a shitload of food.
You'd wish they just gave it away, but it's logistically it's quite hard to just
Yeah.
give
Yeah.
away a lot of food.
Like donate it to the shelter.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
I think some coffee chains in the UK, especially London, I think like Pret does it, where like at the end of the day, someone will come in, get all the sandwiches that didn't sell, and then just at that night go and take them to homeless people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so
The
that makes
the
more
night
sense.
off,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're still like good to eat.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
exactly.
more sense.
It's good.
Yeah, I am curious. As like the resident American here.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh,
ha-
I'm the only American.
pretty much the only
You are the only American
in the office,
Yeah.
right? Apart from
Yeah.
Sydney.
Yeah.
But Sydney doesn't count. I mean, she likes ugly bastard hentai. None of her opinions mean anything.
Yeah.
Like, how did you feel when we actually like rant about America and you're just like off camera listening?
I'm just that's true.
Confirmation.
We have
For
been wrong
most-
about
for-
some things.
Yeah, you have been wrong, but
Yeah.
I'm just like, whatever, type of thing.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we rag on about our own countries just as much. I
Yeah,
feel.
and then also Americans will like rag on your country.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
We
so.
just- we
it's interesting though, because most of my foreign friends are usually American, and it's interesting hearing non-Americans talk about Americans that I know.
Has there ever been a time though where you were just like, no, that's so wrong, and I want to tell them?
There are a few times, but I just forgot. I mean, the one that sticks out is the butter or the lard thing. You were saying that
Yeah.
there's some place that they put lard on popcorn. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Did we ever find out where that was, or is that a lie?
I don't know.
I have
to
no
be
idea,
honest.
but I was like,
It's not a lie
lard?
because I saw it with my own eyes. So it's like it's not a lie. Maybe it was that cinema. I don't know, but I saw it. Maybe it's
In
probably
Vegas.
yeah. It's probably not like a common thing. But
Because I was like, what?
I mean, melted butter is definitely
Melted.
a common
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Did you
yeah.
did you speak to many non-Americans who speak English before? Like,
Non-Americans who speak English.
In Japan?
Like Koreans?
I guess so. Yeah.
Example?
Is there a big difference between Americans and non-Americans?
The way you guys talk.
Really?
Some things you say, and then I end up saying it. And I'm like,
Like what?
I don't know.
Like the time that I almost convinced you that the Australian currency was
No,
dollar
I didn't
dues?
believe you. I was just, being
what?
polite to your friends.
So at Smash, which is the convention in Sydney, the anime.
3 years ago.
Yeah, so I got invited as a guest, and Maylene came with me.
Yeah.
And my friend from uni was there. I invited them, and and I don't know how we got into the conversation, but my friend deadass almost convinced Maylene that the Australian currency was called dollary dues.
And then before going, I actually had an Australian friend here, and she was like, "Oh, Australians lie a lot, so watch out." And then I went over. I think I told you. I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
my friend said Australians lie a lot."
Oh, like, no, nonsense. And then we told you about
Prove
the
it.
drop bears, and you
Yeah,
believed
I
that.
knew about the
What is
job.
it? What is a drop bear?
A drop bear. Drop bears are like there's a specific type of bear in Australia where that they drop from the tree. They drop down and attack you. So you should never, when you're in Australia, you should never fall asleep under a tree because drop bear could come down and attack you.
Unfortunately, that is a lie.
No. It's absolutely real. And Maylene believed me for a
I
while.
did not.
Yeah, you did. You were like, are they like an actual species of bear? I remember you saying that.
Where did the drop bear thing come from?
I don't fuck. It's been around since like
Every Australian I swear I've met abroad tells that story like
true.
on my first meeting. I'm just like, is this just something the country has just agreed to tell the entire rest of the world?
Hundreds of Australians
Australian
have died
greeting.
from drop bears every year.
Prove
so-
that Australia really exists. Prove that it's not a lie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't
so-
seen that. I've not been to Australia. Have you been to Australia?
Yeah, she's been.
Have I?
Yeah.
I
She
have?
went on a flight and she landed somewhere that was called Australia. But
Wait.
that doesn't mean it
So
exists.
you used to be a big gamer back in the day, right, Maylene? Used to play Maple Story.
Yeah. So
I was
what?
wondering where that transition was going.
Wait, why did you bring them?
Because did you not talk to like people on Maple Story?
Oh, yeah.
From other countries.
My,
Yeah, you
my
must have-
guild
yeah.
mother was from Australia.
Oh,
Did she
right,
not-
right.
Did she lie a lot?
I don't think so. She told me about a lot of things. But
Like the drop bears?
What's a guild
What-
mother?
why-
a guild, I don't
Person who
know.
starts the guild.
it's pretty
Usually.
self-fucking-explanatory, Khan. The
She
master
was-
of the
It's
guild.
the
She was,
person who
yeah.
birthed the
Like-
guild.
I've never heard of it referred to as a guild mother yet.
No, it just happens
mother
like,
side.
Yeah.
online, the people in the games, they date each other and you can get married in Maple Story, get crush rings or whatever. And no. Yeah,
Did you,
Crush.
so did you not have like questions about Australia for her?
Not so much. I wasn't
Because
that
I remember the first time I met an American friend, I asked them about so much shit.
about.
Just like, is it true that like, because in
I
Australia,
think I did ask a lot of
I would-
questions.
yeah.
and
because
Yeah.
you only hear so much from media, right? To the point
Yeah.
where like a lot of it is like over glorified and sometimes just like a straight up lie.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like the first time I met my American friend through YouTube, I just asked them like a shit ton of questions, being like, is this true? Is this
I
true?
did
Is this
ask
true?
my Brazilian friend about Brazil, though,
About
on
what?
Maple Story.
Do they really have big butts?
No, I asked them because there's this one case, the rumor or something, that kids are very violent when they get angry at each other in games. They like kill each other. And one of the cases that I was like checking out was this 13-year-old that like stole a PS4 or something with his friend, and the friend got angry, went over to his house with the machete and just cut him in half. And I was like, oh, is that true? And then my friend Tiago was like, yeah, that happens all the time. So I'm not.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
He didn't say yeah. He was like, yeah, that happens a lot in Ventrilo.
Can people confirm
Sorry.
that in the comments?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Brazilians?
Is it true?
Can you
This sounds
confirm
so
that?
Is it true?
fun.
Brazilians, is it true?
I don't know. I was like 13, 14. And
Does
then
every
this-
Brazilian kid just own a machete?
I don't know.
Like just readily available. So
Where-
Before
machete
before
from?
they learn how to read and write, they just get a machete.
Does it come on Amazon or something?
I don't know. I was 13 and they told me that. And I was like, oh,
Sounds like-
Brazil's scary. So.
I was always like the token British guy whenever I went online to people from
Yeah.
America. They were just like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a Brit. Oh,
Never met any British people in the games.
really?
Yeah, none.
maybe they played on different servers.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how much growing up did you know about the rest of the world? Because like the stereotype is that Americans know nothing about the rest of the world. That's like the stereotype. I'm not saying it's true,
I
but
didn't
like
know about Europeans or Australians or South
Oh yeah,
America
because
so
you're
much.
Vietnamese, right?
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
know a lot more.
oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
I mean, I got to travel to a lot of parts of Asia, so I know about Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Asia. I know the names of the countries and some of the history. but
And
that's
here you
about
are
it.
in Japan.
Yeah.
There you go.
And now you're learning. You're educating yourself.
About the
I
culture.
mean, I knew about the history, but that's about it. That's
You need the history.
About some
We
countries.
colonized this place.
You would hear a country, you're like, that's one that we used to have, right?
Just look at the list. It's like, is that part of my
That
class?
sounds really like we would name it like.
Yeah.
You know?
Appreciate the English.
Because often you would hear about countries and it was always like 50-50. I'm like, did we? I don't know.
We got close.
Yeah, maybe we just stopped right there. Asian history is really cool when you learn about it, but it was just something you just never got taught in school in the UK because they were like, that's that faraway place that you'll never go because Europe and Butlins is an hour away. So
Yeah, but at least you guys got to learn about like European history, right? Which is like,
oh well, fuck that though. European history is such a fucking mess.
Is it?
Yes.
dude, better than Australian history. We only have 250 years, and most of it is racism.
Yeah, but at least you can say like, true. But at least, like, listen, Europe really isn't any better.
Oh no, man! I don't think Europeans are any better in terms of
It's
that.
literally white man come to person's land, take land away. Here we are today.
And then
That's all-
dump the prisoners on
dump-
them.
yeah, but
bunch,
Europe-
bunch of
yeah,
politics, blah blah blah. Here we are.
Europe spent like fucking 900 years arguing about who was the best white person. So
Yeah,
it
but at
wasn't
least you
fucking-
guys had like, you know, like wars and like colonies and all that kind of stuff.
like cool shit.
You guys had like, you know, like the Romans and like the Byzantines and like all those, like that shit's cool.
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
cool.
you know,
They
like,
make movies out of them.
yeah. There's only been one movie
where's
about.
Australian Russell Crowe. Oh, yeah,
There-
true.
there was- There's one movie about Australia, and it's called
Australia.
Yeah, but
Is
isn't it
Never
cool
seen
though?
that
that you
Yeah, it's
can
Nicole
learn-
Kidman.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman
Nicole
and
Kidman's
Hugh
in that.
Jackman.
But it's cool though. You can learn all of your history within like a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
as a 14-year-old learning about like politics and shit, I'm just like, I don't
Yeah,
care.
I don't know most of European history. I don't know. History was like that one class that I just never paid
I
attention
love
to.
history.
Oh, I
Do you know
I
about
hated
U.S.
history
history
class.
a lot?
No.
Oh,
I don't
I
know
know
about.
about
I don't know
US
about
history.
like the most world history I know is from the fucking video from Bill Wirtz. that's basically.
What a sad way.
After Bill Wirtz, everyone is a fucking Japanese historian.
It's like, hello, I am now historian. Hello, fellow
I
historians.
know world history now. To be fair, I learned a lot from those videos.
Yeah, I did learn
Yeah.
a lot from it because I just never paid attention in history class.
Yeah.
'cause I don't know.
Yeah, I love history.
But I wish
man.
I could learn like, you know, about like the Japanese history, or, you know, like actually about like a history of a country that is like, you know, I actually
I think
have an
Japanese
interest in.
history is interesting as fuck.
Japanese history is
Yes, it
super
is.
I think
interesting.
Chinese history is interesting as
Yeah,
fuck.
I wish I learned about
Yeah.
that stuff. Like that, you know,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
4,000 years of history that you can look back on, right?
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
that's fucking cool.
That's like so much history, and it's just
Yeah.
like one place as well. Whereas
Yeah.
European, it's just like, is it the Romans this time? Like, where is it Greece?
Well, Europe had
Like-
a war like every fucking 5
Yeah, I know,
years.
right?
Yeah.
Literally,
What
like
pers-
on the dot.
What percentage of like the history classes that you took or had
That's a
to
good
take
question, actually.
in high school or middle school
Mm.
was dedicated to European history versus?
I mean,
everything
it
else?
was all European history.
Well, was
Really?
it? No, mine wasn't.
So each
what other
country
history did you learn?
school-
American.
I did not learn anything about
We
American
learned
history.
we learned American and Chinese history.
Wait, what did? How did they
Wow, I
teach
didn't
American
know
history?
that.
It was mainly the
US
civil the civil rights period that we
Right.
covered. 50s
Mm.
space. Yeah, the generic.
The
Yeah,
space race.
The highlights, you know,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
highlights of the modern American history that isn't that they like to tell because
Yeah.
it sounds good. It's like we beat racism. It's ended. We beat the Russians. You know, like that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I
And
never learned about
China
that.
was just like Mao. I don't know which one is the correct one. There's multiple pronunciations of like Mao. Mao Zedong. There's Mao Zedong. Which
Booga
which pronunciation is
booga.
correct? Because we got taught a bunch of different
There's
ones.
like 20 different
Mao
pronunciations
Zedong
of
or
Mao,
something as
yeah.
well. I don't know which
Yeah.
one's correct.
Every British
Believe we can
person
finish
tried to
this.
pronounce Chinese words.
Ura, ura.
Terrible.
Yeah.
We learned about that.
See, that's cool though, because like we had in Australia, at least in my school, we had ancient history, which was like about like the Romans.
We didn't do any ancient history.
Egyptians, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
That's what we learned
Yeah,
as
and
well.
then we had
Like that.
modern history, which was about like World War One, World War Two, Vietnam War.
We did so much on World War II.
Yeah.
I-
It
like-
almost feels like because British people love World War II.
Yeah.
They fucking love.
Of course
it, bro.
they do.
Of
Like,
course
like,
they do.
Like literally, like they're like, look, guys, we beat the odds.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
Wow, we got them.
yeah, because like I only remember World War One and World War Two being taught in my school. It's like I think we were taught a bit of American history, but it was just very glossed over. Don't know why.
So it was
Don't know
like-
why it was glossed over.
It was like for at least for me, I don't know if it was. 'Cause, we have GCSEs, which are like when you
Yeah.
get to age 16, you can pick 3 or 4 subjects.
Yeah.
And one of them was history. I chose, so
Oh,
that's
you
why.
chose history. Mm.
That's why I did. We learned American history and Chinese history,
Ah, okay. Because the most I did is
but the
just like
generic one was just like World War II.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did the
that's-
generic shit.
I,
before
I've
turned
only done
16,
the
yeah.
generic shit
Ah.
up to GCSE, which I didn't even pick history.
Oh, it was just always like trench foot. This bad, you know.
Do you have accelerated like history classes too, like AP honors?
No, we don't do
history
that in the
type
UK.
stuff?
We have
don't.
the only one that has it is math. We have advanced mathematics.
Right.
That's what
Yeah,
it's called.
yeah.
It's the
No,
only
we
one
had
that
that
has
for
it.
It's called
history,
further
though.
maths. In,
Math.
Oh, is it further? That's it.
yeah,
Must
further
have
maths.
been further
Further
beyond.
math.
That's the only
I know
one.
because I took it. Okay.
That's the only subject
so did
in the UK that had
Further
it.
math.
Who would have thought the two Asians on the podcast took accelerated maths?
I did.
Wait, accelerated maths.
Yeah, we called it.
Oh god.
Speedrunning.
Accelerated math.
Yeah, ours was called accelerated maths.
Is that like trigonometry or something?
No, trigonometry was the basic stuff.
Yeah, trigonometry. You had to like pass trigonometry as to get to further maths.
Accelerated maths was like like 3-dimensional graphs and
Yeah,
like
imaginary numbers.
and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Oh,
But I did notice, like, when I compared what I learned at school to what Sydney learned at school at the same time, especially with maths. I don't know if it's just because I was like, I don't know if it was like the education system, but I would notice that what I learned was like way before what Sydney learned in school sometimes. And I don't know if it's like, I don't know how the education system works, but then I also know that compared to Asian schools, they are like way
Yeah.
further beyond whatever I fucking learned in school. Like
Oh,
they were
yeah.
they were,
math is everything.
they were doing like college level maths in high school, and I was just like, what?
Yeah, like in Japanese schools, you learn long division at like 4th grade. And I'm like, what? I didn't learn that shit till I was like 16.
What the fuck is long division?
Long division is like divide 72,463 by
Well, that's-
273.
That's so shit though, because everyone uses calculators nowadays. You don't
Yeah.
need to fucking know this shit.
Did you guys have like placement tests for math?
Yeah.
Mm.
We did. Okay.
How was it for you?
Oh, yeah, we had placement,
Yeah.
and
What
then
did you
No,
like?
man, like, how did you place?
I don't remember when it was.
Were you good at maths?
Guess maybe. Yeah, kind of. I suppose. Yeah.
What did you play?
When
Loser?
was my test? No. How dare you?
Wait, what subjects did you excel at school? Like, what did you take?
Oh, really?
What did I excel at school?
Were
I don't
you
know.
good at anything at
Yeah,
school?
I
you
had
remember school?
4.0.
What does that mean?
Is
What
that
is a
good?
4.0?
Sorry,
I
all
always
A's.
hear about
Sorry,
this.
Yeah,
straight A's.
That's the highest
I
score.
always
Sorry.
hear they had a 4.0 GPA.
Okay,
Yeah.
I-
I'm like,
it means you had
is
A's.
that-
So I had A's. But
So you were good at school.
I wouldn't say it's good.
What?
What? That sounds pretty good.
What are you talking
I know,
about?
but like people were getting 4.1s and stuff because they do like get.
You can tell she grew up in an Asian
Well,
family.
4.1 is like extracurricular activities, right?
I
Yeah.
thought
Pretty
4.0
sure.
was the highest.
It is, but then
You
you
can
can
get
get higher if you do
higher.
extracurricular.
Yeah.
activities.
Every
Yeah.
single true crime documentary is always like, he was a good kid. He had a 4.0 GPA. Off to Harvard.
Yeah. until he cut off that woman's arms and legs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the highest math I got to is like algebra 2 because you can choose to stop,
Yeah.
Right.
and
right.
I just chose to stop and then fill it with other courses.
So wait, what was like your favorite subject at school?
Favorite subject?
Yeah.
Art.
Art. That's
Maybe.
cool.
Yeah, I got to make like pasta sculptures. I loved art because I would ask my fellow.
All I can
art
imagine is
students.
like fucking macaroni art. You make
Our
it
Yeah,
look
yeah,
really
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Our school,
Sculpting.
did you have like, our school's like well funded where you're from?
I would say, yeah. Well, Bay Area is
Oh, right.
pretty.
Everything
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
Bay Area is well
Like-
funded.
San Fran, right?
All the parents donate money.
Oh,
Like,
Oh, okay.
Like some of my family, like one of my aunts, constantly is donating money to her
Yeah.
daughter's school because it just makes
yeah.
the program much better.
Mm.
The government's not giving enough money, so the neighborhood parents are just giving money.
Wow.
I remember when I did like badminton, there was only like 2 rackets out of 30 that weren't
Oh.
broke.
I mean, that's just like school equipment, school
Yeah,
facilities.
Yeah, but
right?
like the wiring is fucked on
Yeah.
the nets to the point where it's like you just play badminton.
We had
properly.
like 40 acoustic guitars and only 2 of them worked.
Oh my god.
And
This happened at school.
Don't fucking get me started on textbooks. Like when the fucking teacher says, "All right, time to get out of the textbooks," I'm like, "Who am I sharing with today?" Like
Everyone like huddles around one desk, right?
Yeah, because like in my school, when you were reading from a textbook, everyone needed to share at least with one person. So everyone had a partner, like a textbook partner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
remember if I
that,
did
but
that.
not by obligations because like half the class had just forgotten their textbooks, so it just became like a tradition to be like, it's my turn now.
Do you have cooking classes in America?
Yeah, we have cooking classes.
We had
It's
cooking.
like home ec or
yeah,
something.
We had cooking class as well.
Oh, I
Wasn't
never
very
took
good.
it because I hated.
Oh, we
seeing
had no
people cook.
choice.
Oh, really?
Did you have to cook in school?
Nope.
They made us cook.
We had to do it for 1 year. Yeah.
Oh, they made us cook, and they made us. You won't believe what one of the dishes was. We'd prepare a sandwich. That was no joke. One of them.
British cuisine
Wait,
be like.
is it like a tuna melt?
No. Literally your bog standard lunchbox sandwich. And when I told my mum she had to buy me ingredients to make it, she was so insulted that she complained to the school.
They should
I
teach
would
how to
be.
cut
That's a waste of an
vegetables.
hour.
She was like, I'm not buying ingredients so we can make a fucking sandwich.
I'll make a fucking sandwich right now.
How about I just make one? I made a quiche and I think it turned out to be an omelette or something.
That's common.
I think something like that happened. I was like, I'm never cooking again.
Egg, just anything that uses egg turns into a different egg dish. Just halfway through the process every time.
I don't like that many egg dishes.
This video is sponsored by Manscaped. It's time to bundle up with the Manscaped 4.0 Performance Package. Inside this package, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0 Trimmer, Weed Whacker Ear and Nose Hair Trimmer, Crop Ball Preserver, Crop Reviver Toner, Performance Boxer Briefs, and a travel bag to hold all your goodies. First off, the new Performance Package 4.0 includes the new Lawnmower 4.0. If you're looking to cozy up this fall, this trimmer is essential. Their 4th generation.
Americans.
Americans.
Americans annoy me more than other foreigners, though, I would say.
That's on camera.
Oh.
Why do Americans annoy you than any other foreigner?
The ones in Japan, at least, a lot of the ones that complain about being in Japan, like, I hate Japan. Oh, they're so racist, or no one wants to sit next to me in the bus.
Yeah.
And they just have this horrible experience in Japan, and they're mostly, I'm not saying all English teachers are like this, but a lot of time they are English teachers who are they stay as English teachers for years, and they dream of being in a different position or different job.
Yeah.
But they're just like all this, I hate Japan, America's the best, but like, why don't you go back to America? But they don't.
Yeah.
So that's why
being an English teacher in Japan anyway seems like hell.
Did they complain more than us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They didn't complain about me anyway.
Wow.
A different type of complaints, though.
Okay.
And they're usually generally very negative. Like,
Well, when I complain, I'd like to think I very much understand where a lot of them come from.
but off camera, you guys are always praising how amazing Japan is. Like,
Oh, don't
tell them that.
Don't expose.
sorry.
That's our entire brand, Valen. Oh my god.
Wow.
Japan, God.
The slander.
The absolute slander. We're
Do
not.
we praise Japan a lot off camera?
Not praise, but like you guys seem to be enjoying.
We do genuinely. I mean, that's why we're here, right?
know.
It's because we enjoy being here.
You
Yeah.
exude this
I
positive
would be
energy
fucking
of being
bored
here.
in the UK. What would I do in the UK?
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys, gonna go to a bar.
There's different countries.
Gonna
where
go
you
to a
you know.
pub and
I'm pretty
And
good
then
at,
tomorrow I'm going to go to another pub.
yeah.
for all the slander I've given it, if I did have to move anywhere, I'd probably go to America.
Really?
Really?
Probably living in a country you weren't born and raised in is fun. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if
I
it's
just wanna-
Japan or
Yeah,
not.
it's stimulating.
I'd love to live in America for a short period of time.
See, because I'd like to live in Europe.
Really?
I want to live in Europe.
I'm bored of Europe.
I'd like to live somewhere else in Asia, probably. Just I don't know. I just really vibe with Asian culture and Asian mentality. That's what
I mean, not that we have any plans of moving soon.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
like,
Just
hypothetically.
But, like,
hypothetically.
if you were like Connor, you have to get out of Japan. You're being deported. Which country do you want to move to? I'm like, I'll go to America for a bit.
What do you consider when you want to move to another country? Is it like the weather?
I don't give a fuck about the weather.
For me, it's about like whether I just vibe with the way of living.
with the culture, right?
Opportunities as well. Like,
Like as
Americans-
much as I like America, I personally don't think I could vibe with the American way of life. Just personally,
Yeah.
Like,
What is the American way of life?
I don't know. It's just like
I think
you know.
I'd be a great American.
You would.
I think I'd be a fucking amazing
I think you
American.
would. I don't know. Like, I like going to America. I like American friends. You know, I like, being in America when I visit. But, like,
Yeah.
when I envision myself living in America, I just don't see it. I don't know what it
d-
is.
d-
It's just a vibe.
Like
about it.
as you like grow older, you realize that sometimes you just like subconsciously jive with some things, and like there's a difference going there for holiday and actually living there. And I think we've all experienced this in Japan, where coming here on holiday, visiting here, and actually experiencing and living the culture here is totally different. What do you do, Malin?
Spilt some tea on the
I
mic.
spilled some tea and then I forgot to swallow and then it was gonna spew out. So I was having a crisis. No, I think
Do you need some tissue?
it's fine. It landed on my shirt.
No, I agree though. I mean, you know, I find that socially, in America, sometimes I'm just like utterly confused.
Yeah.
Where I just don't understand the person I'm talking to.
Yeah.
They'll just say things that I'm like, why would you say that? In the UK, though, I don't really get that.
Yeah.
It's like a script almost that everyone follows.
Yeah.
Which is kind of boring though at the same time, but it's comforting.
It sounds like it gets monotonous though, right? After a while.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
when you go to America, it's always interesting. Like you never have a dull moment. I feel like I'm very easy to approach.
And you're also an extrovert, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like for me, whenever I go back to America, Japan has like made me more of an introvert. So when I go order food and then the register person is like, how are you doing? Oh, where
Like
are you
trying
from?
small talk.
And I'm just like, please, stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. I just want my burger. Stop talking to me. And then I start sweating, and then I hate that. But then you would love that because you know you like
I
the
like the minimal
chatter.
interaction.
Well, because for me, like that kind of stranger friendliness that you get from Americans in America, I've experienced 20 plus years of that in Australia.
Yeah.
So it's like no different to me. It's just,
Yeah.
oh, you have a funny
Just
accent.
Because
Australia, it's so far from everything.
I mean, yeah.
also everything wants to kill you.
But the food is so delicious.
Yeah, you are frothing over the
Oh
food.
my
But
god!
the internet
oh my
speed?
gosh.
If you're
No
saying
way.
the food's delicious,
was
then
so
I
good.
gotta check this out. How many Google
So
reviews
good.
did you
But
do?
you can't like
Four. We didn't have that much time.
Yeah.
How hard is it to get good internet in Australia?
It's gotten a lot better in the past,
Really?
like since
Right.
I've moved out.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Like if you go to like Melbourne or Sydney, like they actually have good internet speeds now. Finally, after all this time, of course they had to do it right when I fucking left the country.
Honestly, like I think I could really jive with the Australian culture from what
I probably
I've
could.
seen.
It's so far from everything. Everyone is at least a 12-hour flight minimum from you.
It is, but like how
Yeah, why do
often
you think
are you flying
Australians
out?
love traveling?
Yeah. Exactly, right? Australians are like fucking everywhere, especially in Asia.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Can't
we
get
are.
fucking rid of them.
We
They're
are fucking
invading
everywhere.
San Diego apparently.
Huh?
They're invading San Diego apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
Why San Diego?
I don't know. A few of my San Diego friends are like, "There's so many Australians here."
She says after meeting one
When I,
Australian.
when I was growing up, though, I always thought America was way cooler than the UK. I just thought.
I think that's just because you were born in the UK.
To be fair, growing up, I thought pretty much anywhere else was cooler than the UK.
the UK, right? It's like, you know, our image is on borrowed time.
Yeah.
What the UK actually is and what people think the UK is entirely different.
Oh, it's
things.
starting to catch up with us now in our lifetime.
When I was growing up, everyone still thought that British people were like charming and sexy.
Yeah.
Like
When I was,
British
everyone was like, "Oh
Yeah.
my god, he's British! Oh my gosh!" Oh, you know. And then now it's like Tuesday, bottle of water. That's all I get now, and that's what I always.
Now we
recognize.
just get clowned on by everyone, including us. And I'm just like, no. We clown on ourselves. You can't clown on us.
You know, the UK has very picturesque things, has very nice and elegant things, but unfortunately,
Stones
it's
are pretty.
stones.
I mean, the bricks,
The bricks.
the buildings,
I love a lot
the
about.
materials.
Oh, like the stone buildings? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
yeah.
I love a lot about.
The architecture.
There we go. There it is. There it is.
That's the word we were looking for.
I love the bricks.
No. In my
I
mind,
love
I
the
was
rocks.
zooming in on the image of just one of the bricks,
Right.
like a stone wall.
A
type of
single
thing.
brick.
Yeah, and I was like, it's pretty.
UK has
Anyways,
nice
hi.
bricks.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. The UK was nice. I feel like it's gone downhill a lot
Yeah.
since the
With
old
the
days.
sheep running through the fields.
The good old days.
Not,
God.
not the days where I was born. But before me, it looked like it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because I wasn't born there yet, but
Yeah.
all right.
Maybe I don't know. I feel like some things were just cooler before we were born. I feel like the stereotype about music was better in my parents' days, or when your parents said that. I think that's actually kind of true. I think I would love to have lived in my parents' age with some of the fucking bands and stars that they
But
listen
at the
to.
same
Can
time,
listen
it's
to it now.
yeah. But at the same time, you think about it, and it's like, all right, well, there's no internet, there's no iPhone, there's
Yeah.
no anything like that. Like,
No.
how do I? That sounds pretty crappy, honestly, when you think about it. Like now that
Yeah.
you know the whole
But you live
handiness
you live,
of today.
You live, you assimilate with whatever you have at the time, right? You get used to it. So
Well, yeah, of course,
So
of course.
even if you had no phone, you'd get a phone.
You enjoy other things.
Yeah, whatever.
But,
I mean,
do you think, like, you know, kids 30, 40 years from now will be saying the same thing about
No,
the 20s?
no. I mean, the UK,
The
it was-
roaring
it was-
20s.
It's very
Like,
unfortunate
I'm
because I
like-
feel like coming from like up north, like everything in the UK was kind of like focused on London and the south, and the common sentiment from where I grew up and around the area is that like which kind of like abandoned, and all the money and stuff and all the investment went to like London.
Yeah.
So a lot of the northern cities in the UK have kind of been deprived of any economical advantages or anything, and so a lot of the cities are kind of getting run down. It's not very
Well,
good.
it's kind of like Japan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's like I feel like, at least in the countryside of Japan, it's like, all right, well, at least they can still do the local business of farming and stuff. In some certain UK towns, it's just nothing. There's like nothing to do.
How do you make money in those areas?
It's all like minimum wage jobs, and there's no like big business there.
Or it's
in a lot
either
of
like you
places.
commute to the bigger city.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about this earlier, and I think I think as we grow older, we'll be able to say that we did grow up in a pretty cool time, actually, because we have, I was thinking, like, what would be interesting to, like, a younger generation to hear about? And I think the fact that we grew up in the age where basically internet was invented,
Yeah.
I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
I think that would be
Well,
cool as
with
fuck
like
to
the
say.
last generation of like people really who grew up initially without a smartphone.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't like till like age, what, like 13, I think
Yeah,
I was.
I
when
was-
I got a
Like,
smartphone.
imagine saying to your grandchild, you know, let me tell you when the internet just was assimilated into society. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, I think that's a cool fucking
I
story
mean,
because,
we
like,
grew up in the fucking VCR DVD era, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is like ancient technology to kids today. Like they're like, wait, what the fuck's like? Kids today don't know what a VCR is. I'm like, have I really gotten to that point now where I'm just like, oh, you fucking youths of today don't even know what a VCR is. You never had to like stick the pencil in to like rewind
Dude,
the tape and shit.
let me tell you about LimeWire and Napster. Let me tell you the war stories of how we had to download Linkin Park.
History of Webster.
Yeah, had to download Linkin Park and got fucking Bill Clinton for the 50 millionth time.
Question though, when did you guys get your first cell phones or smartphones?
I entered high school.
High school.
13.
Yeah, I was
13?
13, yeah.
My parents didn't want me to get bullied. They really didn't want to get me a smartphone, but everyone else had a smartphone. Or no,
Wait,
sorry,
what
not a
was your
smartphone.
first phone?
It was essentially a Nokia brick.
Yeah,
but,
mine
like,
was a
little
Nokia
prettier.
flip phone.
Yeah.
I couldn't even get a Nokia. I always got like a knockoff. It wasn't even.
No, this was at the time when the Sony, like the Walkman phone had come out.
Yeah.
So that was like the shit. And it was like the flip Sony. And that was like the big boy
No,
one.
for us in Australia, it was the Motorola Razr.
Yeah, those
Ah.
ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
those
Like,
ones.
all the cool kids had the Motorola Razr. I was like,
Yeah, yeah.
damn.
This is back when you couldn't play video on your phone. Still.
Yeah,
That was the
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So that was the phone I had, and it was
Just
supposed to.
texting,
It was supposed to
basically.
be for emergencies only. But we didn't text each other because it was 10 pence to send a text.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So you
No
know,
texting plans? All you can
no,
text?
Texting was
no,
like-
they didn't exist back
texting your
in the day.
friend was like an urgent thing. But at that time as well, when you had those phones, MSN Messenger
Yeah.
was a thing as well. So you would never text because you would just go.
You just go
Yeah.
home and message on MSN.
Yeah, the
Messenger.
only
Yeah.
time I think I
AIM.
ever texted someone was when like we said we're going to meet at a place, and I was there and I couldn't find them, and I was like, "Where are you?" Because calling was too expensive.
Yeah.
Because calling was like 10, 20 pence a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was like,
If,
oh,
if,
shit.
if you press the call button, you're just like, this is a fucking emergency
This is an
now.
investment. This is
Like-
an investment.
Like, my
Spending
God,
big bucks today.
someone must be fucking dying next to me for you
Yeah.
to be making a call, man. What is
Yeah,
going
'cause
on?
I got the phone under the condition of it's emergencies only.
Yeah.
Well, what about you?
I don't remember if I
When did you
probably
get
the same age. I was just curious. Like,
Did you go straight to iPhone or did you get like the flip?
no,
phone?
I not a flip phone, but it was like non-flip phone, and then I got
like the
flip
bricks,
phone.
right?
Yeah, I think it was like a brick
With
or
like the little
something.
antenna on top.
No, it was
Because the
just,
old
it
Nokias
was
had like
just
that little
this-
like nub at the top, which was like the antenna.
Oh, yeah, that one,
Yeah.
No?
Were you a gamer growing up?
Wait,
But
what?
yeah, obviously she
you a-
played Maple Story.
Were you a gamer?
I played other games than Maple.
What other
Story.
games did you play?
Story, Fly for Fun.
What the hell is that?
What the fuck is that?
Fliff. It's a like you learn to fly in the game. And I don't know.
What?
It's like Maple Story, but then you can
Windows-
level up your
Windows
flying
aircraft
ability.
simulator?
No.
So it's a Maple
wait.
Story expansion pack. in other words.
What console is this on?
It's on PC.
PC.
Did
PC.
you-
I played a lot of PC
Did
games.
you ever own a game console?
Yeah, I do. I own all of
What's
them.
your favorite console game?
Console game?
Well, what's your favorite console?
PlayStation, probably.
Which one?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, 2. I really like the Lord of the Rings games, King Arthur.
They're good games. Lord of the Rings games on PS2?
Yeah.
They're very good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Played them in like quite a bit quite a bit.
But you're more of an anime person, right? Obviously, you.
Yeah.
Don't bring anime into this, guy.
I'm sorry.
dare.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what's
I'm sorry.
wrong
You
with
trying to
it?
bring gaming into this?
Gaming? No, gaming's fun.
the dichotomy of man.
Yeah.
So you a gamer?
Well, let me do the middle ground then. Did you play any like anime games?
Isn't Maple Story an anime game?
Is it? Well, okay.
That's more like a game that has anime aesthetic, but it's not like
what is
Okay,
Maple
visual
Story?
novel
just an
type
MMO.
games, right?
Oh gosh.
I played Hakoki Shinsei, like the dating simulation.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah, of course you did.
Of course you did.
That's how it started.
Everyone she completed, she bought a new body pillow.
And then
Yeah, because I gotta ask, how the fuck did the body pillow addiction start? How did that side of you start at all? Right?
I don't know. I like pillows. I like. Come
no,
on.
no, no. I like pillows. There's a big difference between liking a good pillow and a body pillow.
Yeah.
Okay, like I was obsessed with 2D. I didn't really like people, like male species. Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow,
Like,
wow,
guys,
derogatory.
sorry,
Wow.
sorry, guys. I just
Rich
wasn't,
from you
I,
coming
no, no,
from-
no, no,
Rich
I
coming
wasn't-
from you,
sorry,
female.
Sorry. I wasn't attracted to like
Real people.
human men.
you went into 3D.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just say that. You went into 3D.
like
Humans.
and the way
Yeah.
the 2D characters look were just so pretty, and I needed something lifelike because
What was the first like anime or whatever that got you into the 2D world?
Yeah, that made you give up
That-
on humanity.
It made you reject humanity.
Hakoki, the
Oh, the Shinsengumi one.
Shinsengumi police force.
Call back
thing.
to Maylin's 3x3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go watch that clip.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just the exposure of their chests. Of it.
And yeah, now you're like allergic to nipple.
It's
Oh, because
different.
it's
they
3D
don't show
nipple.
nipple.
Oh, because it's 3D. My
Yeah,
bad.
They always censor nipple. I just.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's why she can't see real nipple, because in anime,
Yeah.
nipples just
They don't
exist,
They don't exist,
for some
yeah.
reason.
Yeah,
I
you're
usually,
right,
For some
the next
reason.
time any of you guys come to my house, or maybe I'll bring a pillow or something here. The naked ones,
Yeah.
they don't have the nipples.
Why is
it's
that?
just
Did they do that on
chest.
purpose, or?
I think so.
Is
It's
that
just
how you learn?
offensive.
I should probably explain Maylin is scared of male nipples.
Yeah. Oh yeah, where
Unless
Maylin,
it's her husband's.
Maylin, apart from her husband, Maylin is like terrified of like male nipples.
No, it's because you know when you don't want to stare at something, but then you just end up looking, and then. Hold on. Wait.
Go on,
And I just
continue.
feel like it's
What the
staring into
hell?
my soul, and I just feel uncomfortable.
So
Especially-
in other words, you don't stare at the nipple stares you back.
Yes. And I don't want to
and you
confirm.
don't want that eye contact.
Yeah.
Oh my
But your
god.
husband was 2D like.
Yeah.
Does your husband have nipples?
Wait. With the 2D one? or
no,
something?
no.
I
Your
used to do a
3D
ranking.
husband.
Like my 2D, I would have husband,
Your real
ex-husband,
husband.
boyfriend, ex-boyfriend
does your-
rankings.
Does your husband feel intimidated by all of your body pillows?
No, he says something really weird. Wait, never mind. Forget.
No, you can't just tease us like that. Go on.
Come on.
I can't.
Is it bad?
No, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay,
I'll tell you
okay.
guys after.
Okay,
He says weird stuff a lot.
Yeah, he does.
we
That's,
know.
I feel like
We
some
know.
of it rubs onto you, because
Yeah.
like you'll say something super weird when we're just doing like the most normal thing sometimes.
Yeah. And I'm like, that didn't come from you.
I don't
That
know.
was from someone
Can,
else.
can I tell them what he said about drinking water? That's like
What?
No.
okay.
Like what?
Oh, when you see
Water.
like anime characters drinking water.
Oh, okay. There's this character I used to like. Are you talking about the taste?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
okay. So one of the characters I used to like, or still like, oh my god, I'm dripping everywhere.
When she talks about anime
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
right?
I'm like shaking.
She's like, oh my god. So me.
Jinguji Ren,
Yeah.
his color's orange. Everything about him is orange. He smells orange, and sometimes, you know, or if he's eating orange, and you know, you just want to know what they're eating.
And no, yeah. So
Wait,
she,
does he canonically smell like oranges?
No. She said the weirdest thing to me, right? Because she was talking about her obsession with 2D anime guys, right?
Yeah.
And she was just like, did you ever see like a waifu or like one of your waifus and you saw them drinking something and you wanted to drink the same thing? And I was just like, no, why did you want to do that? And I just thought so you could taste what they're tasting, right? And she goes to me, yeah, because they just sometimes you just want to know what the inside of their mouth feels like. So
no,
you
no,
drink the same
feels
thing.
it.
Wait,
I'm like actually scared. I'm glad I'm sitting this distance from you.
If you were a guy and you said that, everyone would be like,
You would
wow,
be immediately cancelled.
what a pathetic man. What a weird man.
Is that correct to what you said?
They
Or
sometimes have like commercials in Japan where that character is endorsing this, and then you drink it too, and then you always think about them because that's what they're drinking in. You know?
Does your husband feel like he's competing sometimes?
No. Well, like I was also in long distance with my husband boyfriend at the time, so like he would drink coffee, and then I'll be like, oh, every time I drink coffee, it's kind of like, haha.
You're kissing. Is that it?
It's a little more than
finish
that.
the sentence. Finish the sentence.
It's not so much kissing as it's more tasting the inside of his mouth.
Every time he pees, I pee. It's like we're peeing
It's like we're
into
peeing
each
together.
other.
It's like we're crossing streams.
Yeah.
A cute thought there.
Yeah.
I understand
But
that.
yeah, but like if someone's single and they really like 2D characters,
Mm.
and you see your 2D character eating a cake or something, I definitely recommend
It's called
it.
immersion.
Yeah. It's like people who are watching this and they're drinking coffee too. It's the same. Oh no, never mind.
He's always just like, yeah, Maylene is weird. That's what he says.
It's like, yeah, we know. We know, man.
What he said to you on your birthday.
What did he say to me?
Sydney told me. Well, Maki said, "Oh, I'm glad someone understands" or something.
What?
No, my husband.
Yeah.
Told you.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm glad
Oh,
I
yeah.
found someone.
I'm glad I found someone because both our partners are crazy.
No, they were just sitting next to each other. I think you were in the corner somewhere.
Just having like a bro talk.
Yeah.
It's like, I gotta come clean, man.
And they started laughing out loud. And I was like, wonder what they're
Because
laughing
Sydney and Maylin hang out all the time, and sometimes it's just like it's just like it's just like the perfect storm. You know, in the perfect storm where you have like two hurricanes and they mix and then like they forms like
Turn into one super
one
hurricane.
super massive hurricane. That's just whenever Sydney and Maylin hang together,
As
man.
if we drink too much. I think that's
They just
what it
feed off each other's like chaotic energy, and they just like start saying the most like cursed shit you'll ever hear.
Say something, then your husband would just be like, "She's crazy." And
He
I-
just
like,
says that so that you think he's normal too.
Maybe, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
That is true.
Yeah. She's still addicted to Apex.
Oh yes.
Good.
Did you ever say that?
No, I haven't told that
Oh
story.
yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
We were at Maylene's house having a gathering.
Yeah.
It was like 2
No, it
a.m.
was after. I think you went home.
Yeah.
and
Oh,
then-
yeah,
Joe, So I think it was. Yeah, actually
It
on my
was your
birthday.
birthday,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was my
yeah.
birthday. It all goes back to
birthday.
that because a lot of things happened there. So Joey had to go home early because he had to film the next day.
Yeah.
So we were at Maylin's, I guess just chilling until like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And I remember at 2 a.m. I'm just like having a chat with Maylin, and then I look over, and fucking Connor is like Connor takes the controller off Maylin's husband and is like, "You need to play this game." He downloads Apex for Maki. I'm just like, "Oh, for fuck's sake."
And now he plays every day.
I spent like I was
You've
like,
poisoned the well.
I went to his house, get the PS5. I installed Apex. I was like, "Well, just wait now. We'll have so much fun." He was showing me these games on PS5, and I'm like, "This is terrible. These games are terrible. Let me show you a real game. It's free to download. Let me download it right now." I downloaded it, and then I just thought that maybe he would play it a few times and then be done, but he's like addicted.
Yeah, he plays every day. Every day. And
Yeah.
I'll be in a call, and he doesn't use his like headphones, so the walls will be. And I'm just like,
It's like a
did you
war
hear that
zone.
right now? I'm so sorry.
Sorry, that's just the AK-47.
Next
It's a
door.
flat line.
And so this was awesome. Like to complete the story, we started like literally like I think like a fucking hour ago. So we start watching fucking Connor teaching Maki how to play Apex,
Yeah.
right? And then this is like 3-4 a.m. at this point, and we are obviously at this point intoxicated. Now, you know when you're intoxicated, maybe sometimes you get cravings.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
You get cravings. Mostly people crave maybe pizza. You know, some people crave a pizza.
That'd be
Obviously not you.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Maybe people crave a kebab.
Yeah.
You know,
A burger, maybe?
a burger.
Yeah.
Go to local chippy or
Yeah,
something.
of course.
You know, get a chicken burger, whatever.
Yeah.
So Maylin is just sitting there, and she's just like, I feel like Nigerian beef stew. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah, it's
what
very strange.
What you mean? Like, where did you get this craving from? And she's like, I'm gonna cook Nigerian beef stew right now. I'm just like, what? Who has this craving at 3 a.m. in the morning?
It just sounds like a scripted event from a game.
I've never heard of Nigerian beef stew in my life, and here
and here you are hearing it for the first time at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Sometimes Maylene does talk like an Oblivion NPC.
What is an Oblivion NPC?
It's a game.
I don't even know
NPC.
how I begin to explain
I
that.
feel like such a boomer when it comes.
You sound like a video game NPC, in other words.
There's always so many things you're like, what is Pog? What is...
Oh no, I know what
Bussin'?
Pog is, or bussin'.
I know bussin'.
I know
I know
bussin'. I know you young people speak.
Yeah, because the reason I bring this up is because like she just had all the fucking ingredients for Nigerian beef stew at 3 a.m. and I was just like,
it was a very good dish.
It was fucking great.
Dark. So I don't know the color.
Maylene will give me like some.
I don't know the color.
Maylene will present me like a god tier dish. It's 4 a.m. I've drank
Most of the lights are only the disco lights are on.
I'm very hungry. I'll frankly eat anything.
Nigerian beef stew on the disco light.
I got this $5 light thing.
Such a funny image.
It was so surreal just seeing Maylene in the dark.
Me at the club making Nigerian beef
No,
lit
it
up
was
by
like
a
Zara
disco
music.
light. And she's just like, let me pull up my spice rack. And
someone was sleeping, and I didn't want to wake them up, so I just,
Hanging out all my disco homies,
Oh, yeah.
Nigerian beef stew at the club.
Because you also grow like Carolina Reapers and stuff as well.
Yeah.
ghost peppers.
And you gave them out to people.
Yeah.
And they were struggling.
Where do you learn how to cook, or do you just like follow YouTube recipes? Do you like?
I don't follow. I just watch a bunch of cooking things constantly.
Do you like watch like what Gordon Ramsay video?
No.
360 day.
Not anymore. That was like TV.
Like
days
Gordon
where
Ramsay.
Jamie
it was
Oliver?
just-
Gordon
yeah.
Ramsay is more
Glasses.
entertaining
Yeah.
than educational.
But nowadays,
Glasses.
there's so many different sources on YouTube.
Yep.
Just, like
One-
food
Still live.
videos.
One thing I've noticed about a lot
Live
of top
as
chefs,
always.
whenever they do like cooking videos,
Somehow I'm having trouble on how to
they
present
always
this
add
here.
so much fucking olive oil. I don't know what it is about fucking olive oil. You see a celebrity chef add olive oil, and it's just a little touch of olive oil, and they fucking invade Italy in the process. I swear to God, man.
I love the. I love
Smash cut to an olive field. In Italy.
just a little dollop of olive oil.
1 teaspoon of olive oil. It's like there's like a whole genre of videos, right? That is like absolutely fucking god awful, like cocktail recipes.
Yeah.
And not intentional. And some of them are literally just like full bottles of alcohol, like spirits.
Is that the 2 shots of vodka thing?
It's kind of like that, but taken too far. Like I was
Yeah.
watching a video, and there was this woman telling you how to make a drink, and it was a cocktail.
Yeah.
And she put like 2 leaves of coriander in, a bunch of shaved ice, and then she just poured like a whole bottle of like Bacardi
Right.
into this thing to fill it up. And she's like, and there you go. You have your, and she named the drink. I can't remember what it's called. And it was just like, what the fuck?
Endurance
is
stream.
This is just straight Bacardi. This isn't a drink. And it was like a pint glass.
Are
as well.
required to
What the
inform me on
fuck?
something.
This is
What
a
is it?
hospital, booking. What is this?
What is it, Alexei?
I gotta show you guys.
Hospitalization.
I gotta show you some of these fucking
Oh my-
cocktails.
I need to
They're
see
fucking
that.
abominations.
It's not even a cocktail. They didn't mix it with anything.
There's no mixer. It's just like
Flavor.
some fucking flowers and shit and a whole bottle of Jack Daniels. That's it. It's terrible.
Essence of the stuff that they put in.
Yeah.
It's still not a mixer though. Still not a mixer.
Who's your favorite YouTuber, Maylene?
That's not us.
Obviously.
Or trash taste.
We pay the bills. You can't
Yeah.
tell us.
Do you even watch a lot of YouTube?
I do. I watch a lot of food-related YouTube or animal-related.
Do you watch Report of the Week?
Sometimes.
Do you?
Just sometimes.
like him?
Do I like
You
him?
jinx it.
His videos?
Like his
My
videos?
mother caught me sim.
I don't watch all the time. Once
What?
every 2 months.
I'm a big fan.
How is this an endurance stream, glasses?
I mean, we're like YouTube.
This is not endurance stream.
Are you a YouTuber?
We are YouTuber, so it's just part of the job to watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't know if that's just like warped my experience because I don't know how much YouTube everyone else watches anymore. Do you find that? Because like I sometimes I talk to someone and I just assume they are also as versed with like YouTube culture and YouTube videos as I am.
I always get reminded that I'm way too deep into YouTube and memes when I say a meme or I reference a meme. that is so in depth in meme culture that it requires like knowledge of like 7 previous memes.
Yeah.
And then knowledge of each like
Genres.
variation of.
And you
seven.
said you wanted to become a
Those
doctor.
meme
Oh, no.
That's a tough meme.
What are you doing anyway?
That's when I really feel like fuck.
Were you playing the dating
Because
sim
also
game?
some memes, they are funny if you get it, but like when you try and describe like pee pee poo poo stinky, it's like there's no way of describing that meme to someone without showing the video, without also sound like a complete fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like when
I'm glad you talked to me in like a normal English level, you know.
What
Not with, like,
what you
not
mean?
with like
I don't
the meme
reference, I
the
don't
meme
reference
stuff.
memes to you, because also if I was to say like, oh, that's bussing, mum, she'd be like, what is bussing?
I mean, I have that reaction sometimes with you. I think bussin' is. I'm gonna say I think bussin's an awful word.
I love bussing. Bussing is such a. It's got such a.
I've only heard you say in real
Yeah,
life.
it's like that's bussing. I get it. Dude.
Every
I
request.
say bussing.
Endurance tourism. Endurance tourism.
You gotta be confident. You gotta put some bass behind.
They were from my favorite dating sim.
Fucking hell.
My cheek tense up before I can even say it right.
Sad. Alexei noises only.
So wait, who is your favorite YouTuber?
The one that created my beloved cove.
Of him.
I just love the way he cuts into the fish.
Kimago Kuku is this like he's pretty big. He's like top 10 Japanese YouTubers, I think. But like he basically just dissects a shitload of fish.
Well, he
That's
cooks
his
them.
Is this the
also,
guy who killed the frog?
No, that's different.
That's
That's,
different
like
guy.
the chef
That was the
Torados.
saddest thing.
Yeah.
Oh my, that frog
There was like
video.
a video on how to like prepare a frog, and
Yeah.
I think Maylene showed me.
Oh yeah, they're just like fucking.
I think we were
chops
at
it
an
off.
izakaya, and I was like,
No,
"What do you
because
guys do?"
I remember because like this like sometimes because Maylin gets recommended so many food videos. Sometimes
You
she'll
like the weird cooking videos as well, where you have to
Yeah.
like destroy animals.
destroy
What do you mean
I
destroy
feel
it?
annihilate animals.
I feel like saying preparing the frog doesn't do it justice.
It doesn't.
Because that's not what happened.
Yeah.
No.
The guy like cuts
Yeah.
this frog in half,
Yeah.
and you hear bones crunching.
Yeah,
every
he doesn't prepare the frog. He massacres
Yeah.
It's like Robot Wars, but like a man.
I feel like I just watched fucking Saw 7.
Yeah.
You know, like just
It's
like
pretty
I
intense
like we're
stuff.
not gonna
No,
put it
no,
up on
I
screen.
agree,
Like
it's
if you're squeamish, we're not gonna talk about it too much because it's I still think about it, and I'm not like a squeamish person, but I felt so bad for the frog.
Yeah, it's
I
a
never
brutal
want-
video.
It's a fucking brutal
I thought
video.
That was okay because he's going to eat it.
Yeah,
But
no,
if
it
he
is.
wasn't
it is.
doing it for
I
fun.
recognize.
Well, no, of course not.
No.
Of course
I
not.
recognize
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with it because he's going to eat it, and he's not. You know, it's no more brutal than killing a cow or something.
It's
like that,
educational.
Right. I guess it's just because you don't. It's not every day you see a guy chop a frog in half
Yeah.
Yeah.
to prepare some.
Unless you're in Thailand or Vietnam.
Because like you never really because the thing is you never really think about
just-
how animals
just think-
die
I just think about that dancing
before
frog,
they
you
cook.
know?
They get cooked. I mean,
Dancing
we're so like we're like lucky enough to like not have to do it ourselves a lot of the times. That's what it's like to grow up in a civilized society, right? So when I see a full on
I'm
fucking
civilized.
yeah, I mean when I see a fucking Mortal Kombat fatality being put on this frog, I'm just like Jesus fucking Christ.
I was just waiting for like the X-ray zoom on that
Yeah.
frog as the head is getting crushed.
I'm
that
sorry
one
to
was
anyone
very
who's squeamish,
violent.
but
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
It's a brutal video,
Food
don't
being
look it up.
prepared is generally not that good. To
Yeah.
watch.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why people turn into vegetarians. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't eat anything that I wasn't prepared to kill myself. If I
Yeah.
had to.
That doesn't mean I have to enjoy the process.
I'm not gonna.
Right.
I feel like you're a psychopath if you enjoy putting down an animal to eat.
Yeah.
it.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I
sorry. I meant no as in yeah. No. Hold on.
do you have something to say, Maylin?
No, as in.
I want the
like,
apocalypse to
it's bad.
start.
Yeah.
Isn't it
It
pandemic
came out wrong.
already?
No.
You said
No,
that
it
like
really-
no, I disagree.
No.
I
It was
like the
delayed.
killing part.
I say if
It
you
came
don't
out
enjoy it, what's the point?
It came out wrong.
Oh my god.
I don't kill.
I think just
animals.
bones crunching is just generally unpleasant. 'Cause even when we had to like dissect fish or like cut the bones just to separate parts of the body, it's often quite.
Yeah,
Does
I
it
don't.
sound nice?
I don't enjoy it.
I don't get much
enjoy
pleasure.
When it stops moving is like when it feels a little weird, right?
I think it
Don't say it
feels
like
weird.
that. Don't say it
I
like
think it
that.
feels weird when
No?
it's still moving.
Yeah, that's when
Oh,
it's
like
weirdest to me.
struggling.
Yeah. Don't say
Oh,
struggle.
God.
Oh,
No,
go,
sorry,
Maylin.
sorry.
Go, oh my
Fuck
god.
No, when I buy like live fish, I don't hold it down. My husband holds it down, and I because I can't handle.
Why don't you say?
Yeah, it's like, husband, you put the blood on your hands, not
No,
me.
because he doesn't want to be the one to poop it, like
Oh.
So you're a
He'll
tag.
hold it down
You're a tag team. Then.
So why
Yeah,
why can't you
yeah.
hold it down?
because I can feel its muscles moving, like it's struggling.
Like
Well,
it's alive.
but you
Yeah.
should be prepared for that if you're going to kill it.
Yeah. If you're the one like excitedly holding the
But
knife,
he's gonna
then-
eat it too, so we're sharing the burden.
Oh wow! So when I go to the restaurant, the chef's going to come out and be like, "No, I'm not going to lie, Connor. I'm quite squeamish. Could you hold down this cow while I shoot it?"
Just like you're just blaming the murder on someone else.
Yeah, you're just trying to.
It's like, we're in this together.
No, I put the
Melee's
knife
thinking like,
in.
I don't want to go to hell. If I get someone else to do it,
Yeah.
it'll be.
No, I put the knife
sharing
in.
the sin.
Okay, I put the knife in. So it's
Well, of
the
course,
killing.
of course. When we ask you for your YouTube recommendations, it gets to you being a brutal murderer.
No. I also watch like food travel things, like best ever food review show.
Oh yeah, I like that show.
Yeah,
Yeah, that guy's
I've
cool.
been watching for like years.
Yeah, because like I'm always wondering why don't you make your own YouTube channel?
She does.
I do.
Yeah, I've seen your videos.
I mean,
yeah, so
aside from
have I.
aside from that one, I meant like because I've seen them as
That's
well.
like 4 years ago.
Are we allowed
Yeah.
to talk about it?
About which one?
The one with you like
The bottle?
reviewing like the man's body.
Okay.
You in the cosplay?
No, I was wearing cosplay. It's just I found this water bottle that was the shape of a man's body, and it was a haiku character. And then I saw that it was trending on Japanese Twitter
Yeah.
that if you peel off the wrapping, like the clothes,
Yeah.
and then pour milk tea in, the full, like the naked body appears. So I was so fascinated that I wanted to show people.
You are
that.
literally the epitome of the heavy breathing cat.
Yeah.
Like whenever you see like
Yeah.
a 2D male,
If you
it's
watch the after dark tour, it wasn't actually Navi. It was Melee.
Emily was just very excited.
Yeah, that was
about
fuzzy.
it. Yeah.
No, because like I think it would be because I thought it's a really interesting concept with you being such a big Google reviewer. If you just like it's like the road to like the top 5% or something like
The
that.
Well,
How long will it take?
Maylene
Yeah.
has a Twitter now, so you can follow her on there.
Yeah.
And watch her updates. But I would love to see some Maylene content.
Gourmet mate.
Mailing content.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
like,
Maylene
Would you
content.
would you subscribe?
Yeah,
Of course, of course.
Subscribe.
Like I
Of
reckon
course.
you'd be really good at just like food reviews.
Because like I've never
Around
I've never
Japan.
seen someone so brutal when it comes to reviewing food as you. My God, like
you have no chill when it comes to reviewing
some of
shit.
the stuff I've heard you
Yeah.
say is like it's straight to the fucking heart.
I'll be like, this was just the most excellent meal. I'm extremely satisfied. Maylene, what did you think? And then Maylene's like, it tastes like dirt.
Because like
Shit.
I don't
Unedible.
want people to think anyone can run a restaurant. Like in America, a lot of the times
Listen,
there's like these
Like you have
Japanese.
single-handedly
Japan-
deterred me from
Jap-
ever
but-
running my own
I
restaurant.
mean,
Yeah.
okay, come on. You can't compare Japanese restaurants to American or European restaurants.
And I was just
It's a
saying,
totally
people
different
will
ballpark.
move somewhere, and then they, for whatever country they're from, they think they can make the food of their country and represent the country with that restaurant, but it's not that simple.
No, of
and
course not.
Actually,
I know
it's
they're
very
trying
easy
to make a
represent British
living.
food.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay, so
I
what are
just-
the things you look for when you go to a restaurant? Like, what's like the number one thing of like
Everything.
Wait,
well, like the first thing you look at?
Depends what I'm going for. If I'm just going for like Thai or Vietnamese food, I'm not gonna look at how dirty it is.
how do you weigh each aspect? So, like, say there's 5 stars. Does like the food get 3 of the stars? The service gets 1, and then the
Or is it kind of just like a
It's just
package?
different. It's a
change?
package. It's like
Right,
how
right.
I leave. How do I feel when I leave? Or yeah, usually I
Package deal.
yeah. Sometimes I'll think of like
like if
I
the
already
food
know.
is amazing, but the waiter was rude. Is that
No,
like,
I'll write that. Be like, oh my god, the food was so delicious, but it's just unfortunate that the service was bad.
one thing I was speaking to Chris about this, and we were talking about. He was like, "Oh, I don't want to say anything bad about some stuff because I don't want to like potentially risk them losing business or going out of business." And to me, I said to Chris, I was like, if a place is so bad that you give it 1 stars, I genuinely, don't deserve they get to run a restaurant.
Right.
Like if it's to the point where like it could be like food safety, or it's just so bad in every single way. I don't care if someone loses their job because they shouldn't be in that job.
I mean, you just watch Kitchen Nightmares,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Like you
just
watch
see.
that, you're like, you don't deserve to
They
have this job.
disrespect the food and they
Yeah.
disrespect the customer.
You don't deserve.
Honestly, like sometimes I go to a restaurant and I'm just like, there's nothing more disappointing than going to a restaurant and just having
like a bad meal.
It's
like,
so sad.
Like
to me.
I'm like my day is literally ruined.
Nothing is worse than a bad
Well,
meal.
because,
Yeah,
like, Japan changed that for me because in the UK it is like a 50-50 coin.
It
flip,
is. It is.
whether or not the restaurant is going to be
Yeah.
just good.
Yeah.
Here,
Like-
most things are good, but they're not amazing.
But
Because
that's the thing, is
like
I've come to
it's about the
appreciate
little things in life to look forward to, and I look forward to just a good meal at least
me too.
once a day. You know, if I have like a amazing lunch, then dinner could be okay.
Yeah,
but
true,
like
true,
I just want one good meal, whether it be home cooked or a restaurant or wherever. Doesn't need to be can be expensive, cheap. I just want a good meal.
Yeah.
And if I'm wasting my daily meal on a bad restaurant experience, then my day is literally like
Scam.
yeah,
It's a
I'm just
scam.
like you took this from me. You took the only
took
little
my
joy,
time, my money.
You took the little joy I look for every day, and you gave me an awful meal. And I'm just like, yeah, no, that's just bad. And like sometimes I literally don't understand sometimes how some restaurants can serve bad meals. Like it
It's
blows.
sad to me that someone went through the trouble of opening up a restaurant
Yeah.
to serve shit.
Yeah.
Like,
For seafood restaurants right now, it's kind of sad for Hokkaido at least.
Yeah.
They're not getting enough customers to
Yeah.
get like new batches of seafood coming in. So their
Yeah.
ratings have dropped because when the customers
not
come in, it's like
fresh.
it's not
Yeah.
fresh. Wow, I can't believe this has 4 stars. I'm gonna give it 2.
Mm.
So it's really sad.
Yeah, because like the reason it blows my mind is that how can just like myself following a random YouTube video I found, like and just following that recipe, how can that taste better than me being served a restaurant meal that has been cooked by a chef? Right? That I don't know. That's
Kitchen
They should
Nightmares. When you watch
master it.
Kitchen Nightmares, it all makes sense. You're just like, these people just want jobs. They don't want to cook. They just want to work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, at that point, it's just like it's just like why are you in the restaurant business
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
sense, right? I mean,
Yeah.
There
Because
should be other
it's
jobs.
not easy to run a fucking restaurant. Like
It's not.
You don't have to run a restaurant to know that that's fucking hard work.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would you spend all that time, money, and effort to then just get a bunch of people come into your restaurant, hate
Yeah.
your food, hate your service, and then leave disappointed? It's like, what's
Yeah.
the point?
I think I would rather my local restaurant to have more passion than whoever's doing surgery on me. I don't really need my surgeon to be passionate about it. I need my restaurateur to be passionate about what they're doing.
yeah.
Because who cares about doing open heart surgery? I don't care about that. He probably doesn't care about
Or
that.
be the person getting like
Yeah,
Getting-
probably,
yeah,
probably the
getting-
person under the fucking scope.
But
yeah.
it probably doesn't mean shit if then you get the surgery, you live, and then you go to a shit restaurant afterwards. What's the point? So to me, it's way more important that there are some jobs that need passion, and
Well,
owning
you
a restaurant
say
is
that
one of
as
those.
if you have open heart surgery as often as you have a meal. You know, there's a bit of a different story.
Even then, I would still rather him be dispassionate about it. There's some jobs where I'm like, you don't need to be passionate about this job. Restaurant is one of those jobs.
Oh no, definitely.
restaurant like sometimes you can just feel the passion coming out of like the meal, right? And-
Yeah.
And the people running it. And those are the best meals.
Yeah, 100%.
Like-
Do you like it when the chef comes out and asks you like, how did
I love
you
it.
like it?
I love
that,
it.
that shows to me
Yeah,
he
yeah,
cares.
the
a
He
lot.
cares. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this isn't just me; he's probably doing it too.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's sweet old VA.
Oh my gosh, that's the OVA.
I shake his hand. I get the meal for free. It's amazing. I'm kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, he's doing that to like everyone.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
like
because he cares. Yeah.
that means a lot.
No, I like that.
Or they'll ask you which dish did you like, which one was a miss, hit or missed.
Yeah,
type
where
of
did we
thing.
go recently where that happened?
The Italian place.
What happened?
They
I
asked
swear I
us
got asked
what
somewhere
dish.
recently. I got asked.
Oh, it wasn't with you.
It was with
I was like,
with us where we were sitting at the counter. It was the steak place we went to, the Italian steak place where where we get the aged
45
steak.
day.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which place?
The one where we get the 45 or 48 day aged
45
steak.
day
Yeah.
steak.
Yeah.
I'll be
And
honest,
with
I have
the-
no
And we all
fucking
we
idea.
all we like
We've all
went.
been there.
We've all been. You've been there like 3 times.
Yeah.
For
I
one,
think.
it's a counter seat. They have an open grill.
We took Chris there.
Yeah.
Oh, that place.
My God.
It's like how many fucking 48-day aged
Sorry,
steak restaurants do you know?
I have 45. That's on the lower end of age that I have. I
I
normally
only
go.
have the 90-day aged
I
steak.
typically go, when I have steak 5 times a week, I typically go for the higher end stuff. Sorry.
A 45 is good.
No, because I remember
Okay,
I remember the first time we went there, and we would like they gave
He
us
does ask every time.
yeah they gave us the menu, and we were just like, can I get this and this, please? And he's just like, I mean, you can, but I wouldn't. And I'm just I remember when we first went there, we were like, what a rude fucking prick, telling us how to eat our meal. And then we got the meal, and we were just like, oh, he was right. He was recommending us the good shit.
But that, I mean, if the guy is confident enough to like, no,
Yeah.
don't
But
do
how often do you go to a restaurant where that happens?
never.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Never.
The absolute audacity. But like that's the thing. That's such a big risk because if that risk doesn't, if this is like not one of the best meals I've had, which it was, by the way, then it's
Take some serious balls.
But normally in Japan, it's very common that you will find restaurants that are like max 8 seating and there's only like 2 staff.
Yeah.
And normally, you know, to pull off a restaurant like that and make it good requires a fuck ton of care.
Yeah.
You can't run a 2-man restaurant and it not like and it not be totally shit or amazing. I feel like it's very difficult. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really appreciate it until basically later in life because I grew up with my parents running a local family restaurant, and I didn't realize before because I like to me every restaurant was run like the restaurant where I grew up in, right? And that to me that was the bare minimum. That was the normal. Like I would see my dad really taking care of the customers and, you know, really talking to them, getting to know them, and I could see my mum in the kitchen as well, and I cared about her food. So whenever she cooked something that tasted off, I was like, Mum, this is awful. Like, why are you serving this to the customers? Like this you can do better, Mum. And like I was like the worst fucking critic there, and I because it was my mum, so I could criticize my mum's cooking because I was like, I know, huh?
Did she cry?
No, she didn't cry, but like,
Why didn't you go Gordon Ramsay on her?
Okay.
You're shit. What is this? Mum?
Okay.
This is garbage.
She didn't cry, but I'm pretty sure whenever I'd say she didn't cook a good meal, like she felt it in her soul, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do better next time."
Or she was
Like
thinking
my
to
mom.
herself, "You little shit."
I
The fucking
but
audacity.
like so that's why I like had a high standard when going to restaurants. So that's why it blows my mind when I go to a restaurant and I have like a bad experience because I was just like, well, I thought this was just normal everywhere.
Yeah,
you're running a
yeah,
restaurant. You're serving food.
Yeah.
If you serve food that's worse than what you serve at home, how is that allowed? How is that legal?
That should be the norm, though.
Yeah, how is that legal?
That should be
You're
the
paying
norm.
for their skill.
Yeah. You're paying someone to do a service that you can't do. So unless you're a fucking chef, which most of us aren't like fucking Michelin star chefs. I mean, we don't have enough olive oil to be Michelin star chefs most of the time.
I just don't.
Yeah, you know. So like you go to somewhere else for them to cook the food for you, and if it's worse than what you can cook yourself, then why am I paying you for this meal?
Yeah.
You know, that's just my opinion.
It was great, you know, growing up in the UK, up north. You know, the bar is very low for culinary ability. So literally going outside of the UK is like, holy shit, stuff tastes great. Everything.
There's
What's
not a
the best Welsh dish?
We don't have Welsh dishes.
Oh,
We have Welsh cakes. Pretty
Welsh
good.
cakes.
what's a Welsh cake?
It's like a kind of like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's like
So
a
ice
Like a
cream.
sponge cake or
no. Can you pull it up, Nemi?
Welsh
It's like
cake.
this weird like
Oh, Welsh.
raisin-esque like pastry with some kind of icing on it. I can't remember.
Is it
I never
good?
really liked it.
Oh, you didn't
but
like it.
people loved it. And then like had something called barabrith, which is like a kind
Butter
of,
brie?
yeah, those barabrith, which is like bread.
butter
brie.
breath.
What is this?
So that's the Welsh cake.
Is
That's
this
Welsh
is this it?
cakes.
Oh,
That's it.
they look like scones.
Like a pancake?
Yeah, they look like scones.
Yeah.
Raisin pancake?
Wait, was it scones? I swear there's something else as well. Something
You
like
say
that.
scones, not scones or something.
Or scones.
Yeah.
Scones.
You say scones. No, I say scones. I don't know why.
Scones.
America.
Maybe
Scones? They say scones in
They
America?
say no.
scones.
British people say scones.
Do we say scones?
Depends if you're north or south.
I've always said scones.
Yeah, I always say
South.
scones.
Oh.
When I grew up, everyone said scones.
Scones.
Oh.
I don't know what that means. Like, is that a specific term?
Place out of mine.
Is that
Something on a hill.
That's
I don't know.
apparently the name of the Welsh cake.
I don't know.
Something on a hill.
We had leek soup. That was a dish.
I've seen
What
that
what's what do you call the meal that you have in the evening?
Tea.
What? What?
Fucking Northerners,
Wait,
man.
dinner is tea?
There's specific Australians that call it that.
So
as
I've
well.
had to adapt because I nobody understood what I was saying.
Because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make
make sense.
Okay, POV. You wake up in North UK.
Yeah.
You wake up. You have breakfast.
Yeah.
Great. It hits 12 o'clock. You have dinner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it gets to 6 p.m. You have tea. Not tea the drink. Tea the meal.
Yeah.
I'll ask my parents what's for tea, and then they'll tell me, and it's like
Even now.
Yeah, it's beans on toast.
This is
Like,
why the North.
I've understood the tea equals dinner thing.
Mm.
I've never understood the dinner equals lunch thing.
Yeah, that's just like
That confuses me more.
like because the point is you have dinner in your vocabulary and you just choose not to put it for fucking dinner.
I don't
This is the one thing Northerners and Southerners in England can never
You have to
fucking
bear in mind,
agree on.
like, when you grow up in the place, in a certain place, you rarely go to like South England if you're from North England. You
Right.
rarely go to North England if you're from South,
South
England.
England.
It just it kind
there
of
is there is the real like north-south divide.
People travel a lot in the UK, just out of the UK.
Yeah.
People always, it's something like 90%.
It's cheaper a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah, because like
Really?
trains in England are so expensive,
Oh,
and
yeah,
and like I remember like there was this news article about how two students in like two different universities wanted like two friends from two different universities wanted to meet each other, so they figured out that flying to fucking Spain was cheaper via EasyJet was cheaper than getting a train to like meet each other.
Wow.
So if you wanted to go from London to Wales, where I live, it's a 3-hour journey, and it's about $120
Jeez.
for a really shit train.
Yeah.
It's not like a Shinkansen where it's nice.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable. There's no outlets. You're very lucky if you get one.
Yeah.
And that's like some of the trains are horrible as well.
Yeah, basically
It's
like
very expensive.
as a student to like go anywhere, you need to book your train like 3 weeks in advance. Get the fucking advance ticket,
Yeah.
and you better hope that you get that exact train
Yeah.
3 weeks later. So you better
And also like EasyJet and Ryanair would often have deals where if you flew without any luggage, you printed off your boarding ticket, you could get tickets for like $15 to some European places.
Fucking hell.
So it's like, why the fuck would you ever like go up north or go down south?
yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
So you didn't really interact. So naturally, I never really heard people saying lunch and dinner for.
Lunch and dinner.
But now I say lunch and dinner because if I say dinner and tea, everyone thinks I'm a fucking weirdo. So I have
Yeah, you
Rightly
are.
so. But
Yeah,
rightly so.
rightfully so.
But
That's
after-
right,
after-
Northerners.
Nowhere
I
else
said
in
it.
the
But after like 1 or 2 days of being back in Wales, I'll start adapting back,
Assimilating
vocab-
back into the
I'll
culture.
become one of them,
Well,
and I'll say, yeah. So we say dinner for lunch and tea for dinner.
Yeah,
But
there's
it's
some-
weird because it's like, do you want tea? But it's like you understand, you just know, depending on how it's been said, or you read the
time of
atmosphere,
the day.
read
If
the
it's the
room.
meal or the cup of tea,
Yeah, you
right?
just know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want tea? Or
What if you ask for tea at like 7?
you just know. You just know what's being asked.
you would say, "Can I have some tea?" or "Can I have tea?"
No, but can I have some tea can also mean can I have some dinner.
Someone could be like, I'm going to make tea.
Yeah, what does that mean? That could mean a meal or that could mean a cuppa.
Sometimes people say cuppa. I don't really
Yeah.
like the word
A
cuppa.
cuppa.
A
Yeah,
cuppa.
I don't.
We say that in Australia as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
British people say
I,
cuppa
I
too.
think I
I don't
saw
know why,
one
I've
of you
never really-
tweet about it.
I've never really
A
grown on
cuppa.
the word cuppa. I don't know why.
Yeah?
It's not really grown on me.
Cuppa.
Because some Australians, especially those that have British parents,
Cuppa,
they
yeah.
sometimes say tea for dinner, even in Australia, and that
Really?
yeah,
My people.
like I had a few friends back in high school who had British parents, obviously from the north, and they used to say tea, and I'm like,
Nice.
I don't even drink tea, bro. Coffee all the way. Fuck off.
What were they
And then when I
doing in
realized-
Australia?
Yeah, and then when I
Yeah.
realized they were talking about like the meal tea, I was like, what? What is like? Do you drink tea with every meal? Like, what does that mean? How British can you get?
My mum, right? She microwaves bacon. Isn't that disgusting?
Oh, I know a
To
lot
cook
of
it.
Americans that microwave bacon.
I mean, I know a lot of Americans who use a microwave for a lot of things, including boiled water.
Water.
Always as a kid, I thought I hated bacon, but I realized I just hated microwave bacon.
Microwave bacon.
'Cause
Yeah, I
the-
don't
the-
fucking blame you.
Because the
dude.
fat isn't crispy at all.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
really
just
soggy.
moist.
Yeah.
Sydney's dad microwaves eggs to make scrambled eggs.
That's like a walk. That has to go against the Geneva Convention or something, man. Like that's that's a war crime.
I cook a steak in the microwave.
Nowadays, though, they're using air fryers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
that's-
get it, man. Like, you're
Yeah,
obsessed
yeah,
with
yeah.
your air
Oh yeah,
fryer.
didn't you fucking buy an ice cream maker
Oh,
the other
yeah, I
day?
did.
Don't fucking tell
See,
Connor, by
ice
the way.
cream is the best dessert, right?
I should bring the ice cream maker here because I've locked it away because I started gaming.
Yeah, bring it here. Bring it. Let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
have ice cream.
Bring
Should I
it
bring
here.
ice
Honestly,
cream?
I would love an
Yeah,
ice cream
Okay,
maker
next
here.
Bring it
week.
here, bring
Next
it
week
here.
I'll
We
bring
can
the
make
ice
our
cream
own
maker.
espresso affogatos. In the
No,
office.
yogurt, frozen yogurt.
No,
from
we
this
have a
baby
we can
is
make
so
espresso
good.
affogatos.
Just like coffee flavored shit, man.
yes.
But
Like,
not
okay.
coffee jelly.
Okay, so here's the thing I've noticed actually. So I do love coffee. I love coffee. It's great. I love my ground water. But I have noticed there's an awful lot of influx of things that have coffee flavored things that are shit, really shit.
Oh,
Such
yeah,
as.
yeah.
Like
You
what?
get like coffee cookies or coffee bread, and it's just fucking terrible.
Coffee flavor.
I've
I've-
never seen those.
I've never.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
Up here,
Yeah. I've had coffee cake. Coffee cake tastes like shit.
I like coffee cake.
Coffee cake's okay.
No, just get a tiramisu.
I mean that is a coffee cake.
But that's not like breaded
It's coffee cake with attitude, isn't it?
I need to take you to this place in Omotesando where it's a $90 espresso. I had it
Fucking
3
hell.
days ago.
$90
It was free though.
Okay. Wait, why was it free?
My friend is a regular there, so.
Oh, well, it's good for the 1%,
good for the,
isn't it?
good for the
No,
regular.
no, no, no,
Fuck,
no,
I'm supposed to do- I'm not paying 90 fucking quid for an espresso.
Sorry, we're not well connected as like the fucking top 5% here.
You can come
Like-
with me.
Okay, so I go with you. I get
Hello,
Why is
UAE.
it $90?
UAE 28.
Like, I'm gambling if I'm staying.
Hello, hello.
No,
It has been a slow day for me.
I know the
pass
guy.
you the glass, and it's the black glass, and then they'll like
So wait, what
A
about?
very, very slow day.
they roast it where the beans are
Oh,
sourced.
fuck off! No.
Isn't
No,
that
no,
like
no.
expensive coffee that's made from like that cat poop?
It's civet
What?
poop. You mean civet?
Do you
The
know
most
that?
expensive
It's a
coffee.
The most
civet.
expensive
It's
coffee in the
a
world is
slow
like
day.
wild
It's
cat
like a weasel.
Have you not seen the?
Oh god. You actually followed.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Malaysian.
Og.
It's like a big plot point in
Even in,
the bucket list.
It's like a
Vietnam.
I haven't seen the
it's like a
bucket list.
You
big
should watch the bucket
it's like a
list.
Malaysian
Thanks
wild
for the
cat
follow.
that eats coffee beans,
UAE
and they shit
28.
out the coffee beans,
How do I call you?
and the stomach acid creates like
UAE.
coffee beans. People collect those beans, wipe off the poop, and then grind it to make coffee.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's
I've
very
had
delicious.
it. It's actually really fucking good.
Is it the best?
Are you from UAE or something?
Oh, is it better than Starbucks?
Obviously not.
Is it better than the Nespresso? I don't know.
Nespresso's in a league of its own. You know that. 'Cause that's readily available.
Have you watched like those coffee YouTubers?
Oh, I can't handle it.
It's like it's so fucking pretentious.
I like
sounds
to watch
pretentious.
it like muted
Yeah, they're
or
like,
the peaceful ones.
they're like, so I'm gonna make my morning espresso, and they bring out like 5 fucking contraptions, and it's like, surely this is just not practical. Like cleaning this is just a nightmare. Sure.
Yeah.
Like the reason why I don't grind my own coffee beans and do all that is because the absolute mess that
Yeah.
it makes.
And it takes so much time.
The
I
cleaning.
like I remember I got an espresso machine before like an espresso. Like it
Say my name however you like, but it's every letter separate.
Like, grind your beans yourself, put it in, and it made so.
Oh, you're
much
lagging.
fucking sense. It takes so much.
Okay, take your time.
It's such a bitch.
Take
Like,
your
having to
time.
clean the fucking beans every time you want to just make a fucking cup of coffee. Like
I remember I bought as well one of those like fucking pots that you put on the stove, and you put the
Yeah, yeah.
espresso in the top and the water
Right,
at the
right.
bottom, and it boils through.
Yeah,
I
we used
couldn't-
to have that at home.
I could
yeah.
never get that to taste right. I don't know why.
It didn't taste good because it was so hard to get the balance right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also, cleaning it was so fucking difficult. I felt like I was trying to clean like Iron Man's heart socket. My hand couldn't fit in it, and it
You just
never
have
got
big
clean.
hands.
You had to resort to just doing like.
Yeah, and it never
Like
got
that to
in
get it
properly.
out,
It was
right?
like trying to clean the inside of a fucking Pringles can. It was a nightmare. Like I couldn't get in there, and it was just terrible. And then it kept scratching my stove because it was metal, and I was like, oh fuck's sake! And then it turns out when you grind coffee beans, they expire.
Yeah.
No one told me this until didn't wonder. I was wondering why my coffee tastes like shit.
It tastes
They
sour.
oxidize
Yeah,
it.
I thought, well, this is a sour blend. I had like,
Oh, it's got some bite back to it.
I drank it for like, I shit you not, like 3 weeks.
Holy shit.
Like sour ass coffee. Because I was like, fuck this gourmet style.
You drown it in milk though,
It's
right?
fucking no. I was drinking
No.
espresso, and I was like, this is the fucking. This is like a one of those.
It's like stomach acid.
Jesus, this is sulfuric acid espresso. But I thought this is how the Italians do it. Fuck.
Did it affect your digest?
I felt awful every time I did it, but I thought this is a good espresso. It's a good espresso.
Yeah, 'cause
This is
you're literally drinking
expensive coffee
And then I
beans.
looked on the back and it expired like 3 months ago.
Literally drinking what? Acid?
Yeah. Oh god,
It's
disgusting.
terrible.
Glad you know. Gosh, how have I?
There is so much food stuff there where it is just a whole thing of balance versus this is just impractical. It's making so much mess. I need so much equipment versus I just want to eat.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like some.
If you have time though, if
That's
you're
what I
just
feel
doing
like.
it
I
to
feel-
relax, like the
I
process of
feel
it
like-
is like meditative.
I feel like it's a hobby. It has to be a hobby.
It has to be a hobby.
Why'd you look at me?
Oh, it's lagging. It's lagging.
Racist. That feels racist.
Are you being monked
Are you being monkist right now?
Monkist.
I feel like you're being feel like you are.
That just sounds like a Twitch term. Monkist.
That's like when I said lollies and I looked
Yeah,
at
it's like,
We're just getting fucking slandered.
Did you just assume my zen state right
Yeah.
now?
there's like
What up?
that's a type of meditation where you do something like you clean.
Yeah.
Zen. Does
I know
this?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done.
When I was a monk, we had a special type of meditation where you walk when you meditate as well, and it's just because you drown out your mental state with just a monotonous task, a motion that's just constant, right? I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I'm not always trying to fucking meditate when I cook, you know, like. I don't know, like to me when I.
How long I've been live?
Like food or drink in
4
order to
hours.
consume, I always
4
like,
hours. Oh, it's you, Hamza.
and the time it takes.
Hamza from Takan stream.
And that's always the problem with cooking for me because the time
Hello, hello.
to prepare some certain dishes and to make the food, then eat it, which is a very, very short amount of time compared to preparing it, and then I gotta wash it as well afterwards.
How are you, Hamza?
You're relaxing. You're like, this is nice.
Hello, Miss Buck from Moving Stuff.
God damn.
Oh, everyone's coming back now.
Like 4 fucking spatulas. God damn it.
Everyone's coming back.
So good.
You're just bribing him now.
No, it's so good. You will know next week.
Yeah, next week bring it and we'll be the test.
Maybe I'll get a coffee machine. Maybe one day I will. And I'll.
There have been times where I thought about getting like a proper coffee.
Surely you just have to.
I might end the stream. Told you, man, internet strings are not going.
Because you gotta clean the siphon.
Ay.
You gotta clean the milk.
You could just use the Nespresso thing.
I'm still wondering how to do that. How to fix this.
I feel like milk frothing does not need to be done by $1,000 machine. Like I'm pretty sure I could do it with my finger if I did it fast enough. You know what I mean? Like I don't need a machine to do it. I am the machine.
Pretty sure you'd get bored of that pretty soon, though.
Milk frothing machine.
You know what?
Doing good, just
fucking dessert.
that you can hit the 3 viewers.
Macaroons.
Yes, I shall.
They never.
I shall hit the 3 viewers.
The sugary thing.
3 viewers. Wait, what time is it already? 9 p.m. Oh yeah, Takan, you're not streaming tonight? You're not streaming tonight, Takan? You're not streaming? I think I'll end the stream now. Because it's so hard to do this live. Can't seem to do this live. It's lagging so much. If I got anything, I'll stream, okay? Oh. Just chatting is what you stream. I guess I'll just raid one of my friends. Because the program is so laggy. I wanna finish this model as soon as possible. Because the guy will debut tomorrow. In like 10 hours? 10 hours from now. So, I'm gonna raid someone. I raid. Raid. I am ending stream so I can do this faster. How many people are here already? Oh, we just read. I didn't talk much today because I don't know. Maybe I'm so tired. I am tired. Me is tired. No, it's someone famous though. It's just his VTuber model. He's gonna debut with this VTuber model. Oh yeah. We're raiding Shamon now. Also, your accent sounds familiar. Well, I'm from the Philippines. Oh, I'm from the Philippines. I'm a Pepepinge. Pepepino. So yeah. I'll play the end video now. I'm gonna start the raid. I always wanted to raid this person, but for some reason, it's just lag. So yeah. Thank you guys for coming to this Pepega stream. Wait. Let me do a proper... Let me go here. Kaya pala familiar. Nice stream loads. You're a fellow fried towel enjoyer, I see. Keep on eating fried towels, my dude. We're gonna start the raid now. Raid Shadow Legends. We're raiding Peeps. Is the raid starting? Did the raid start? Or is it broken? Oh, it's doing the thing again. It's lagging. Why are you lagging? It's broken? Seems to be broken. Whenever I raid someone, it always goes bork for some reason. Is it broken? Bork, 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 bork. Bork, it's bork. Is it bork? Bork, 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 bork. Is it bork? It's laggy, blame globe. Converge. Oh, I'm using globe. Gloob, gloob. Globarino. Oh, there. I see the timer now. Thank you guys for coming. I'll stream tomorrow again. It might be Connor's avatar because I'm gonna do offline thingy. So yeah. Bye bye.